clearly the Gemara says that pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, we say ultimately again that the act of going and not pushing over is the equivalent of offering. Although not push them, offering it out is offering it out. That means well, that's right. Not push ultimately again, but it's so pleasant. So she had your good. What happens? She's not pushing it. Again, it wasn't clear. In the case that she offered out on Tuesday, the occurs, Avi again is wrong. Right? So it can't be called an excellent zona as it was no longer in existence. In this case, what we hear on Tuesday, she's not pushing. Wednesday, the beer occurs, and ultimately, so the time the object is still here. See now, the shadow is because the object becomes expensive. So the truth of the other level. Because our laws are so let's say going back to the laws out there down. Right? So the laws are the top of the liquid bus. So remember again, the way the laws understood the case of Zona, right? Because where she went ahead and she already offered, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. That's when it be busted. So that's what she offered. That is no longer in existence. The shot so low, and from the laws are stated here, she is not pushing. The only is still in existence after the occurred. Perhaps the animal really have this zone. Much the mercy is no. So that the laws of the state to be quiet. Is this actually this Shiloh is not only the laws of itself. So the mercy is not me. Şahsı Allah da ise bir şahs diyor. Because you also say the only time it doesn't mean essence is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just not present. The animal still existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, the animal is recategorized as an Islam zone. Although, if we also she could be shot from a sack. Or no, maybe I see she offered not and it's only going to be, of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam zone. But in the case where she just consecrated it, which the Gemara says taken. So we're reading that shows. It's interesting, we never look at what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not clear. We do understand that first harvest payment must be transacted. Which means payment if that's what is not either payment and delay or via and then payment ultimately again it is not considered to be an So it positive in animal payments. Now, the deal doesn't occur until later on. As soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and drops up to bona fide carbon. She's not dished, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence to end the deal. The next day, the status of that animal. That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze. He has relations with her, and then afterwards, he pays love. Again, it's more it's not used for purposes or meaning make the question. As things, you might say, as meaning. Ba'ala the attack myself, actually, at shallow shouldn't asnana us. The Rabbi says if the has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years later. 3 years later, some people pay all of the bills later. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the heartless feeling, and it's still the usher. I'm not stuff. I'm not pissed off. Look, Hashos and that consciously just important rights that we call it the he said that if there's relations payments, that's not an estimate, no transactional means. Here, it says that there's relations even 2 years later, ultimately stuck on the system of Hashem. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, it's Ba'ali Li, it was that. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, it was done. So this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case of history says relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, the verse says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no so let's analyze the overlap is color that my hobby. I don't understand. So let's analyze this, right? He says, have he says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look, he's it has satisfied. Identify the sheep doesn't in order for it to be first one has to happen, the Gemara says you should have livestock, animals require the sheep, but apply to the possession. Okay, so they looking within the zone within by Jews. So apparently again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach for not Jewish. Another possibility is we all understand the Koi Bechatze. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in the closet. In which case, again, ultimately there's two closets. In our did she acquire in our relationship and then ultimately again it's already a thoughts are very quiet. When you talk to women, in other words, she acquired it before because this is actually this is like the paradigmatic case as the because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her thoughts. Here's the Gemara the Shabi and the Akbot. Very interesting. But here's the case. So you think comes to the Halal, and I hear this sheep is an Akbot. Remember, what is it? The Akbot case then he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So he doesn't really acquire the sheep initially to make it consistently. That's anything that you like. And if not, chocolate gas. Ultimately, massive again, it's interesting. All of this you're reading on that estimates let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that hey, now the way again, Rashi points out that Rashi only for problem on their arts. These workers are non-Jews on their arts. They just come learning and he says, who's the Echud Giverza? Right? So what's the aim of Osh? Okay, so actually before this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's it. Money, go and drink. So what's it? Now you don't have to be worried. It's like you want to pay 63. I was saying, here's this practice. Right? What's the question here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple on their heart, it's going to be the apple, right? Or maybe ultimately again, or my sashimi he doesn't have to do this. Why does he have to do this one with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, it's not on him. whatever they do. Rashi says over here, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long one, Rashi. The heart, we don't, you move it when you're giving it. It's covered up here. This is for the food. This is for the food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast are the following. Sound of they 63 second line down. Su beichlu polea, su shtuvani polea. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Then we have a why is that within us? Because now that he's purchasing and providing if Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially taking items Alma, what is he doing? So what you see from him is that we're now going to and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for with ink. Rothschild said, not a problem because no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last? So what do you see from there? That when moving pays the bill, right? So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local so it's transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paid for. Ultimately, again, isn't that same thing? So, no, it's different. We're going ahead and telling the workers, and we're just going to drink this up. We're talking about really purchasing from the shop people who normally extends better to even the other say, ultimately, because the shopkeeper really extends credit to you, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the keeper acquires his money immediately. Currently, it's actually right across knows that he's going to get paid from the bank, he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו שכמוכם שיש נוהגים ארכנים על החייבים דרך החליפים. So we'll say, so that's it, this transaction release. Ruben is not just saying stamp one reward and, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional. No funny thing, therefore, this is almost like an exchange. Shopkeeper is going to be as donkey drivers and whatever. And then it's going to immediately again, that doesn't apply. Therefore, that case is fine, not transactional. You must have it, but you not. Again, we know. We're going to send out a works in case. Go, you can go to a local shop. And now he's not sending for shopkeeper who nobody trusts him. And it sounds like what? Mutter. So that should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. At the time, that's the case. Then set them up differently. Instead of making the first case the case of where he says, here's $100. Go out and go drink. Make it 2 cases. What in the 2 cases? You must have when is the sale ultimately again that it's prohibited defending not people in the started though. For you to say to his workers, have that. Go out and go drink and I'll pick up the tab. That's only transaction. Again, already has the money to be like about cinema people, but the shopkeeper did not extend. Therefore, that last transactional NBC and that case. In other words, better for the price is all that as 2 pieces that same one piece different than to highlight 2 dramatic cases. First, let's go. Even if the speaker doesn't extend credit, is not so obligated. Homer because he says to his friend, take one of the ponies, leave me from the fussy love. So what happens? Right, moving goes do me a favor. And all of my property will become encumbered to me. What's that? You know, ultimately, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. Now again, let's even move it on. I have no previous relationship. What do you see? Ask someone what makes something else. And ultimately, again, we're guaranteed You're right. That's my second show I did. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit, doesn't extend credit, doesn't extend credit. Even below Miyaki Day, low miss. Even though Miyaki Day, third wide. So when we say low Miyaki, most moving to not go ahead. It's actively cycling. Right? Is what go out. Go out, go and drink coffee. There's no defined number. Right? Or no specific money. Set aside. Therefore, again, that lacks transactions. Because it does ultimately should be much. So you feel that most love Khalik and below sorry, that's Alaha and my sheesh. So that's his ultimate again. So when you so that sheets ultimately again the sense ultimately again what Alaha my sheesh. Yes, what do you just put it out of here, man? Yeah. Ultimately, no particular money is coming. What's the case? Over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money. Okay, so this changes that. Shaking low, Balabai is dinar the company. Hold them slow. The Hashtam, the Balabai is up the okay, so this changes everything. Now, the case over here, ultimately, when the Bryce says that if Ruben says to his wife, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper. Eat and drink what you want on the case is where Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a and it's paid for already. Ultimately, again, if they take maybe things, it will be like he's supplying them. I'm not saying that. I'm used to the so again, all of this singular activities. Like that's I'm sorry, I'm used to the Shmaitik losing that. So I said this over. Something like a bit of America. And what happens? You have Satan, you should see by the price. The price shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and we'll pay. I will pay you to sell it. Yeah, will pay. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'iflo, su'u should see by the You should say, go out and drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you left you $100. How much should we consume? Which we must you're right, Tony, I'm ready, Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of things you like change the price. So please remember, one is your legal uses represented by go out and eat, go out and drink. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. That's one of the things I'm going to get in trouble with. And the case is that a lot of Americans looting free paid. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeepers. My workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? And now the says that's the problem. Have access now to the $3. As Egan is going ahead and the rate that prices should be is even such as workers silver go out and drink. ואני מכנה that's what it was. Okay, what's like? What's up over for today? Shkoya, everyone. What is that? Everyone. Jimmy Kimmel got canceled. Let me tell you something too. Not only did they cancel Jimmy Kimmel, this guy comes back. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this year. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosin Shvacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all drushos this year as a supposed solar troubles for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av. Amin Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Rothschild. Because many sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, the Commissioner of our site, of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Steve Hirsch, and Newton, and that honorable memory of Father Ben Azaz, Father Paulus Mordecai Ben Moreno, also always we dedicate on this physical just have to welcome to sharing the home. The shalom and the current of merit for this social network give them success before a man. Also, the gap in that exciting gap ahead of us today. Today's gap is Sunday, June 63, and US on South Basin Greece 62B. Today, Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So, Mercy is the song. Yes, he can she is manually. Part of the Shmidas. It's a very interesting piece. The members of the House of Rabbi they would do it as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th-year produce on the following year. So look at Rashi. Rashi says something very interesting. Yasu Perishi is called in years. Obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea here is so Passover would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. On the part of the Shemitah, the Ofri Aniyim Shemitah Achar Adur Chaviti Perishvias. So end up happening again is on year number 8. On year number 8, the people of Rabbi's household will repay the ultimately again and with your purpose. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of people about it, obviously, that body people to some degree. So they said something for I'm on the roof, and y'all seen out there, it's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Why is that? That wasn't interesting, you know. Look at Rashi, you also let me start do a couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yamans have not totally fine. Rashi is the heating back to the low hubble run off the end. Low is easy. Honey Bahani, love honey when you move, low highly to do such ways of us. We saw yesterday that we get into potential with forbidden element. So sometimes that forbidden again from so, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business which need the produce, then in the 8th-year produce will ultimately have the same Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediate. Or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and really being quote unquote repaid during the year, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore, this does not look like there's any commerce. And therefore, no Shemitah prohibition involves your produce. That's the idea of the law. Therefore, again, so, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop. This is very interesting. And this is to connect on the S. And interestingly enough, similar things would come up with S nodes. S nodes will develop Charlie and these were some purposes, right? Obviously, confusion learning. The object is for sacrificial purposes. The sign of mercy, the corresponding piece of what's the sign? Not some level of honor. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his owner. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel. And ultimately, again, he gives her, as he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. For her payment, ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. It's obviously it doesn't make sense. I don't say. Nasala b'lamala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, then of course it's permitted for a cousin. Why sheep? Even though a lamb, so he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb, yes, the gift is no restriction to which the Gemara says. The Sue, the second case, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her, even though Allah, my estimate mutter. He didn't raise her, that shows that Allah estimate is mutter. Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, that this is what it means to say. This is Nasala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, he was going to say like this. When does something become an esnad, and esnad is one of its payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Okay? Relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnad. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnad sold. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. Was Elikama, no, if you gave her the sheep, the Achar Kafala. What does it mean, the Achar Kafala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo the Achar's night. He doesn't have a relationship with her now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more comments that favorite today in relation for 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. As not a oh, excuse me, but now, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then as not a in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the external is going to be. However, Nasala, the Acharkach, therefore, we'll say, so the worst thing is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an so there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy or the payment relations, then the sheep payment has the status ultimately of this payment. Keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow sheep of produce from the poor and they pay it ultimately against the produce. People came to the economic time. I don't know, maybe it's a little business practice or transacting business with Shmita. And I said, no, it's fun. Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce exchange, right? Or as somehow like a means ultimately again for the sellers, the Shmita produce, and then for the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine, especially a little bit. Not somewhere in the Akakak Quad. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's trace ahead any case. Okay, we're going to use Rahman. This is sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of right? So use your sheep. Right? And then let's say she's on Tuesday. And Wednesday he has relations. Again, based on what we just learned before, that she does not have the status of a harvest payment and is not forbidden for consequent continuous, right? There's a last transaction in this. You must understand. He bought out, but when he's let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her top of some people, Lechol Allah is not right? Obviously, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, can't be labeled as testimony zone. So he has relations with her. And there's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, retroactively, the designate of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve track. The sheep should be categorized as a zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi says, very interesting, what's the case? He should come up the this is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relationship didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep is the harvest. Oh, what's the case? Offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a she's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. It's important we've met this many times in Palestine. So it's important to look at inconsistencies, and we all really consider contradictions in certain respects. And certain respects on the Russia. There are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do poorly, and there are things that I don't do the things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't Baruch Hashem, take away from the things I do well that are righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a whole thing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not wrong, right? The whole is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It's hypocritical. It's more contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in contradictions, all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it's important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, she also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reacting for it's appeasing the Lord. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggle. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What the case? The umbrella community action. So that she was the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halal some sheep is a sharila. Right? The less of the shaspia or mastaba so then obviously it's mutter, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Eslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. And of course, she has every right to offer it up. However, if you go on the community in the action, not in the partner, it's very interesting. If she did not give her permission to acquire it as of yet, right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say that it's your animal as of yet, as of Tuesday. Scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say he gives it to herself? Gives it to her today. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's hers. And if it's not hers, making Masir Kara, I could check it up as a card. After all, the Ish Yakdish is based on published Amrachman. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erechma, valuation. Go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, based on the Shu. So, just like your home, you own it. So to the only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's for us, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I could check for that. All right, let's just start here. You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes you make the mistake of measuring against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who you aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then those frustrated when we don't measure up. When he says you can measure up to someone, you don't know what this person's totals or abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate, and it doesn't belong to you. We so often we forget that Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that he needs. You can only be makdish that which goes within our spiritual tool. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, or tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know, you need a card money, you need or whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Kani akshat." Then I give you the right to acquire that. So it's interesting. Hedges is that's no over. So Gemara says, that's the zoning. Now again, what's the why are we doing this? This is totally out of it. It's interesting. We're doing this because again, remember, this all happened with the Rabbi. This Shemitah transaction that's kind of happening over here is that something would only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional needs. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon zone and by the Harlot payment case as well. Harlot payment case. So by Rothschild, come up with Kishas. It's very interesting. So let's say Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates now. She didn't offer it up as a carbon. But she's so what's the status now of the animal? Mandu. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? Literally, the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of now. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again is still here, is still present. So does she have the ability to choose makdish it? Yeah, because I must say, you heard the shayla is in the case where she offered it Tuesday, by the time the dia, obviously again it's gone, right? So it can't be called Eslam Zona because it was no longer existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is that does the object become Eslam Zona or not? So the case of Rabbi Eliezer. Because Rabbi Lazar, so we'll say going back, this is going to be on the top of the dot. Right? Rabbi Lazar, Shekatma Behikri Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time this deal occurred. That's Behikri Vasa. So that's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About so low, but from Rabbi Lazar's statement over there, that if she is not fishing, that the animal was still in existence at the time that the idea occurred, perhaps the animal would now be holding its zona. No, to Rabbi Lazar's effect by she is actually this Shaila is managed to Shaila Rabbi Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. She did Rabbi Eliezer, she also because Rabbi Lazar said that the only time it does is when the animal was offered up of a bia. Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps where she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an esron zona. All Dilma, they privasa pshita vikishasa musaka. I mean, you know, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence, and you know, I'm not going to categorize it as a zona. If she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting, you know, for both sides. What comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with this zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate zone, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If not followed, either payment and raise via, or via and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered to be an estimate zone. If you get conjugated an animal for payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she's enough, it's a bona fide. If she's not dishit, she consecrates it. And so the animal, next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take, that's the okay, let's analyze it. But so we're making a list here was, let's see, he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, where is the kind? I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, but the akakakmasala, afilu mikana, shalosh shonim esnana asa. The Rabbi says if Lucan has relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years, some people pay all of those late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it will be also on the low kasha. So we'll say that country say this in part. The rights that we call it last time in the day 62 BC said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if he pays her later, ultimately it is still us. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to look at it. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Baalini, they tell us, yeah? Had the Amar is Baalini, they tell us that. This is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, is another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. Ultimately, here says when he identifies defines the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Rabbi follows that. I understand. So, why is this, right? So now it's what we're going to go into Rothschild. It says, have relations with Zona. It says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a public payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals, are part of possession, which the Gemara says is okay, it's actually interesting. The din of Mashiach is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to apply. So it's like a Zona who's not Jewish. Alright, by another possibility, hold on the Zona Israelis, not who managed to Charlotte. Who keep going, they call you Bechzer. Oh, interesting, she's standing in her spot. In which case, again, ultimately, there's plus she requires us in a second. Either Kai Bechatzera, Bala, the Akafnasallah, Hakamala. Hold on a second. I don't understand. If it's in her cousin, in our relations with her, and ultimately again, then it gets it's already in her chutz acquired it. What are we talking about? So in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case she's acquiring the sheep before the Pia. If the sheep is standing in her chutz, which the Gemara says, the Shati and the Apotiki. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So we comes to Rothschild and faces this. And I hear sheep is an Apotiki. I'm never going to the Apotiki is such as an example. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the village. I don't pay you money. You can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that they're non-payment. So Amarla, Imaisina, is using the time that you're going with up. And he says, and if not, Shakle Aslan, take this sheep, again, as your heart fine. Massive Rav says that it's supposed to need some help. Yeah, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this. Watch this. Let's say again, let's say even employs donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Now, Rashi points out over here, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what? Okay, so actually before you get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying, and essentially go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself. Either that's the payment or his wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the Enochoshish to do this. Enochoshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Base 63b. Lo mishum shlius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin. Now we'll say here's what's interesting about this. What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Am or Ameh Aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the Akim is going to buy this, right? Or maybe ultimately again the Ameh Aretz is going to buy Shemitah produce or Ma'aser Sheni produce in consumer outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money in the same chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lomishum Iser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The hot, Ihu, Losafilu Midi, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving it private. Is giving it. This is for your food, this is for your food. What they choose to do it afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast on the following case. Sabbath Yom, day 63, the second line down. The Amarlah, but he said to them, Su ve'ichlu v'ani su shtu v'ani poleh. He says to the workers, drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay the tab all. Now this is a Choshi mishum shlius mishum mais mishum. Then we have a problem. We have a problem. Now why is that? Look at Rashi. Havi'ihu lokeach ha'isyu ma'achilo. The issue over here is he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his work. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on it. There's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, go drink, out of the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing, providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. Alma, what do you see? So what you see from here is that this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with €8. Yochanan said, not a problem because no transactions. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, even though again he's saying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional needs, see, and he is considered paying for these Shemitah produce, Sheni produce, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara is so to over here by Rabbi Yochanan, they repay in the 8th year. Ultimately, again, isn't that called paying for Shemitah produce? Which the Gemara says, so in the Ruvain case, right, where he's telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they're purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transaction immediacy that's happening. Literally translated, literally the bird acquires his money immediately. Look at it just a moment. It's actually 90% actually right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid for it. He regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruvain is not just saying stamp going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He said, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who only extends credit to Reuven. So therefore, again, it's as if it is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy. Rashi says over therefore it's considered to be almost like an right. The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers whatever they want for the items, and Reuven is going to immediately. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. It was where people would do business together. For that case, it was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that one, if Reuben were to send out his work, same case, go eat and go drink, not pick up the tab. But now he's not sending him to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutar. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case price up, the case of where Reuben says $100, go out and you can go drink, make it case. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Reuben to his work as chavra? Go out and eat and drink and out the tab. That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Reuben because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money with the items. But shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that too should be followed. In other words, better for the Brisa to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. Where is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend? Many Bamar things. Homer the Chavedo. A person says to his friend, person says to him, since right, Reuben goes, all right, I go over to Reuben, do me a favor, lend, right, give him money to Shimon, give money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered. What's that law? You know, if ultimately again my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now again, let's even assume that Reuben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately again you're guaranteed that an encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right on the merit. You're right. End of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. So the Gemara says, so what's look at Rashi? Rashi says, look at Rashi, third one in Rashi's on the bottom. Since Reuben didn't go ahead and actively money this, right? He's telling her, go out, eat and drink. I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no have been set aside for that, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it's ultimately again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Shelo yichel most the path love chalip eminu below mitzvah. I'm sorry. The Gemara says, "Hello, halacha ha'maichel shish." So that's the case ultimately again. So what do we consider that? We shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, "Ha lo miyach which so ultimately again he says Says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do I have to be concerned about over here? Allah, Michael, Shesh, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Allah, that perhaps, again, Shemitah produce, versus ultimately, again, same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, it does not create children. What's the case? The case over here is advanced the money to the family. Okay. שהקדים לו, על הפייס דינר לחמדני, קודם ששלח אצלו. והשתמד על הפייס קודם סורדי. So this changes everything. So now the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Rabbi says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the chandani, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. There's a tab, but it's paid. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not going to know. So the Gemara says as follows. So Afghan says as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all in this same realm of transactional moves. Like that's happening over here. So the Gemara, keep going. I'm sorry, I'm not coming out. So Afghan said, I said this over in front of Rabbi of Narada. And what happened? That's the case. The prices shouldn't read that Reuben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay makes it sound like he hasn't paid. Rather should say, you should say, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. I'll settle up ultimately with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here is where Reuben prepaid. Right, so he left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did they consume? To which the Gemara says, you're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry. Again, halach l'maisa. You're right. Change the price. Read the price. Should read the following way. That halach l'maisa. Reuben says to a case. Remember, essentially there are cases in price. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. Ever go out and eat, but on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way you must understand it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Reuben prepaid the chandani. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, no. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying with prohibited items. And the way you should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's how the Gemara is going to say. We'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a guy. Let's say good morning. It is a great strength to be overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a suchos for the Soros Tavos for all of our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Habal Lina Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig, Zichron Bracha. Returning sponsors, Dr. Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Betsy Hirsch, and Nathan and brother memory of their father, Ben Chaver, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Moreno, always we dedicate our learning this physical precious hostages which welcome you to Shalom home, the Shalom and the Karam and merit for the scholars which give them success. Let us begin. We're exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Samach Beis in the base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Perishrias Man. Very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow shmitus from the poor and then pay them with eighth non-shmita produce on the following year. So if you look, actually says over something very interesting. Yasi pay Chodin's manavir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the shmita, the technicalities of it, but halacha you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not come, but lend or borrow shmita produce while it's still readable for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yana took produce from the Aniyim direction to the Rashi goes on Harlo B'Shminis, Ishtachach the Aniyim B'Shminis Achar Adir Chaliti Perishlias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, repay the Aniyim ultimately again with 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, I'm ready to be offered. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, y'all see often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done. Now, I'll say that interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You all seen that in stars. Do a couple of Rashis. You all seen that. The members of the house of Adonais are acting totally fine. Rashi says even that he shaita lo habu hanach be'en lo echlufe han lav chalipe nenu lo chayle kedusha shveitzalai. So you can off upon the previously committed habit. So, for example, the prohibition. Rabbi Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like upon the 8th year product. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha not to follow up upon the 8th year product. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to Esnan and the only not a similar case, come up with Esnan zone. Esnan zone is the halacha. The person goes to a zone and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, but your object, that object is called an Esnan zone, a payment for a harlot. It cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Listen to this. The Sanya, Gemara says, the corresponding piece by Esnan. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Raisa says, no. Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her an estimate, he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Yes, obviously it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if even though Allah, my es mutter. If he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Brisa that says that halal v'naisa the esna?
It's Aquarius.
Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, I'm sorry I missed you last night.
If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep,
Take your
then only
take
afterwards.
take all the time you need. Take all the time you need.
When there's transactional, these are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate. So is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So if you gave her the sheep, the achar ba'ala. Now what does it mean? The achar. Rashi says
it was lovely, Miss Aquarius. That was yours. Thank
the
you.
achar's mine. Now,
Yeah.
how exactly do you
There earlier.
translate immediacy? I think there's
Oh wait, which friend? Oh, my that girl. Yeah, there's a reason why she's mute. That's why she. There's a reason why she's muted. I can't put up with that mouth. One day she's nice.
Or for that matter, he has relations.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're not alone. I've got her blocked. Or I've got her muted. I don't have her blocked. I really know why, but I do. I mean,
she stayed here the whole night. When I woke up, I saw
yeah, well, she watches me on YouTube. There's nothing I can really do about that. But sometimes she writes me these letters, and they are so long. I just have to be honest with you, Mr. Chris. Ain't nobody got time for that. To quote Sweet Brown, if you know who that lady is from the internet.
Oh, okay.
I said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because transactional immediacy, don't view that your produce as an exchange. Right?
Mr. Clarence. Yeah, just
produce, the produce, and after the 8 years,
she'll have 29 really good days a month and one bad day, and that one bad day erases everything that she did that was good over there.
He goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, he gets her a sheep. I'm just using a sheep as an example. Right? So he pays her.
You can really
and then let's say he gives her sheep on
there's nothing you can really do.
So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep is not the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not the bid of a consecrated temple.
No, you're right. You can do that. But I'm saying, like, there's nothing that you can do to fix her.
But when he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? The year of the sheep. Relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her?
Yes, sir.
Allah is obviously.
Artistic Barbie doll. I said that she can tickle me on my breast. It tickled me on Jurassic.
When he does relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively.
Okay, is that your stand-up bit?
As a harvest payment,
is that your stand-up bit?
And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate on Tuesday.
Okay, why is that?
Interesting. the case, she should cut off.
I just imagine me. I
What
want to
happened?
just fuck.
Zona,
And he just
right?
loves him.
Zona, she got the sheep on Tuesday.
Okay.
She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until
There you go.
Thursday, but when they have relations,
Like, imagine you get chicken wing on Mars, but like you never
she
know
offered
when
it
it's
up
gonna
as a
stop ticking.
carbon on Tuesday.
Okay.
She offered it on Tuesday.
And he just
Why is Zona soft? Come on.
A lot of people don't know what that is, Sue. What Tourette syndrome is. So a lot of people don't know.
That's why because you right now it's like me I want to Tourette to be cool.
Certain respects, I'm
Okay. I'm not saying. I mean, I think you could use it. It's not one of your dirtier jokes, so that's good.
Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, do poorly, or don't do well, or shen, don't take away from the things that I do well and are righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a
Okay. It sounds like a standard joke.
righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt. Obviously, that's not the goal, right?
Is it mean?
Is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness.
Dude, remember what I told you? You need to have at least one clean joke. You don't have one clean joke.
I feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is.
Okay.
Welcome to
Okay,
the
no.
nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy.
What do you call blind seahorse?
I don't know, dude. What do you call a blind seahorse?
That even though the sheep also brings cubs, you know what? I guarantee you, those cubs are reach mikol.
Dude, what do you call a blind seahorse?
Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner countries and struggles from other. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered.
What do you call a blind seahorse?
The animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So he says, okay, let's unpack.
Yeah, and is that all you say?
What do you say?
I've asked you 12 times. Zoot, what I don't know what you call a blind seahorse.
Acquired this as of today. Right? Then, some sheet of the show.
Are you ready, Mr. Aquarius?
So then obviously it's multiplied. She has can't be categorized as
Take your time.
so it's like a gift.
Zoot, you asked 5 times. I don't know. What's the joke?
But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit, and if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for.
That's actually Zoot. Zoot, that's actually a hilarious joke. Zoot, did you get that from ChatGPT?
It's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers,
Where'd you get that joke? You didn't come up with that.
This home, this is talking about the Erech valuation. Right, we'll go ahead and consecrate this home. I'm not one of my base of issue. So just like your home, you own it. I hold issue. So to the owner, whether it's consecrated or whether it's for up.
You didn't come up with that joke.
So if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then
no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You did not come up with that joke.
Something that is yours. Which means in the realm of personal.
I did.
You did not.
Oh, shit.
You did not.
Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring
Yes.
ourselves against that.
You're full of it.
And that's not necessarily the thing. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who
Alright, about to go
a
upstairs.
lot of times
If I go to Google right now and I type in blind seahorse,
don't measure up. But who says you
and
measure up to
it's
someone
no.
else? You don't know what this person's cooking. The Rebbe only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to concentrate, or you only can concentrate that which you own. You can't concentrate something that doesn't belong to you. So often in life we forget that Rebbe only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect to do what someone else can do. He doesn't expect to do someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. Honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personal holiness. Be makdish that belongs to you. And HaKadosh asks of us spiritual things in our power within our spiritual lives. Incredible. So what's the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so he gives this to the zone. The sheep are keep the sheep with you, scheduled for me tomorrow. Just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep, let's say something up, you need the sheep. I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting. That's fine. So the Gemara says, so everyone says that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally that's interesting. We're doing this because you're going to remember this all happened with the Rabbi.
So what are you saying?
The idea that's here is that
something
can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitz, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon zone or by the Harlot payment case. That just gets a little bit into this.
Oh, right.
So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Zoma the sheep on
Mr. Aquarius, you're on fire.
Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not consecrated. She didn't offer up to the but she's not.
I'm trying.
So what's the status of the animal? Mami. Kivan da Amar Amira Solidabov in Solahadyo. Kiman Dakri Basitami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say again that the act of going ahead and knock the shit verbally is the equivalent of offering.
I'm trying.
Offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the what happens if she's makdish? Again, because I must say, you know what the shayla is? In the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's go.
Oh,
it's
what
go,
a spare.
Right?
She puts
here on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the dia.
No coming back when you play like that. That was beautiful.
Now the shayla is does it or not? Merciful shall be Rabbi Eliezer. You can answer Rabbi Eliezer. Someone say, going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf.
Yes.
Right?
It's his birthday
So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esna Zona, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the deal occurred. Dafka hit Rivasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer existing. Right. So low. From the Belazar statement, it would appear that if she was not the animal was still in existence.
Exactly a week.
Perhaps the animal would now be yeah. The Belazar will fail to be quiet. The truth is, this Shayla is Mamish Shayla Belazar himself. So the Gemara says, Mifsha Pshita Eliezer that Kibasa Davka Bishas Low the Isib Shasbia. What? Belazar said that the only time we see from an Esna is when the animal offered a couple for the Bia.
Yeah,
right. Good win. But perhaps where she was just Matish, the animal still in the time of the Bia, in which case Halacha Lamaisa has Lanzona. All Dilma, Ikri So Pshita lay the Kushas of Saka. Maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer exists at the time of the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as it created it. We're not sure. To which the Gemara says, take it. So meaning
yes, sir.
What comes out in this case over here is
the basketball game now.
Lesson number one. We're not finished.
It was amazing.
We do understand this. For something to be categorized as a harvest game.
Oh, I wasn't watching it that closely.
Which means if that order is not followed either, and delayed Bia,
no, I had people in here.
Ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Esna zone.
Are you excited for football this weekend?
Now.
Yeah, that's so exciting.
Assuming she has a right in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up and puts a bona fide carbon. If she's not vicious, consequences. So the animal is still in existence.
Bills played.
Animal. That's the
there you go. The Bills played the Denver.
The second case over here was, let's see, has relations with words. He pays her.
And Houston plays. Houston plays.
Or medium.
Who's Houston plays?
I don't understand this. Gemara says, or medium.
Houston plays somebody. And
Bryce says if
the NFC, it's the Bears playing
3 years like some people pay all the bills like Bryce 3 years later, it's still called the Harlot and it's still the Usher.
What happened, Mr. Aquarius?
So mostly that conscious was just important. The price that we paid before last time phasing the
there we go.
He said that if there's relations and then payment, that's an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says relations
right.
it was 3 years later.
Yes, ma'am. Get it.
Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case where he says, have relations with me for this, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. How come the Yohev lo have Estan ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy.
How your Celtics doing?
So, right? So now, moving goes over he says, have relations to Zona. He says, for this. Now, yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years.
Oh, either tomorrow or the next day.
It has the status of payment because this transaction. Just because
Oh, I am very tired. I was up really early.
Because what has to happen is Mishichal. Shamlo tell us right? Remember,
I am.
animals
Because I'm about to go to bed.
Mr. Brandon.
Okay. Yeah. It's actually interesting.
It is earlier for me, but I was up at like 1 o'clock in the morning or so. Very early.
Yeah, I do. Is that when I got up?
Yes, ma'am. 100%. Very.
Gotta get your
You win. I win. I win. You win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Let's go.
Yes, ma'am. God willing, I'll do my best.
It's already in a process.
Sweet dreams, once Aquarius. Sweet dreams.
Because she's acquired the sheep even before if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. The shaki in the hand of the apotiki. Very now here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rothschild and he says, listen, we're gonna here this sheep is an apotiki. I'm not gonna work down to her. Then it says to her, I'm gonna pay you 4 relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, and he says to her, if I pay you the next 30 days, good. If not, and if not, back made the S take this sheep, ultimately again as the Halitah. Fine. Massive again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this process. Let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way Amia operates, even workers are non-Jews or they're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. Right? So what's the halal? Okay, so actually we focus. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay. You do that. Then you're going to supplement wages, whatever it is. He's getting to here, right? Here's money. Go drink. Right? What's the fire sale happening in the hentai? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's or maybe ultimately again, or my sushi, who doesn't have to do this? Why does he have to do this? Because the sense is giving them the money. He's saying, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not here. Whatever they do, Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi's Iser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one. The last of the one was the heart was something we don't, you think it's not the one who is giving them. It's covered here. This is for your food. This is for your what you choose to do with that afterwards. Essentially, is not unreal. It's not unreal. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now. Contracts are the foundation. Some no, they second line. On the lot, like said to them, sue the free. Values Korea. Sue Bani Korea. He said first, like drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Oh, she is in the shriven. Then you have the problem. Then you have a problem. Now, why is that? If you actually don't know have ihu lokiach ha'isru ma'achilo, the hashtal source national issue because he's in the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited. See the difference? It just says, here's $100 for your food and drink. Whatever they buy, that if he says, go drink, I'll pick up tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is, he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for Allah. And what do you see? So the we're now going ahead and circling back to Rabbi. Right? We're going back ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? Went ahead and they borrowed Shiva and they repaid for with 8 years. Said not a probably was no transaction immediately. So I said, what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece of Amo, Kapara, the Mr. Kapara, so what do you see here? That we're moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. Even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place. A lot of so this transaction is and he is considered to be paying for these change for this problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, so here by Rabbi here, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately same thing? Which we must take them out stuff, they're handing them a tablet. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, like where he's going ahead and telling the work. Then we'll go drink, I'll pick up the tab, thinking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally spends credit to the haven, the Arfilak, which they plainly do ultimately because the shopkeeper normally spends moving ultimately transactional media. That's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money usually. Look at that. Funny to do that, that's actually right to the left. Kind of the shopkeeper knows that they can he regularly extends credit. Shekharikero, 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 so that's it. This is transaction media. Ruben is not just saying standing where you want and buy food, buy. He's saying, Tezra, go to the shopkeeper tab. This is a shopkeeper normally extends credit to pay, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. And Ruben's going to immediately pay for this. Those are only things that doesn't apply in case of this wasn't like that situation. Therefore, he's just finding out that translation in my people. Again, using that we're to send that as well. Same case. Go you can go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending for shopkeepers who normally send it. And it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, he hashi, at the time the case, then the seconds are differently. Making the first case of the case where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat your drinks, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? You must have background we're in. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The company, I'm not when is prohibited for Reuben to say to his workers, go out, indulge in drink, and I'll pick up. That's only with the shadow who extends credit to Reuben. Because this transaction immediacy, and it's as if again this company already has the money items about Shema people, but shopkeeper would not extend it. Therefore, that lacks fractional immediacy, and that should be caught. In other words, benefit the price to go ahead and make two pieces. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the pursuer not obligated to defend him? Monopony, these will come the first say love. What happens? Right? Ruben goes, right, I go with you. See me a favor. Let me, right, give him money to Shimon, give us the Shimon, and all of my property will become under to you. What's that? I mean, you know, it's ultimately it becomes encumbered as a guarantee toward the mercy. So, now again, let's even assume that even if I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from that? When you ask someone to go out and do something to someone, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed. Seems like he found a band of things like how to make the shot. Seems to look like there's levels of that. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends or doesn't extend credit doesn't make a difference. You must look at it. Shabbat life, Yachid Shibude Lo Yis. And what's the difference? Look at that. Rashi says, even though Yachid Shibude Rashi, wide Rashi about. They're not Shibude. So when you say Lo Yachid Mo'os, love Khalifa Nehu belongs. Since Reuben did go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out. Go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right? Or no specific money has been set aside for that. Therefore, again, that's the last threshold of immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, should be much. Should be much. So, you feel that most the task last Alikanimu, it's, sorry, Gemara says, hello, so that's the case ultimately again. So when we show trees, so the Gemara says, ultimately again, we said ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? My frustration, we should yes, what do you have to be concerned about the lines that perhaps again she versus ultimately again, same thing. Because no particular money is designated or advanced does not create transaction release. I wonder what shop would be like in war, like the tough guy makes himself out to be. It's like fuck their comment they're getting around hard. I think maybe help us out. When you start the battle, like fighting. This changes everything. So we are ultimately again when Bryce says that Reuben says to his workers, go to the country, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on you.
I'm not sure he has.
He's already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. It makes sense because now that it's paid for, ultimately again,
I'm not saying I would either.
it's literally like he's supplying them.
I don't think that child's taking a risk.
I know. On these sort of schmight, they come in absolutely not. So again, all of this, same transaction that's happening. I'm sorry. I'm missing the schmight. Absolutely not. So kind of I said this over from the bit of marriage. And what happened? Amalei, Ihashi, and this group, Susha Subani Korea, that's the case. The crisis shouldn't be that even says to his workers, I will pay. I will pay makes it sound like he hasn't. Rather, what should it say? Therefore, it should say, go and drink, go out to eat, and then settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately. Because again, we're saying so here every day. Saying, let's go $100, how much should we consume? You know, you're right. You're right. That halacha system is so please remember there are two cases. Case number one is a little bit that case is like what I'm understanding now is that allowing self moving prepaid went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. They said my workers going to let them buy, let them eat. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the concern. They have access to the way that price should read is within 60 workers. So go out and drink, but I need machash. I will settle up ultimately again with the shop afterwards. That's what it was. Again, let's start today. Every
is insanely good. It's so good. Retired from. I'm laughing at what you said, but not ready. Retired from Little League Baseball, never performed in the mushroom thing. Nice boxer. Coffee maker.
Thanking all of our answers for this morning share. Thank our annual comes from the sponsor. We're dedicating the drushes this as a supposed for the Soros Tobos for all of us. Account co-sponsors for the month of Av. Habarian will tell us Stephen Young Jason Channel of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Irene Roses White, and Skin Roses White is the drop on. Sponsors Dr. Edmund Winship of the Yard Site of his father Cyrus Wolf Shalom Steve Hirsch, and that family memory of his father. Covered Mordechai from the radio of Nasa to always we dedicate our learning in the Switzerland to welcome after something home Shalom and Carl and success all of us. Also with that, we're excited about that today. Today's daf is Sunday, 60. On South is 62b. Today, Rabbi is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. Today, Rabbi yes, she is Rabbi, who partly with the Shias. So very interesting things. The members of the Council of Rabbi would do as follows. They would borrow sheets of produce from the poor and then read them with 8-year produce. Mentioning the quote on the following year. So if you look at she actually says something. Yasu Perishi is called in this manner. So obviously, again, without getting into all the sheets that carries over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend, or not commerce, but lend a borrow sheets of produce while it's still readily available. So that's once it's no longer readily available. Feel you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is so we borrow sheet of produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. So part of the Shemitah is the awfully Aniyim is after that year of the Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yisrael repaid the Aniyim ultimately with which means so they came and they said, so people mention this practice. There's something about it, obviously, that bothers people to some degree. So they say something to the opener, I'm literally, the opener said, yo, you seen often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next, they're also like, interestingly enough, looking at she's not also looking at do a couple of actions. You also see nothing here, so the opener said, there's members of the house, not as totally fine. Rashi says, the chicken that he shaped up, no, probably turn up the end. Lo, it's used to turn the honey, love how we can move, lo, highly produce a shit as a super gas. We saw this is that sometimes for example, some of here is this looks like one of the transactions which meet the focus, that even the 8th year focus should also have achieved percentage of the focus. But the only said it's not really a problem, right? Because there's not a recipe. There's not immediacy, right? I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken and achieved, and only being quote unquote paid during the 8th, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with sheep produce, and therefore no sheep prohibition also on this guy's face with that's the ideal. Therefore, again, I walk by myself, and therefore, again, should this simply will not follow on the This is very interesting. This is the S-line. Would come up with S-line and he gives her services, right? Right? Even if he's object, that object is called S-line.
I was thinking about Bird is like, you just gotta take a shot everywhere, right? There's places that you would like if you met the Queen of England.
Christ says, no son level of Allah. Let's say Ruben goes to the home. Like Ruben goes home and ultimately gives her this, and he gives her right, but he doesn't have relations with her. Or so on the happen on no son or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? That's none of for Hamlet's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrifice.
Alright, so this is posted by
Nothing of if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a Kohen wife sheep. Even though he didn't have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the students, first of all, we have relations with them. Ultimately, then, if you didn't say anything, you less a lot, my estimate, if you didn't pay anything, and what's the meaning of this thing is regressive? That's how nice that come up with the estimate. It's mutter, because it makes sense. To which the Gemara says, hello, that is what he does these videos. The African if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, what we're going to take is outside. When does something become an S-line when there's transactional immediacy? These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S-line. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S-line. So, and what is for us to do is that it's trying to use almost like, let's say, for some type of sacrificial activity. So watch this. So no someone, if you give it a sheep, what does it mean? Rashi says, he doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later now, how exactly go ahead
That's what I say when I finish
I
sex.
think more common sense. Days of today, it's just 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Baraka Kosova, Islam, O, O Bala, the Akakaknosova, or the Gentle Activist, Esnana, in both of these cases, ultimately again, the Esnana will be. However, Nasala, the Akakaknosova, therefore also, the worst thing is this that essentially, in order for someone to be categorized as an Esnana zone, there has to be transactional use. Once the transactional use, in other words, payment relations, then the man, the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now, remember, keep track of it. When they were DIY, they would follow sheep that comes from the
Tell your wife, we need to take a
ultimately again.
car shops out. He's like, dude, I'm all excited, like, oh, there's gonna be a TV in my car.
So we're going to say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional. So because of transactional, you that your quote is exchanged, right? Or as somehow like a quote ultimately again to 7 of those, shoot those, and after the 8 year quote remains totally fine. Right. Now the most test that case. Let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead, he's like, this or sheep, I'm just using the sheep. Right? Okay, your sheep. Right? And then let's say get your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest period, and therefore is not forbidden for consequences. Right? As a wax transaction, you must understand. If he bought when let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheep on translation of Wednesday. So why don't we say that's an evolution of our top of Lechol Allah is Sula Freya. Obviously, okay, I understand. This is the sheep can't be labeled as the name somewhere. When he does an evolution with Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as its payment should develop on the sheep retroactively. Therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an Eslan Sona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says the very interesting that what's the case, he should come up and make this up. No, it's very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen on Wednesday. We're saying evolution on Wednesday was actually the sheep should be categorized for harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered that carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harvest. Papayas don't know. You may say to yourself, come on, what a thing. That she's offering up carbonos. So far as the myth was many those are different that we all have inconsistencies. And we all need to compare contradictions on certain respects, unaccepted, and in certain respects,
either eating somebody or it was
don't do well, do poorly, or don't do at all, or
shout out to the guy that tried to spot me. I'm good, brother. It's like, no,
righteous.
you were not. Yeah. You're lucky that you were able to get it in the second
Areas
time.
and more it's not obviously right. The goal is to
Scary
have a
thing
certain
when
level
you
of
get in the
harmonious
bottom
spirituality and
whenever
righteousness in all areas of my life.
I had a spotter boy.
Sometimes they feel like yeah, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm giving this. That's better than doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. It is contradictory, but welcome to nature. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It's important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona She
I where's the poster? Yeah, Mr. Field.
they actually
He's the best of it.
pleasing the robot. Because at the end of the day, no one knows that struggle some other
It's had a fun life, right?
and when we still push
So,
forward to do good,
you
despite
have
all
like
the things that
a
are broken,
life and a
sometimes that's
chance.
the pinnacle
Yeah,
of the
this
covenant.
goes to
Yeah,
show
yeah,
that age is
so
more
the
than
Zona offered up the covenants, but when relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals already go. They already
as long
offered
as
it
you
up.
sit in the red chair
So
master.
he says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this.
Oh, wait, yeah.
If you don't, what's the
Read it
case?
twice this week.
Eat the armor lock,
This is amazing. Barn door kitchens.
These are the shield to land on today. This is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as
Right now.
right there. Some sheet of the shard. Right? The hot the shas, so then obviously, like, she has privacy. It can't be categorized as an Islam teacher because they didn't have a right. So essentially, she has every right to offer. However, if you look on the left in the abstract, it's very interesting. He cannot give her permission to acquire it as a gift, right? If he was not explicit, he can say to her, this is your animal as of now, as Tuesday, right? There's schedules on Wednesday. So what does it mean? There's his from today, get revelations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't follow to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, then he must be a part of it. Is based on published on that one. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about like will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the shoes, just like your home, not full of shoes. So to be only consecrate, whether it's consecrated for us, is something that it doesn't only if I'm just if I can shut up as a part of this, you know, the only match is something that's
Just let it go. Have you run into this
in the
person
realm
since?
of the realm of personal growth. Only asks of us what's the
You have to say stuff.
there's sometimes you need to
Yeah, that
measure
stuff
ourselves
gives it away.
it's not necessarily right thing to do, it's good role models.
Bird always has this
People
problem.
who inspired to be like
It's always like,
but a
they
lot of
talk shit
times
about
we
me
tend
and
to
all
compare
this and
ourselves
stuff.
to others
You're rich.
and tend to reflect it in
Why are you
you can trust. You don't know what those person's profiles are.
That's like, I mean, that's
Did he only show only
me and you are the people that should be having these small petty
which you own.
bird.
You only have to
Like, you're a
consecrate
rich guy
what
that
you
made
own
you
and
have
consecrate.
a family.
That which you own, you can't practice, and it doesn't. We so often like we forget that it's only expects of us. What
Be having your sure
he
you
doesn't
did say your
expect
wife
us to
sits
do
now.
it. He doesn't expect us to do it. But he does expect to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. Because we possess a lot more than honest. And then utilize those in pursuit of
funny that I know you're thinking is
being not creation that which belongs.
Well, he said he was a piece
And
of
I
shit.
think
Right?
it's
He's going,
only
I want to know what
asks
you're thinking.
to accomplish spiritual things that we have power. Alexander was the case. Alexander lost. The Habib Yabeh has shown us here. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So we don't give these children only the sheep out. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. Scheduled to be here tomorrow. Right? Just keep it with you tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for something, that's something from you need to whatever it is, Then the Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. Fine. So the Gemara says, okay, so there's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's thrown on the actual we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi Yanai with this Shemitah trend. The idea that's being happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited with the status when there's a level of transactional displays. See that by the Shemitah case, you see it by the Esmer cases. That where it just gets a little involved by the case. The variable, how much it does on that. So let's say Ruben gives Rothschild the sheet on Tuesday. He is scheduled for on Tuesday. She goes in and she's not she didn't offer that to her. So she's not pushing the money. Even the Amar, and the Russell with the both from Russell. Demand back the bus. Something heckish is the equivalent of offering, where it says that verbally do something to has this equivalent of giving it over the person. So therefore, do we say only again that the act of going ahead and demanding the equivalent is the equivalent of offering. Although my question we actually sit there now. In other words, bring it out is offering it up, but the act is going against God. The message ultimately again, it is still here, it's the present. So does the ability, what happens if she again, because I must say, you heard the Shiloh is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time that he occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Esmon Zona because it was no longer in existence. In this case over here on Tuesday, she's not Bishop. Wednesday, the Bia occurs, and ultimately because the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the Shiloh is that does the object become Esmon Zona or not? You must have the tip show me Rabbi Eliezer. You can answer Eliezer. So let's say going back to the down. Right, Rabbi Eliezer should come bus. So remember again, it's still the case of the Esmon, right? Is where she went ahead and she offered, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. That's what about the Shas. No, so the Lord is saying that the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia occurred, faithfully right. This Shiloh is Mamish Shiloh. So, you must not actually show where the Eliezer that Russell got about the Shas. No, the Isam Shashiyot. Because the Lord is saying the only time it doesn't become an Esmon is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, it's no longer here. But again, she was just not, she pacified. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia. In which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is categorized as an Esmon Zona. All Dilma, Shitale, Bishas on the South. I mean, maybe Dr. Nathan calling it. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Esmon Zona. But if you just concentrated it, you're not sure. Which the Gemara says take out. You're using sure. It's interesting here, I will say, what comes out in the video is, first of all, so important. Lesson number one. We're not finished. We do understand. Yeah, I think if I search for money, I think topography, everything is sick in my culture, like what we're doing. If that order is not followed either, payment and delay via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be a testimony. So, if you get positive animal with payment, now, the deal doesn't occur until later on. As soon as she writes in that animal there, she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bona fide target. She's not discrepancy. So it's still in existence at the time of the deal. Next day, what's the animal? That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, let's have someone else knows. So he looks like the second day, so he goes, let's say he has a relationship with her. Afterwards, he pays her. Contract plus a law. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When you see it's mutter, it's for consecration sacrificial purposes. Gemara says, for me, Ba'ala, the Akakatmas, that's right. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the also. Here, the Gemara says, the relationship is for 3 years later. Ultimately, the successor. And I'm not this little passion.
It's like, are you really going to say that when you pay your ass?
It tells us, but the other one is
Like a situation where he doesn't have his mouth.
ultimately, again, one case relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies have relations with me for a sheep. It tells us that. So ultimately, again, nurses when he identifies sheep, it's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transaction. Alright, so let's analyze it. What's that? So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We can go look it up. He says, have relations with He says, have relations with this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 2 years. 3 years. It has satisfied because there's transactional needs. He identifies the sheep, doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? You might say, sheep out. So I'm going to tell them that I've been listening to sheep out. Right? Remember, livestock animals require the sheep. Require the possession. Okay. So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the beginning of the sheep was only by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they need the sheep for 12 parts. So sometimes it's not like other possibilities. The also Israelis, the also by the Jewish heart. If you don't, they call you the Hasid. Oh, interesting enough, sheep standing in the Hasid. Is again, ultimately, the sausage requires the person. Either play the Hasid or the African Masala. If it's in a Hasid, then she requires it. Mars get with her. And then ultimately, again, then he gives it. Turning the Hasid, sure, why? What are we talking about? In other words, she acquired it before abuse. So this is actually his like comparative negative case of acquired the sheep. If the sheep is standing in the which the Gemara Lotzitva is shocking and Eliyahu. Very interesting. Here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel and here's this sheep. Remember, what does that say? Essentially, that I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she really acquired the sheep initially. She acquired the sheep and there is non. The Amarla, my sinner lech, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, take this sheep ultimately again as a party. Price. Massive reputation. Again, it's interesting. All of this is a matter of the essence of watch. Let's say again, let's say even boys, donkey drivers and workers, they send out each pain. Now ultimately again. Now Rashi points out here, Rashi also cover more Amiyahar. These workers are not Jews or they're Amiyahar. They just unlearned Jews. Without unlearned Jews, they're slaves. And he says to them, what's the halacha? The aim of Oshim for this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, you use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either payments or second wages, whatever it is. He's giving here, right here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So listen, now the inofficial to do this. Inofficial doesn't have to be worried. Some people are 60 degrees. What's the concern? The Gemara says that he's giving them money on their part. Right? Or maybe again, or my sushi he doesn't have to do this. Why doesn't have to do this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, because essentially it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one of the long ones, not Rashi. So you do, I'm a pretty like, we don't use, Ruben is not the one giving it. He's giving it. It's got this is what they choose to do afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. Not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now that's how we follow it. Some of your 63 says that. Su be'ichlu korea, su shtubani korea. And he says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and drink and I'll pay. Oh, now the problem. Then we have the problem. Now why is that? Look at Rashi. Habi lokia ha'isyu kilo, the hashram snatching had the issue of the trigger because he's being there. Now it looks like he's purchasing and buying these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because he is purchasing and buying these potentially prohibited foods for his workers. Almost, I wasn't really seeing there, she part of the make it so I get it. So what you see there is like, hello, for my son. Now, we're now going ahead and circling back to the case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Yana case of Monday. Yana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they before with Europe. So what I said, not a problem has no transaction. So listen, what do you see? What do you see from this last case? Almost, part of the maybe so what is sitting there that when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. Even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place. It's transactional use, and he is considered to be paying for these Shmita produce, shady produce. It's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, all I mean, so to hear about it, and when they repay here, ultimately, again, isn't that okay for Shmita? This though, they can't be in this case, it's different from moving case. Like he's going to say, the workers, go eat, go drink, pick up this. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shop who normally extends the Orthodox say ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately this transaction that's happening on baseball. Literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Right across the left. Company stuff like that. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get money. So he regularly extends credit. Take your vote. שכמוכם שיש לו so we'll say, so that's it. This transaction means Ruben's not just saying scam going where you can, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if it's already paid, and therefore there is actually immediate now she says over here, no anything you do. Therefore, specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or whatever it was. And Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. Those are how we do it. Even the Hanafani, we'll see maybe large, but again, that's how I can consider it. It wasn't like a credit. Therefore, that case is certainly not transaction. Some case, those who go to the tab, and now he's not sending to a ship who normally extends credit. Then it sounds like what? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, but it's more healthy. If that's the case, then second rights are different. Instead of making the first case of myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should these two cases be? Because the bedtime we're in, when is this so ultimately, I guess, prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to go out and go eat it and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to me. As if, again, the Chenbeni already has the money for prohibited items. Therefore, that lacks transaction and that case should fall. In other words, better, right? To go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one factor and to highlight two dramatic cases. The old and the same people leave on the shop. What is that true? Cheers, the shopkeeper is the purchaser not still obligated. Homer the Cabeda. Person says to his friend, "Hey, Monopoli, the come up." It's right, Ruben go to so Ruben, give me a favor, lend, right, give him money to ship, and all my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? It's ultimately, again, my property becomes I guarantor, the mercy so what do you see here? Now again, let's even assume that I have no previous relation. What do you see here? You ask someone to go and give something to someone, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed. Ever go to UFC fights anymore? Actually, cease to look for right there. On the other, Losh no Akiva, Losh no right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit, if it doesn't extend credit, you must listen to I forgot the Shabbat, even the Lord Yahu Day, low this. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actually set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go and drink. Cease no find another right or no place. You set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transaction because it does ultimately again. It should be mutter. It should be mutter. So yichil and most the car love ali the low mitzvah. Oh, sorry. Gemara says Elahafa on my sheesh. So that's ultimately again. So when we so that we should yes. So Gemara says so ultimately again we said says ultimately again concerned about my sheesh. We should yes. We have to be concerned about over here. That perhaps again again the same thing. Because no particular money is over here is where the bank is the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at that. She low, Alabai, company, told them to shut off and so the husband that Alabai is costly. This changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately again, the advice says that if Uber says to his workers, go to the family, shopkeeper, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is you already move and give money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, it's paid for already. Ultimately, again, it's big. It's literally like he's supplying them. So again, all of this, like that's I'm gonna pop up, don't share, I'm sorry, I'm gonna kind of. I'm used to the schmeiting coming to us. So kind of said, I said this over, I'm trying to rub I'm ready. Go out and drink. I will pay this. He hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Just say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shop. Because again, we're saying out of case of years of doing prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. That's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which means, oh, you're right. Right. Tony, I'm like, Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of ways is you're like, change the license, read the license.
I don't know, he's
a lot of Google says so please remember, essentially, there's two cases in price. Number one is your root gives his representative. Go out and eat, but you drink. In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not self-esteem whatsoever. Is that I walked on myself moving prepaid with him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my work is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the US, that's the problem. You have to be concerned if you have access now to the and it's moving is going ahead and this should be this freedom says to his workers, so go out and drink, but I need a caution. I will settle up ultimately again. That's what it was like. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. What a guy.
Well, let's talk about the box. Before we can get to the box, I had a camping trip that I planned. It was one of the best things in Texas.
Good morning. It is a great to be able to learn. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Torah sponsor, Tulsa Mishpacha Bar Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shimon Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Tovos for all of Israel. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abanim Rotova, Stephen Randy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Edina Drazen, Eileen Rosen's wife, and Stanley Rosen's wife, the early sponsors. Dr. Eddie J. Wolf, donation of the yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Simon Shalom Ben C. Hirsch, and Newton, and Tyler Lemmy of your father, Ben Father, Baruch Mordechai from Moreno. Always we dedicate our special Shalom Karach, America, and give them success. Exciting about ahead of us today. That is Son of Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Son of Gimel 62b, the day item, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12. So verses as well. Today that we actually is not which probably the is very interesting. The members of the household of the they will borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with their produce, not Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says that it's very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called Ismail. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but the halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people outside of the eye would borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and bring the Shemitah here. Rashi goes on, part of the Shemitah, Shtafach the offer and the Shemitah after that year, you pay the Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of the house will repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. Also, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice very often. There was something about it basically that bothered people to some degree. So they said things very often. I'm a little often said, yeah, listen up is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Let done never. And interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also have do a couple of Rashis. You also know the beautiful said the members of the house of the Yanis are passing totally fine. Rashi says to keep the shayta lo habu hana lo if you say la chalitha minu lo chalitha kedusha shviyas. We saw yesterday's that open issue of potential commerce with forbidden. So sometimes that forbidden so, for example, the concern over here is if this is that even the 8-year program we have essentially prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy. I should say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being put in on Shemitah and only being put up for 3 during the 8, because there's no immediate recipe, therefore this does not reflect you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon getting your produce. That's the idea here. There are a lot of myself, and therefore Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the equipment. This is the very thing. The S-non and interestingly enough, we come up with S-non zing. S-non zing is a lot of the person goes to a zone, and he gives her something for her service. Right? Obviously, he pays the money, but even if he doesn't subject, that aspect is called an S-non, the payment for a holiday, and cannot be used for any type of, listen to this, Cassandra, you must find these back. Rice says, let's say Ruben goes to Ruffles is home. Right, Ruben goes to Ruffle, and again, he gives her, and he gives her, right, but he doesn't have to give her. Or, on the Hakalon, or he has issues where he doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. For her, it's payment, ultimately, is mutter to sacrifice. It doesn't make sense. Nothing of the he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep. And he didn't have relations with her, and of course it's tremendous for a one wife, she can even though Allah lamb of Allah to be young. He didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, but ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the says, furthermore, the second case, but Allah, you have relations with her, you didn't pay her anything. No younger lost no meaning. Ultimately, the inventor, if he didn't pay her anything, even though Allah my estimate looked at it. If he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the Rice that says that Allah the estimate is looked at? He must Allah, help me to God, this is what he needs to say.
He seems like
No
he's
Allah,
like, and I feel like he's just
if
maybe
he gave her, let's say,
the thing that kids watch
and
me,
only
like
afterwards. In other words,
he's just
let me tell you this piece outside. This is what
using his kids as bored.
there's something you come
And when it's the TikTok episode,
when there's transactional immunity. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, that's what it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immunity, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate.
the show would not be
What
worth
that means
watching.
practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. When Allah covered, no summer, he gave her the sheep, Arakat Ba'ala. No, we mean Arakat Ba'ala. She says, Achshav, Ella,
That's so funny. He's
La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her. Grab her again sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly what? Today and have relations with her 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But not her trust. That's not oh, or for that matter, you have relations with her, and then you afterwards pays her. That's none of them. In both of these cases, ultimately, however, not the other contract. Therefore, let's say here's this that essentially, in order for something to be once he's a national use, in other words, payment relations, then the payment has the status ultimately identified. Remember, because of the Rothschild, they would buy trades. It ultimately again because they felt I don't know no, it's right? Same idea. There's no transaction. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange. Or as some sort of payment ultimately again for the 7-year produce, 2-year produce, and then for the 8-year produce remains fine. The Gemara questions a little bit this Eslam. We also want the so again, let's go for this, right? Let us ahead any case. Hey, we're going to use the heart. These are using the sheet. And then let's say get your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, yesterday. So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep does not have the status of its payment, and therefore is not fitting for constituting temperament. Right? Because a wax transaction is I don't understand. When he does have it, let's say on Wednesday, right? To give the sheep on Wednesday. So why would we say that when Rishon is on top of something, most called Allah is certain obviously, when he gives it the sheep, can't be labeled as estimated. Because I know there are options. He has so many options. And when he does have a relationship on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a payment should revolve upon the sheep retroactively. Rabbi said, he's saying, no, what's the case? He should come like a hippie bus. Because it's not until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, they're not by the carbon on Tuesday. Shabbat on Tuesday. Papayas harvest, papayas zone. I will say, you might see it yourself. What a favorite. She's a zona, which is nothing of Pavanos. So it's important to meant to be honest. So it's important to understand we all have different consistencies. We all live in inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, on the side, and in certain respects, and there are things in my life that are well.
So you could have anyone as a guest on Friday or the Kid. Who would it be?
Good question.
The things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't offer Hashem don't take away from the things that I do.
Yeah, very funny to have a
Yiddishkeit is not all enough. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, I have the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteous moral areas that most of us
That's a good point. I like this, Brendan. That's it. Every once in a while, it's like, and he's like,
I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Stuff I'm
mental
doing
clarity
this.
and Brendan's
But I'm doing this. Right. It is
all this
contradictory, but while contradictory,
maybe a good guess.
we all have contradictions, such the nature of life. And it's important for us to understand ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, she also brings happiness. I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reacting for pleasing Allah. Because at the end of those are inner contradictions and struggles. And we still push forward to do good. Despite the things that are broken. So it's a pinnacle. Anyway, so the Zona offered up the cover to talk to the time relations occurred on Wednesday. The animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you realize, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. If you tell me what's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and it says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then, halacha so she did the shra, right? The rest of obviously it's not right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esrog on Tuesday because they didn't have it. Right? So essentially, gave her a gift, and she has every right to offer it up. However, the little from the in the access It's very interesting. But if he did not give something to acquire it, and if he was not experienced, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as a Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say? He gives it to her. He's on Tuesday. Yeah, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire, it's not hers. It's hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a the ish kiyaki is says if a person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about valuation. So go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my base of the shoe, so just like your home, you own it. I call the shoe, so the only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate, whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I can chop it up as a part. You know, the only thing not is something that is yours. It's almost personal growth. There's something unique in the state of measuring ourselves. Right? It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and end up feeling when we don't measure up. But who says you measure up to someone else? You don't know what's football side, right? The Ribbonish only asks you to be makdish that which you consecrate, or you only consecrate that which you own that doesn't belong to you. So often in life we forget only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't give me someone else's accomplishment. What he does expect me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Honest about what I possess because we possess a lot more honest. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalism. And I think probably only asks on how within our spiritual tools. It's incredible. I trust you. So he says to her, she comes to me, and he says, okay, keep the shit you, the schedule for me tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you roughly, but if you need shoot for some reason, let's say something comes up, better than you card money, or whatever it is, then Gemara says, Cognac shop, then it's give you the right to acquire that. So again, what's the idea? Why besides the fact that it's thrown up we're doing this because you gotta remember what happened with the Rabbi with this food that it's nothing that we hear is really sky videos and nothing else. So now we see that by the Shemitah case. We see it by the Esmon zone of everyone just gets a little bit of hard. So by the way, I'm not going to shut someone. So let's say same thing. Ruben gives Ruben's zone the sheep on Tuesday. Via Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not. She comes she being offered up as a partner. And she's not. So what's the status now of your mom? Even though I'm married, Russell is a boss. Russell man actually busted them. So you say that essentially making something hectic is the equivalent of offering it up. Whereas literally the says that verbally pledging something to hectic is the equivalent of giving over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and not the shit verbal is the equivalent of offering although my question not quite easy to whereas offering it up is offered up, but the match is gone, the animal is gone. The match ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability, what happens if she is not wishes? Because I must say, where the shine is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone. Right? So it can't be something that's the zone now. Because it was no longer in existence. In this case over here,
It's
and
like
Tuesday
always
she's
being
not
in it
fishing.
out there.
Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately so the kind of the
No one's gonna buy it.
object is still here. So now the shadow is, does the object
How are you
become
gonna
an
fucking
insult
What are you gonna
or
give your
not?
dog away?
So the tip shot is Rabbi Eliezer.
It's a shock. So
Because Rabbi Eliezer, so let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top or down. Like Rabbi Eliezer, Shekabla Behikri Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esther, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. That Vasa. So that because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About it. So low, but from the Eliezer statement to the that if she was not fishing, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslanzona. Much says no. The Eliezer fake. The truth is, this Shiloh, Shiloh Eliezer himself. And the Mercy is mine. Mifshat Shikir Rabbi Eliezer, that he was of Dafka Bakisha, Isib Shasbira. Because Rabbi Eliezer is saying the only time it doesn't need an essence is an animal will start up before the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just not she consecrated, the animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in this halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Islam zona. Ultimately, if he was of Shita, maybe obviously she offered nothing. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an zona, but I think she just consecrated it in that show, which the Americans take it. We're reading that show. So interesting, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, we're not finished with this. What we're doing is that in order for something to be categorized as a harvest thing, there must be transaction. Which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delay via, or via and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered to be an estimate. So if he deposited in the payment, now, in the via doesn't return for later on, assuming she writes in that animal, therefore she offers it up, it's a bona fide cargo. If she's not fishing, so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're making this like the second disorder was, let's say he has a relationship with her, and then afterwards he pays so again, the payment is what it means to marry the kasha. I don't understand this. You might as well mean this. The attack even Ashalo Shonen as not us. No, the reverse, right? He says if they don't have relations with the son, and then he pays 3 years late. 3 years people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still be awesome, and I'm not pissed off. No kasha. So listen, that kasha is just important. The rice that we quoted before, that's 62% that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, there's no transaction. Here the Gemara says that there's relations and implications. Ultimately, this is also on the left of each touch on the left of kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Ba'ali Had the Amar is Ba'ali So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we talk case with another case where it says relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, the Talazah, Talazah is lost have the explanation. Ultimately, again, the verse is when he identifies the sheep, it's a there's transaction or immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. Tell us that my hobby, I don't know. So let's analyze. Right? So now giving the ability he says, have relationships with Zona. He says, have relationships with this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a hobby statement. Just because you identify the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? You might say, you should follow. I'm going to tell us I'm not having the customer sheep. Right? Remember, livestock animals are part of private possession, which you can actually zone out on. Okay, apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the sheep was only by two. So apparently, again, by non-Jew, you don't move the sheep into the cross. But someone who's not keep going, that's it. If you want the sheep instead of Colorado, in each case, again, ultimately, either play the Hatzera or the Africa muscle now. With those pants, if it's in our cluster, in our issue price, and then ultimately, again, everything does make you required, and that's fine. In other words, she acquired it before. It's actually this like your kind of united. She's acquired the sheep from before you know, if the sheep is standing in the cluster. There's the most well, shocking and handy out. Very interesting. Not the case. So when it comes to that, have cauliflower ears and sheep is not for yeah, and you're also not I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for relations. Right? If I pay you money, you took this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event there is non-payment. The Amar Imasina left using the primary one. He says, if I pay you, let's say, the next 30 days, good. You not, and if not, shockingly bad. Take this sheep and open it up all the fine. Nothing else. Association said that it's supposed to listen to again, it's interesting. All of this really come out. I'm going to also let them off or call. Let's say again. Let's say moving taxi drivers and workers. Turn out he's paying. Now, right ultimately again, he's paying them. Now, actually, goes out that here. Actually, this will probably go on their heart. These workers are not on their heart. They just unwilling juice. And he said, right? So what's the halacha? In a association. Okay, so that's the program. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying, right? And essentially, those money to go into yourself food and drink. Okay, you do that. Supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's saying, right, here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So listen, now the advice is, the inner association is either. Inner association, she doesn't have to be worried. So if you want to 63 Romy should be a Romy Shema, and here's what's interesting about this, right? What's the concern? Right? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Because it's not on their part, it's just to be concerned with maybe Apple is going to go like this, or maybe ultimately again, the Haaretz is going to buy Shita produce, or nicer shitty produce, he does have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and saying, Trevor, do what you want. Do what you want. If he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, it's the one we should nicer, right? If you look at Rashi, the last one, the last of the long ones of Rashi. The Ha'ilu, the Safilu, the Alapiti, we don't view, Ruvain is not going to give them anything private. Ruvain is giving them money. It's Chadra, this is free, this is free. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contracts are on Ruvain. No, they 63, these second lines are like, Su ve'echlu bani korea, su shubani korea. He says into the verse, like taxi drivers, go and drink it. Okay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. We have a problem. Now why is that? Look at Rashi. Bani korea. Habi'ihu lokeach ha'isyu ma'kilu. The Hashtal was solid national. The issue is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these items for his references. If Ruben does, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go stuff the tab, then obviously again, that is problem is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. That wasn't it. Keep component is so you see what for the mice are not going to go so now turning the head and swing back to the other piece. But if going back now ultimately again is remember what do they do? They went ahead and they borrowed through the produce and they paid before Europe. Was that not a problem with no transfer immediacy? So what do you see now? What do you see from last piece over there? I'm all people of the Middle East are so it's that the thing pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the transaction already took place, I love what I said. It's transaction. See, and he is considered to be paying for he's the exchange code to see. I mean, so to be there, the other line, maybe here, ultimately, again, isn't that ultimately exchange produce? Same thing. Which is nothing. There's a lot of this stuff. And then I'm a people who started. No. Right? He's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food. The shopkeeper who normally sends money even the Archila kindly do ultimately one of the extends credit to Ruben. Ultimately there is transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Kindly do it. Actually, right across the left. The shopkeeper knows it. Chicago. Take care of Chicago. So what's that? That's it. This transaction is not just saying stand where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who's normally extends credit to Ruth. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening there. Rashi says over here, no, tell me if you know, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The keeper is going to give, it's going to give the donkey driver
Let's see here.
לא תחליט, אבל ילדינו, כיוון דהנה חנימי, ומוסים בקריב. But again, that doesn't apply. Credit situation. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacks transactional needs. Again, using that if we were to send out a same case, go drink tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper normally credit. And it sounds like what's actually okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. I've determined to if you're the dinner jab, who should sue the dinner jab. If that's the case, then sacrifice the ops differently. Instead of making the first case the case of where Ruben says, here's $100 drink, make it two different things. What should we do this? We must better. When is this so ultimately against prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his what is go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy. And it's as if, again, the family already has the right to the items. How about people? But shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and send a two cases saying one detail difference. And to highlight two dramatic cases. The old company shit in my field, we don't stop it. Or is that true? Which the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit. Is the obligated to Homer the person says to his friend, take one of the pony, leave you from the same block. So when it's right, Ruben goes, I go with you, say Ruben, do me a favor. Right, give them money to ship. And over my property will be good to you. What's that for? Tell me, ultimately, again, my property will come over as a guarantor. So I say, what is it? Now, I have no previous relationship. What is this for? When you ask someone to want to do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're the right. At the end of the day, the shopkeeper extends credit who doesn't receive negative. You must Rosh Hashanah, even the low Yachid Shibude low Love Khalifa since you do not go ahead, right? Telling his workers, go out, go eat, and then I'll pick up the tab. Since he knows to find the amount of money, right? And no specific ones, and aside from that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So, when you feel that most of the Love Khalifa Ninu and Mitzvah. Oh, sorry. That's halacha on my constitution. So that is ultimately again. So when you do this, you have no shvius. So So ultimately, it says ultimately, again, what do I have to do? My yes. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps, again, ultimately, again, same thing. Money is what is over here is where the Malachi is advanced. Okay, so this is the family. Told them Shishala, the Hashtam, the bias of the circle. Means everything. So here, ultimately, again, Bryce says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shop, eat or drink, whatever you want, because you already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. That makes sense, because now that it's paid for, they take limited things, it's literally supplying them with limited items. I'm not going to. I'm used to the they come out says as follows. So our parents, so again, all of this is all under the same round of transactional needs. That's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm going to pop up. I'm sorry, I'm going to pop up. I'm just going to say this absolutely now. I said this one word. The function of the bit of what I'm going to lay. I did so even if you see by his way affects things, the vice shouldn't be says to his workers, go out and drink and you will pay. I will fix it sound like he hasn't paid. I should say, you should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying on the case of yours, but we didn't speak up. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. The question is saying, yeah, I left you in the scene. I'm going to be right. So you're right. Sonny, I'm sorry. I'm going to ultimately, again, so you're right. Change the license to the following way. Allah says, even says they were kids, remember, certainly there to the advice. Case number one is where Reuben uses $100. So seven black Levites is bring down on you. That case, whatever they do,
they all know that it's good. They
don't know why, but they know that
everything that Malik has said, I'm going to make sure we catch this next time.
and then I will settle up everyone.
Actually, stand-up comedian. So what we'll do is we will be on the podcast and talk, and then we'll go to British shows. And I was a host. Every black guy was in British shows.
It is a great satisfaction to be able to talk with you, beginning by all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual Talmud Torah Session, Tosim Shpach Havarti Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemot Drushos this year as a host for the Soros Tavos for all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin with Torah, Stephen Lindsay Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, his wife, and Stephen. Because learning sponsors, Dr. of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and the family memory of your father, Ben Abba, covered Baruch Mordechai Ben Maria, his lessons for the always we dedicate our learning the social teachers have to use the program to Shanghai home, Shalom and Kara and America, give them the call of massing. And also with that, let us begin the exciting data of today. Today's data is Sun of Guinness 63, and we are left on facing base 62B, today Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, up from the right. So the verse is as follows. Today that Yana, speaking Shvius Nadim, to Karlu Shvius. Very interesting piece of the day. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana do as follows. They would buy Shemitah produce the fourth, and then reap the 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says that there's no variation. Yasi Perishi is holding Smaravir. So obviously, without getting into all the Shemitah techniques, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available field, you no longer pay the tax. So the idea over here is, so the teacher of the house would borrow Shemitah produce and you and during the Shemitah. Borrow the Shemitah, the offer and you and the Shemitah after a year, and you pay this. So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, people of Rabbi's house, we paid ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. And it says, Asi, I'm going to do whatever. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this past Rabbi. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said, Rabbi Yochanan, I'm going to Rabbi Yochanan said, it's often perfect. Perfectly fine. Why? Next on, there was an interesting, look at Rashi, you also know this. A couple of Rashis. You also know the Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yana I can't believe it. That he shut the low Habu Hanaf the end. Well, if you say I love Khalifa Ninu, who could be such this right? There's some yesterday talk already. We're getting to an issue potential comments with so sometimes that forbidden identity pop upon the item. So for the concern here is this looks like one is transacting business which means the produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah. But the only said is not, there's not a recipe, there's no immediate reciprocity. The produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during the week. Because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this doesn't look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce. And therefore no Shemitah prohibition upon produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow up on the This is very interesting. Is you connect them to S like and interestingly enough, similar trees would come up with S like S like a person goes to a zone and he gives us something for his services. Right? Obviously, if he's a money, they're going to give her that object is called a flow. So that's really called. And so now you have accepted. Makes sense. This is the sign, right? You know, so the corresponding capacity of what's the sign? Rice says, no some more than a bar. Let's say you then go to Raffles is home. Like, you can go to Raffles, and ultimately, again, gives her as gives her right, but it doesn't have a relationship. Or, or giving her this doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's not it's payment of the reasonable like the salvation. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nothing of allows if he gave her, let's say he gave her a ration, and he didn't have a relationship with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. You never have a relationship with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. The Gemara says, you see, furthermore, the second case, but he had a relationship with her, but he didn't pay her.
ultimately repaired anything.
Somebody didn't pay anything. And what's the meaning of the statement in the right that says that halal nicely as it's looked? This doesn't make any sense. Hello. That is what it means to say. This is not if you go to, let's say, and then only afterwards, what illegally plays is outside. So maybe something would come in as well, when there's transactional immediacy. Right? Or relation K. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's if there is enough transaction immediacy, when the payment does not take on the status of S1. What that means practically is that it can be ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or expensive use. So, most outcome, no someone, is given a sheep, the other kind of ball. What does it mean? Rashi says, Achshos, hello, the Achshos. He doesn't have a relation with him now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and trace it? I think there's some more common sense. You know, pays are today and has to for 3 hours or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relation. But I can't cross a lot. It's not a motor. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Bob. Well, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he actually pays her. That's none of
Yeah, I mean, I
these cases also, again, the S however, not so long, the other kind is not fine. Therefore, both sides, the one series as follows. Essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S1 zone, that has to be actual immediacy. Once you get actual immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the line has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now, again, keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow people produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again the things of the economy because I thought I don't read it instead of religious practice or transact business. So the Rabbi said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that produce as an exchange, right? Going from 7 to produce, 3 to produce, and after the produce remains 25. Fine. Now, the more questions a little bit this one. Not so long so right? Let's goes ahead and increase it. Hey, we're going to do that. This is a sheet. This is a sheet because this is example. Right? This is your sheet. Right? And then let's say this is your sheet bond on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, the people we just learned before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest. And therefore, it's not forbidden for consecutive payments, right? Because it lacks transaction immediacy. So I don't say, but when he does have it, that's the other way. Calculations of the rent. So why would we say that when he does have an issue with the top of something? They call a lot obviously, I understand. Gives it the sheet, can't be labeled as actually but when it does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the sheet payment triggered upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore the categorized as an S9 zone already passed today. The Rothschild says it's very interesting that what's the case. He's talking about the AP hustle. It's very interesting. What happens is the zone, right? The zone got the sheep on the ship. Got the sheep on Tuesday. The relation didn't happen until USA, but when they had emissions on Wednesday, they could actively she categorized the funds. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Chalk it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Highest harvest. Highest zone up. And I say, you may see this. What a zone. And she's saying that carbonos. They say, we can't be meant this many times. And we try to compare conditions and certain respects, in certain respects, things in my life that are very well, and things in my life that are different. The things that don't do well, or do good, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that are whatever the fuck is Yiddishkeit is not a ordinary thing. Yiddishkeit and more we can. That's not the goal, right? The goal is spirituality, and they're making fun of the guy that's for some reason faith. I'm learning Torah, but I'm giving stuff out. I'm doing this. That's not that I'm doing this. It is like a thing. It's what kind of food. Like welcome to nature is the new food. With all of the topics, all the connections, and even though the zone is a zone, she also needs covers. You know what? I guarantee you, those covers are reactive to it's using the world. At the end of the day, no one knows that this struggle to make it. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, Zona offered up the covenants, but the kind of relations occurred on Wednesday. The animal was already gone. She already offered it up. He says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. If you tell me what's the case, from a community from the action, if he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, welcome us. She did the Shari law. Right? Now, less shots. I don't know how many. So then obviously it's more that she has a title to it. Categorized as an S9 Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially gave her a gift. And therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the woman in the shop is enough in the time. This is very interesting. But he did not give her permission to acquire. He was not explicit. He didn't say, this is your animal as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say? He gives it first. Start Tuesday. Okay, we have relations tomorrow. And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he might have to check out the product. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an evaluation. Right, will go and consecrate his home. Or not based on this. So just like your home, you own it. I've called issues. So the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, they have to check it out. You could only be mapped something that it is. In the realm of personal growth, what is the
like it's just my brain shut down. It was like
and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's have role models.
when I say a bar star, that's all like no judgment here. It's your steady
and
because
you don't measure up. But he says you can measure up. So you don't also person's football
that's for y'all. Let me know what you take.
Photoshop only asks you to not wish that which you own. You only have consecrated, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't touch this, and it doesn't belong to you. He's so often around. Steps of what we're able to do. He doesn't expect they have like for sale. Like what he doesn't expect of me is to take a personalistic conviction about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only do not wish that which belongs to you. And I think Baruch only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual people. It's incredible. This is very interesting. So he says there, right, so we don't give this to the zone of the sheep. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's to be tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something from what you need the sheep, I don't need it, I don't need it, whatever. Then I give you the right to apply. That's interesting. Fine, everyone's going to ask the zone again. What's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, because you can remember, this all happened with the Rabbi's Shmita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something only invested with limited status. Now, in case, and ultimately, Islam's only by the father who says, everyone just gets over the so, by the way, come up with Shas on that. So, let's say, same thing. Reuben is Zona on Tuesday. The scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes, she's not. She didn't offer up the cover. It's not Bishop. So what's the status now of the animal? Mamar, and Russell with the Russell had. Kiman Dakri Russell. Is the equivalent of offering it. In other words, literally, the Gemara said that verbally pledging to a dish is the equivalent of giving it to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimate again that the act going ahead and not worship is the equivalent of offering it up? Or the Ashtam offering it up is offering it up, but the it's gone. It's gone. The Makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So you have the ability. What happens? Again, because I'm not saying you heard the shine is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, it's gone. It's gone. Right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it is no longer in existence at the time of the year. In this case over here, on she's Makdish, Wednesday the year occurs, the object is still here. So now the shine is the object is or not. You must have the king of Rabbi so let's say going back, this is going to be a last on the top of the dot. Right? And Rabbi Lazar, Shekhatma Behikri Vasa. So remember again, to the ways of Rabbi Lazar understood the case of the Eslan Zona, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it already by the occurred. Daf Behikri Vasa. So she offered it up. About just so low, but from the Lazar statement here, she's not. animal was still in existence at the
I'm
time
laughing
that
at
the
that.
via
That makes
occurred,
sense, yeah.
perhaps the
Because
animal
we
would
hear,
not
I
have
mean,
been
that's
Zona.
maybe
Gemara says,
it's the
no,
old
the
Cowboys.
Rabbi
That's one of
mistaken
their
by
opposites, right?
truth is this actually this Shaila is not just Shaila that was
They should get
himself.
that in the
So the
studios.
Gemara says, no.
I'm sure.
Rabbi Eliezer got the bus of Dafka back to Shasombo, the Shasvia. So the Rashi said the only time because when the animal was offered up before the Bia, and by the time the Bia occurs, no longer Bia. But again, where she was just in she consecrated it. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, if he was up Shay, the Shasam is Sakra, or maybe obviously if she offered it up, then it's no longer exists at the time of the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to look like what comes out in this case of here is first of all, so number one. We're not finished with this. What we do understand is that categorized as an Eslam Zona, how this standard there must be transactional use, which means payment. If that order is not followed, either payment and delay, and ultimately again, it is not considered to be an Eslam. If he deposited the animal with payment, now, and he doesn't return so later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she offers it up, it's a whole lot. If she's consecrated, the animal is still existing at the time of the deal, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the case, that's the okay, let's analyze that. But so we're making looks like the second was let's see as and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for consecrated sacrifice. Or marries the kasha. I don't understand this. You might say, but the effect has to be so not even actual showing as another right? It says if he has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so he will pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still till the heartless. And will still be also. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to stop. Look, Hashem. So what's that conscious of? Just important. Right?
Sexual assault was
ultimately it is the lesser and I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to kasha. Had the Omar is Bali to tell us that had the Omar is Bali to tell us that. So let's say this is very
that's why I never get angry.
again, one, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where it says relations with me for this sheep, and he identified the sheep, versus relations with me for a sheep. Girashi, would tell us that how come if you don't have no other estimate, so ultimately, again, the verses when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify, then ultimately again there is no transactional needs. Alright, so that's analyzing what the other level tells us that my understand. So right, so now he goes over to the he says I have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because this transaction is just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what happened? The sheep followed. So I'm going to tell them about him. So the sheep followed. Right? Remember, why animals require the sheep? Part of the possession. So kind of interesting. Because when you think like Jews, so by a non-Jew, they would be sheep as well. The old one is Israelis, no, it's not like in charge. So if you go, they claim that that's it. Oh, interesting enough, sheep standing in her closet. In which case, again, ultimately, this key plus she requires it. Like, you could type it, I say that far out of the muscle now. I don't understand. If it's in her closet, and she requires it, there's no relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then it is when you get in your closet, sure, you require it. You must, in other words, she acquired it before. So this is actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of testimony. She's acquiring the sheep even before the PR, if the sheep in the closet. You must well see how the shot in the handy apple. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rothschild. And this sheep is like, what is it called? When he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Allah, you might see not ladies using the format of this is the right for you, let's say some next 30 days. Look, it's not shock the gas limit. Take this sheep, ultimately, again, tells you massive some help. Again, interesting. All of this is really unraveling for you as things like I'm not arguing with Hamarov or the Paula. Let's say you think employees, donkey drivers, and workers. Okay, so that's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, the Rashi points out here, Rashi, these workers are non-Jews, or they're on the arts. They're just unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? So what? Okay, so actually before this, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, he's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So let me show you guys this. Now, once again, here's this. He's giving them money now because he's concerned maybe the outcome's going to go down. Or maybe right to shame for you. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Pedro, do it. Because he's doing that, essentially, whatever they do, they do. Rashi said, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right? you look at Rashi, the heart of the last of the long ones, the heart even those succulum, these electricity items. We don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them. We're just giving them the money. It's covered here, this is for the food, this is for your choose to do it that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contrast all the public. No, they see the second line going. Our liability said to them. Suga Ichlos Bani Korea, two Bani Korea. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink it. Okay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at us. The issue is because he's now with the purchasing and providing these limited items for us. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100, here's food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. It's not even good. If he says, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately that problematic because it is if he is providing these possessions for the items. Karma, let me see here. He cut part of the Isra. So what you see from there is that Allah for the Isa, not going to say, this is we're now going to house and circling back to the Rabbis, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbinic case of remember. What did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid before with so what do you see now? What do you see from the side? He cut part of the minister cut part of. So what do you see from here? That when pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. Even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lot of money is transactional, and he is considered to be paying for the Shemitah produce from his shady produce. Therefore, the Gemara says, often none keep kapara than the Issachar. So to be there, and when they became here, ultimately, I guess, that's ultimately which we must have told them this stuff is depending on the Mishtabim. He's going ahead and telling the workers and we'll just go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shop. People who normally extend credit to even the ugly lack they finally ultimately because the church people normally extend credit to they all transactionally see that's happening like translated literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally, that is actually right across the right to the left. Kind of doing some of that. The shopper knows that he's going to get this and regularly extends credit. So what's that? That's it. There is transaction news. You don't feel for it is not just one way you want. And buy food, buy drink. He's saying, shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to move it. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional. She says over here, no, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shop is going to give drivers and the laborers and really again, that doesn't have to be so. Therefore, that is trying to lack transactional needs. You must avoid some case, go with your back of the tag. And now he's not sending vision to him, then it sounds like what's up? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that's what's up, be healthy. I've been telling you, if that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the case of where Ruben says, here's $100. Go out and go into the things. Make it two different things. What should the two cases be? You must have that is this so awesome. That it's prohibited. When is it prohibited to say to his wife, it's Chavla? Go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's actual immediacy. And it says, if again, it already has the money, prohibited item. And but transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, right? Go ahead and two cases, you might have different cases. So let's go people, we don't understand. Even if the shopkeeper spends credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the dollar? Homer the Favela. The person says to his friend, King Mother lead will come the first left. So like Ruben goes, right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor. Give him money to him, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that for? Clearly, if all of again my property becomes encumbered, as a guest, the master says, what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? I ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, we're guaranteed encumbrance that transaction immediacy. Right. The end of the day, whether the shopkeeper is spend credit, it doesn't spend credit, doesn't include immediacy. Let's just say, I forgot the shopkeeper, he Shibude low. So what's the difference? Rashi says, keep going the affect Shibude. Rashi third wide low. So when we say low, the most since you do not go ahead, set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, and drink. Since no money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for us, therefore, again, that lacks transactional business. Because it does open it should be worth it. It should be worth it. So, when you feel the most, the car, sorry, Gemara says, on my position. So that's the case ultimately again. So what do we need to be concerned about?
Giant Asian doctor walks up to me and goes,
changes everything. So, the case of the year, ultimately, again, nice said that living sexual workers go to the family, go to the shop, eat and drink whatever you want. The case is already then give the money to the shopkeeper. No extension of credit. Or if he has a tab, but it's paid for. So now that makes sense because now that it's paid for already, again, if they take things, it's literally like he's supplying them with I know. On these sort of so again, all this is all in the same transaction. I'm just basically now. I said this over. Of America. He hushed you, returning to Israel, or effectiveness. The Christ shouldn't be that we says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay someone who hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle off. Right? I'll settle off. Ultimately, again, with the shop. Because again, we're saying out of case of years that you didn't do that. Right? So you left money in the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you sold? Which is right. So you're right. Tony, I'm going to ultimately, again, the race is you like change the so remember, is the Ruben gives his left shot. That case, whatever they do, it's on me. It's not now. Is that so? Moving. He went ahead and gave $100 shot. He said, my workers can come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the U.S. says that's the problem. If they have access to if you is going ahead, the way that price workers drink, but I mean sell off. It's like it's not over for today. Oh yeah, everyone.
Supplies there. Can I get it right? Can we get set up? Yeah.
It is a great option to be using my phone to all sponsors will come from this country. Also, Mishpacha Baitis. So, we're dedicating all the Schumann Russians this year. It's close for the Soros Hubbles for all I'm the co-responsible for the month of Habani will tell us when the Drazing honor of Phil Drazing, Dina Drazing, Lynn Rose's wife, and Stan Rose's wife. Our sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, the creation of the yard site of his father, Wolf, Sean, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Nick's father, Ben Abbott, Father, Paul, and Moreno. We dedicate these items to his life, just have to just make this welcome. Show them and fire America and social give them success. The whole unmasked. Also, back to us speaking with exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sunday, 63. And let's see off on Sunday's days 62. The day Rabbi. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 on the bottom. The verse is as follows. The day Rabbi. Yes, he pays the members of the household were as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the farm and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says what there's in the very Yasi Perishi is called in Smile. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah, you can go ahead and lend, borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still so that's once it's not readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is so the people of the house are right to borrow Shemitah produce from the Armenian British Shemitah. Actually, there's an British what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of the house would repay the ultimately again with mercies. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice already. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to the open I'm going to the open says, yeah, this is perfectly fine. It's perfect. Why you can get done. Now, also, interesting enough, look at Rashi. You also have this style. Of Rashi's. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, even that Shaita, no problem or not the end. You know, I mean, love something in you is a very good. We saw yesterday about that. We get this issue with a forbidden item. So comes that forbidden and on previously. So, for example, the feature is this is the point produce and in but the only said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe. There's not a new there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in and only being paid because there's no immediate reciprocity. This does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition without your produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and again, shmita sanctity will not follow up on the this is very interesting. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnan Zayna. Esnan Zayna is the halacha.
Martino 77 wants
And
to know
he gives her some
one thing you would
services,
post
right?
differently
Obviously,
if you had
these are
to
money.
this
Or you
podcast
can give
over
her
again.
object. An object is called an Esnan. So, what payment for a harlot and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Easy to the sign. Umar says the corresponding case for Esnan. What's the case? The silence of this. Rashi says, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's zone. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again, he gives her a payment. Right, but he doesn't have relations with her. Or, well, on the have relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana for harlot's payment, ultimately.
There's things of me, it's like, I know he's still leaving the team, but it almost sounds like it's like,
if you let's say you give her a land, give her a sheep, and relations with her, and of course it's for nearby carbon, why? Because the law allows you to have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land, it's a gift, there's no restrictions. Assume, furthermore, the second case, but we have a lot of us. If you have relations with her, ultimately you inherit it. If you didn't pay her anything, even though not some law, my estimate, if you didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement that says that halal from the nice of the estimate is mutter? Hello. Now, no salah, after kafara, he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then after, in other words, what the legal material is outside. So he wasn't going to say that. When does somebody come in estimate? When there's transactional pays her relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate. So, and what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or watch this. Was our no son, he gave it a sheep. The African father. What does it mean, the African father? Rashi says, Asha, hello, the African. Judging revelations. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and translate? I think there's some more common sense. These are today and have relations with realities. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relation. Baraka Kosala, as not a matter. Oh, Bala, Africa Kosala, what matter if he has relations with her? Then afterwards, he served as not a matter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnon is going to be with her. However, not so much. Africa, fine. So there are things that essentially, in order for someone to be categorized as an Esnon, so that has to be transaction. Do this show for free. Once you transaction, in other words, payment relations, then the payment has the status ultimately again of a remember, the households of Rabbi, they would borrow sheep of produce from the pay it again because they felt I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit.
You don't want to do the show for free. You don't want to do the show for free.
It's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transaction. Because of transaction, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the sheet of produce, and 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Eslan case. Someone, sorry, let's go through this. Right, let's impose it and they're all serious. That's the easiest example. Like what happened? Right? And then welcome back to the fighter of the kid in this week where just like before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest food, and therefore it's not forbidden for consecrated right? The last transaction you must understand. He bought when he does have a that's the other way. So right, give the sheep on he has relationships on the list. So why don't we say that when he does have a relationship with a live called Allah is and we're not praying. Obviously, I understand. When he gives the sheep, can't be labeled as then that's actively designation of the sheep as a hunting should involve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an excellent zona only as Tuesday on the laws are very easy to go just to cover up the Hikki Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona now this didn't happen until Wednesday. Saying that when they have on Wednesday, it's actively the sheep should be categorized as harvest. What's the case? She put it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Chop it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papaya is carbon. Papaya is no. I'm sorry, you might see this stuff. She's a zone, and she's all in a carbonas. That's entirely it's made from plants. Should just be all like a fucking Italian ship. And before we can certain respects, and something in certain respects, and there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do something real things that bullshit. You read books. The things that I don't do or do poorly or don't do it Hashem, don't take away these things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an order. Nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not wrong, right? To be is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. That's because I'm not focused. You don't feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. And I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is nature. We all look at hypocrisy. We all look at hypocrisy. Nature. You know what this reminds me of, like us, because that even though the zone is a zone, they're not saying that we're real funny sports or whatever, but those cabins like we will shoehorn into things constantly. We talk about
something totally different. If I was the department or secretary of
despite
agriculture,
what we
they
are
asked me
going
about
through.
farms,
Sometimes that's a
I'd be
pinnacle of
like,
human
listen,
accomplishment.
I've
In any
always
event,
been a farm
so you guys
person.
are, okay, let's analyze this, let's unpack this a little bit. If you don't go around on Tuesday, it says, this is yours as of today. So essentially, you get, I'm not sure exactly like that. However, the role on the left in the but if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a animal, right? If he was not explicit, he didn't say that this is your animal as of today, right? They're scheduled for on your so what does it mean? So if he gives it first, if he comes to say, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't want to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, if you must see a private after all, which is based off of this from that month. So it says, if a person will find his home, this is talking about an evaluation. I will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not this issue. So just like the home, I have issues associated. We only need to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or it's something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it by Tuesday, then that would drop it off as a part of us. And then listen to them as a husband. You know, you can only be masturbation, something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, we are only asks of us what nobody knows who you are, Bob. Sometimes we mistake of measuring ourselves against and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have people we aspire to do that. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others and when we're frustrated and we don't measure up. But if you say you can measure up to someone, you don't know if this person's purpose or their abilities are. So the ownership only asks you to be not that which you own. You only have consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong. So often in life we forget that God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect me what someone else to do. He doesn't expect me someone else to do. What he does expect me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess a lot more than I'm honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalism. Only do not wish that which belongs to you. God will only ask us to accomplish spiritual things in our body. Yeah, we're spiritual things. Incredible. Alabama, so much grace. Alabama, I'll be careful. I trust you. So it says, right, so we're going to give the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be at home, right? And just keep you until tomorrow. It's terrific, but if you need to do something, let's say something from God, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card, but you need, whatever it is. Then we might say, honey, actually, I'm going to give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, that's how fine. This that's his own. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's going the thing is because you're going to remember what happened if they have generated this true pictures. The idea that's the what I'm going to share is that something can be invested in its status when there's a level of transactional things. Decide to estimate the next one is posted by financial skin forces so let's say same thing. We gives Zona the sheet on Tuesday. The via is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes she's not. She consecrates it. Being offered up to the carpet. But she's not Christian. So what's the status now of the animal? Mom, given the Amar and the Russell of the Balkans, Russell, Kiman Dakri Basigami, true and essentially, making something technical is the equivalent of offering. Whereas literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to an ekdish is equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering? Although Hashem quite easy now. In other words, it up, but being because it's gone, the animal is gone. The makdish ultimately it is still so does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish? Again, because I'm not saying you heard the shine is let me you all up on Tuesday. Can't be called an S no. In this case, over here, she's makdish. Once they fear her, and all these are the kind of fear, the object is still here. So now the shadow is does the object becoming as one or not? Going back, like you must let come up and issue boss. So remember again, the ways of the was understood the taste of the Arizona. Like is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the third. That's the three buses. So that's because she offered it up is no longer in existence. How about it? So low. And from the logic here, that if she is not vicious, but the animal was still in existence at the time of the birth, perhaps the animal would now be called the zona. Much more says, no, the logic is fake and quiet. The truth is, this Shiloh is not to show the logic himself. So the message is mine. She goes over the audience, exactly, also got about the shots, no? So the also say that the only time it doesn't even estimate is when the animal offers up before the fear. And if I hand the fear up, the animal is no longer fear. But perhaps again, this is just much massacred. The animal is still in existence, in which case, Allah for the the animal is recategorized as owner. Although, if you lost a shikale, you shust in the south. And maybe obviously she got the company slowly in existence. And of course, it's not going to be categorized as owner. If you just consecrated it, which the Gemara says take. So we're leading up to it's interesting. You have to both sides. What comes down in this case over here is first of all, so lesson number one. We're not zone. So understand is that in order for something to be cited as zone as a public it must be transactional immediately, which means if that order is not followed, either payment, delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an S9 zone. If he deposited the animal with the payment, now maybe it doesn't occur until later on. She has rights and therefore she therefore has reference it up to the bona fide party. If she's not distant, so the animal existence at the time of the bia, and then what's the status of that? That's the case. The second piece was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he ultimately, again, the payment is motor. When we say it's the needs
If
for
a doctor prescribes you Adderall, you have to
purposes
show you
or immediately, you might raise the cash up.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't understand this. You might say,
You have to do that before you get
but
the doctor's like, all right, here's your prescription.
I follow Shonen as
It's just
another
like
us.
I remember my mom.
But the rest, the Vice says if Putin has relations with someone, but then he pays you, even 3 years later, 3 years later, so people pay all of the bills. Right, so he's late, right, for 3 years, we still call the Harlots, and then still be awesome, and I'm not stuck, I'm not pissed off, so most of my countries will question the Vice that we probably the whole outside of the movie 62 said that if there's relations and then that's not an estimate, it's actually means. Ultimately for us, and I'm not going to eat stuff, I'm not still a kasha. It's not a contradiction. How's the Amar Ba'ali mean? Ba'ali mean to tell us. How's the Amar Ba'ali again, once so try one question says evolution for this sheep, and we identify the sheep versus evolution for a sheep. Rashi is how was that? So ultimately, again, the message when we identify the sheep is their transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately no transaction. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar level was that my so let's analyze this, right? So now, he says, evolution is looking for zone. He says, evolution is looking for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years, the look is, oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because this transaction needs because he identified the sheep. It doesn't mean, in order for us to be first, what has to happen? Gemara says, Yishichal. So I'm not having the question Yishichal. Right? Remember, live animals require the sheep. Or require the possession. Which the Gemara says, Zona Avodim Velo Prime. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the beginning of Mishnah is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, not a Jew, they don't use sheep for 4 class, which is one of these nuts. You guys know the Olam is very by the Charlotte. If you don't, it's called the Hatzir. Oh, interesting. Not the sheep. Standing in the front, in which case, then ultimately this sheep requires a second. Either try the Hatzir, or the Hakaf I don't understand. If it's in a process, did she fire or get a relationship with her? And ultimately, again, then he gave it. Again, 30 or plus, it's already acquired. What are we talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before. So this is actually, this is like the paradigm medicines of testimony because she's acquiring the sheep even before the deal if the sheep is standing in the process. Finish the remarks about two. Well, the shot in the hand the apple to here's the case. So we've been controlling this sheep is in a post. Remember, there was a post. Essentially, the ground that it says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? I don't pay you money. You could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquired the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, he says, if I tell you, let's say 1 day, work. And if not, shut the ass money. Take this ultimately again as your heart up and find not say that she's again, it's interesting. All of this is the essence of the let's say employees, bank drivers and workers. his king. Now, they ultimately, again, his king. Rashi points out over here, Rashi, people come more on their arts. Workers are not Jews, or they're on their arts. They just come really Jews. Regardless of the they're slaves and bondage to them. And he says to them, right? So what's okay, so that's important. So he goes to them, he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's okay, no, supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right here, here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So what's it? Now the Enochoshish to do this, Enochoshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Something like this, 63 weeks, the Lomishim, right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple or on their credits, he has to be concerned that he is going to go by the next, right? Or maybe ultimately again, or my sushi goes inside the Shaline. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, here's what. Because he's doing that, sorry, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, let's do all of this. Right. If you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart of it's actually the last of the long lines, that Rashi. The heart was something I love shooting like not the one giving it, but he's giving it more. It's covered here, this is for your food. This is for your food. What they should that afterwards essentially is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore again no liability. Okay, no one. Contrast are the following. Sound of no, they 60 second line down. The unlock there, or like sex them. The issue, Nani Polea, and he says to the workers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then you have a problem. Now why is that? We get the issue is because now it looks like he's providing these prohibited items for his members. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100, free of food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these defensive items for his members. So it was like a lot for the mindset. We're now going ahead and scared. We're going back to reality again to make these remember. Now what do? They use and they pay not a problem, no transaction. Now what do you see from the south? So what is that when moving pays the bill, even though again he's paying after the consumption order a lot of lines that this transaction we receive, and he is considered to be paying for these problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often none so to hear about here, ultimately again, isn't that like it's not what I said? Same thing. Workers And we'll slowly go drink up the tab. We're talking about where they from the shop. People who normally extends credit to even the ugly rap today, clearly do not have it. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper only extends credit to you, then ultimately there is transaction. That's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. That is actually 9%. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid because he regularly extends credit. שכבר הגרו, כמובן שיש נולדים לכל החיילים דווקא חליפים. So we'll say, there is transaction needs. We don't feel hurt. It is not just saying stand one way and buy food. He's saying, shut up. Go to shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening.
See how this run the show.
He says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange. Right? Shopkeeper is going to get donkey driver,
Alphabet is how they get to
and who is going to immediately pay for it. Those are how you do it. Even the honest and he really lots of enemy are again that's why therefore that piece is that transaction in case going to work here don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what's there should be okay. If that's the case, I would turn to the issue of the inner zap, so you should see inner zap. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go to a drink, make it two different ways. What should the two cases be? So ultimately, again, that it's prohibited. In the Shtaget, when is it prohibited for you to say to the Chavla, no, you can drink, and that's only the shopkeeper who extends credit because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, your company already has the right but shopkeeper does not extend it. Therefore, that lack of transactional immediacy, rice, go ahead and like two pieces same one which are other pieces of the which was the old company should much new if the shopkeeper doesn't extend the credit is the obligated to perform and the first thing what happens so like you and over my copy what's I should get into like you know so someone says what do you see here now again that's even that I am no so what do you see from there you ask someone going to do something to something and ultimately again you're guaranteed that transaction cease to occur right there. Rabbi, lo shtama kipa v'lo shlosh she'im. At the end of the day, the shopkeeper extends credit. If it doesn't extend credit, it doesn't receive money. Even below Miyashi low Missa. What's the difference? Even though the find money without using the bottom. So when you say lo yach mo'os, love comes from the lo since you do not go actively set aside money. He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up. Don't define the amount of money, right? Or no specific money. Right for that. Therefore, it lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. Should be mutter. Shalom Yisrael and Mos love Kaisha Minu. It says Halaha Hamashish. And that's the case ultimately again. So when you shouldn't so we're going to ultimately again he says ultimately again what do you have to be concerned about? We should see this. What do you have to be concerned about in there? That perhaps again so ultimately again it's the same thing. So the Mesa was no particular money
I like that. I'm proud of myself. That's good. I like that.
What's the case? The case over here is where the Rabbi is advanced the money situation. It changes everything. Now the case over here, ultimately again, says that if Reuben says to his workers, go, just as you go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gives the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. He has a tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense, because now that it's paid for already, again, if they take negative things, it's literally like he's supplying them with negative items. I know. I need so much money. I mean, just in the future. So yeah, all of this same round transaction that's happening. It's over. I'm sorry. I'm missing the Shmei. It's really funny. Of narrative. Throw myself first in the court. Go out and drink. I will pay. I will pay the as a pay. Rather, what should it say? Just say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shop. Because again, we're saying now the case where the people protect. Right? So we left money aside. Then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much should we consume? Which we must. No, you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm sorry. I'm like,
I was working on that information. I take full responsibility. I didn't take blame the information I got. I take full responsibility for that. I blame where I believe the information because that's me. I always take information.
Whatever it's on, it's not Jesus is that a local line moving free he went ahead and gave $102 shots. My workers gonna come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them okay. Now the if we have access now to the way that rice should read is moving to his workers, go out and drink, but I need my I will settle up
about didn't deserve
That's
any of
what
that.
yeah, what's like, we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone,
a lot of mistakes in my life, but when I make mistakes, I've always accounted for them. And I believe a man should say, I was wrong, I fucked up, huge learning experience. No, I was
So say good morning,
personally and emotionally
to be able to learn.
bad way. I was
Begin by
at the
thanking
wrong
all of our sponsors for this year. Thank our annual conference sponsor, Tessin Schwacher, for dedicating all the Russia's this year. As it's supposed to so as troubles for all Chinese. I'm so responsible for the month of Habani will tell Stephen when the Drazing of Israel Drazing, Dina Drazing, and we didn't go stand. This is why we don't respond. First, is like us after Shalom Ben Hirsch. And you can see that our memories of the and as a there's all of of course, always we dedicate our memories to showing them success. Also, the back to us speaking, we have an exciting gap ahead of us today, Rabbi, which is 12 lines up. So in Russian, as follows. Today, Rabbi, yes, you can extract produce from the poor and then repay them. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah techniques, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's readily available field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is that the people of the house already would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on a part of the Shemitah. Ishtachach the often and Shemitah Achar Abiyah the So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, people of Rabbi Yannai's house and we read it, Aniyim. Ultimately, again, this new produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of something about it, obviously, other people, to some degree. Same for the Yochanan. The Yochanan said, yeah, listen, it's perfect, it's fine. Why? We have done, interestingly enough, the also have starts to a couple of, the also, the Yochanan said, the members of Adonis are acting totally fine. Lo, Hana, Lo, if you say, Love Khalifaninu, Lo, Khairu Kedusha, you get into an issue of potential partners for previously committed item. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transact with the produce, and even the if-year produce should also be have the same case should probably line because a reciprocity. There's not immediate. There's no immediate reciprocity. It can only be quote unquote repaid because of immediate reciprocity. And actually, the prohibition evolves upon the 8th year. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and every year. This is very interesting. Connect them to Eslam, you come up with Eslam zone, and keep this in public services. Right? How this occasion, right after this over in Eslam for and cannot be used for any type of sacrifice. What's the science of this? Right, he says, no someone, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's zone. Right, Luther gives relations with her, or on behalf of Osama, or he has relations doesn't pay anything. What Esnana Musha? Its payment ultimately is Musha. Nasama Bloma, if he gave her, let's give her a land, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her. He didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says. He had relations with her. Ultimately, if he didn't pay her, what's the meaning of the statement in the right hand that Allah hello, talking about this one needs to say. Nasallah, the Afaka Father, if he afterwards, in other words, when he pays his outside, since this is not the next one's husband, when there's trail immediacy relations, right? Payer. In other words, when there's that's when it's an estimate. Immediacy. Then the payment must take on the status of soul. And what that means practically is that sacrificial or temporal. So watch this. Someone's out, no someone, if you get the Achar Kakapah, what is it, the Achar Kakapah? Rashi says, Allah, the Achar Zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Exactly, you go ahead and translate. Maybe it's just a little more common sense. Hey, has relations with her for 3 hours. Payment, relations. By Achar Kakapah, Esnana Minasala, or for that matter, relations with her. And then you have to use her. Esnana, both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is the Achar Kakapah. Therefore, both sides, really, we're saying it's an Esnana, so that has to be more immediacy. Once it's that's one immediacy, in other words, I don't remember. Remember, also the word Yanai, they were playing with because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit there's no transaction because of transactional immediacy, we don't change, right? Or as somehow like opinion ultimately against the fine. Now the more questions a little bit discussing on this. Right? Even just using this sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? And then let's say put your sheep on Tuesday. So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep, I understand. He bought it when he does have it. Let's say he's a half of something. Obviously, I just gives you the sheep can't be labeled as with her on Wednesday. Then retroactively, the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep says, as an estimate or not Tuesday, Rabbi said, we just want to know what's the case. How about the Hikri Vasa? Alright, this is very interesting. What happened on Tuesday? Set the sheep on Tuesday. Now, it didn't happen until Wednesday. Saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, they should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? On Tuesday. Shepherd up as a comment on Tuesday. A pious harlot, pious zona. I will say myself. Come on, what else? There's nothing else. What else? That's important. We've met many things in the past. Those are all with the consistency. And we all live in inherited contradictions and in certain respects, Russia. And there are things in the very well the things that I don't want to do it all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from this that I do well. You just call them you can be thankful. Yeah, that's not the goal. The goal is to have a harmonious spirituality in my areas of my life. But most of the time, sometimes you think here, you know, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. You're right, it is still a contradiction to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy, we all live with contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And we're just that even though Zona is a Zona, she also thinks comments. No one guarantees those are they are it's a female role. Because at the end of the day, no one knows that in your country you struggle with mother and you still push forward to do good. Despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of something. In any event, Sedona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, let's unpack. What's the case? Gives her the sheep around on Tuesday and says, this is just as of today. Right? This as of today. Then, Hamas it's a Sharila, right? Nasa Bishas, right? The sheep has title to it. Categorized as an echelon because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. The law on the community in the athletes in that but if he did not wish to acquire it as of yet, right? If he was not, this is your animal as of Tuesday, right? Relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? We're going to have relations tomorrow. The case, if he doesn't want to acquire it, hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be entitled to shepherd up. Because we self-publish on that point. So it says, if a person wrong, this is talking about an error. Right? We'll go ahead and home. I'm not one of my base, just like your home. After the shoes to be only transcript, but doesn't take another suffer up. In other words, if she doesn't own it, I'm sure the most possible. You know, which means in the realm of mistake of measuring against and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to do that. But a lot of people tend to compare ourselves to others, and in the front measure up to someone else, you don't know what this person's focus on. There are those tasks you can mark that which you own. You only have to concentrate on what you own. We so like you forget that God only expects of us what was someone else. He doesn't expect to be someone else. These spiritual tools that I possess, we are personal things. only the accomplished spiritual things that are within our power. So he says to her, he says, okay, keep the sheep with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep is, then Gemara says, Tiny Aksha, then I give you the right to besides that it's still only after the interesting. The doing this because you can remember there is a level of transactional needs. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, it's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, moving goes in and she's not, she concentrates now, she didn't offer that to the prophet. But even the Amar, I mean, that's the above, Miss Russell, Kiman Dakri Basi. So these things essentially making something technisch, pledging something to her, equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. And Makdish, verbal, is the equivalent of offering it. Although Makashka Makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it is still fresh. The Shiloh is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the Biyah occurred, in this case where the Biyah occurs, and all the time of the Biyah, the object is still here. Steve Sham is very Eliezer. Because I was. So remember, the way Rabbi understood that's not wrong, right? Is where she went ahead and surely offered. So not just because she offered it up, but when the laws are still with it, she was not Christian, but the animal was still in existence. That truth is, this Shaila is managed to show that the laws are not coming from an Eslam. Because when the animal was offered up before the Biyah, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the Biyah, the Shasam is Saspa. Or maybe no, maybe obviously she offered, which the Gemara says so we're reading that shit. It's interesting, we have to both say, what the right having SNR, how this is, it must be transactional. But again, it is not considered to be an SNR zone. If he did, she's not consequence. So the animal, let's say he has relations with her, and then after he has relations with his son. And then he pays her, even 3 years later, still be also, and I'm not going to stop, I'm not pissed off, look how to pay that for the needs. Here's the Gemara says, that the relation to this is she tell us, yeah? On the underlying style, we tell us this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus a relation to be identified as sheep, is as if there's transactional needs. What's that? My hobby, I don't say. So let's analyze this, right? So now this sheep. Now here's the local is called, it has the status of a public statement of this transaction. So I'm going to tell them about sheep farms, right? Remember, livestock, animals, this thing, but ultimately the din of Mishnah was only written by Jews. The old numbers are in Israelis, in which case, again, ultimately, either type of Haseda, one second, I don't understand, nor he had relations with her, again, then he gave it, so he had a thought, she already thought, take the sheep is standing in her thought set. Which the most and I here, this sheep is an approach, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep, my seed up, right? Using the what's in the next 30 days, and if not, shockingly, the estimate of take this, it's interesting. All of this is really around the Hamara will apply. And let's say even employs donkey drivers, and he says to them, you'll flip it if you do this. So you should essentially go use money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you know how to do this. It's the the Gemara says that halacha on myself, yes, the people can maybe ask them to go by Yahweh, right? Or it doesn't have to be concerned. Why does it have to be concerned? Whatever they do, they do. The heart, it's the attached glass. We don't view moving is not the one giving it, but they choose to do it that afterwards. Essentially, is not illegal. No, they seek second line down. The he says into the weapons, like trying to Habikea Isu Mahilo, the Hashbel solid national binding these prohibited items for his laws. See the difference? Whatever they buy, that's on. If he says, no eat or drink, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is almost, there. This is we're now going ahead and strictly the produce and they paid before with margin. What do you see now? What do you see from this last? Almost consumption already took place. A local event, so it's transactional. It's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara
They
says,
care about the dumbest shit.
there
It's not about caring.
ultimately
It's kind
again
of like
isn't
that's
that
a
called
builder. You're
penetration
gonna
of
take my
clothes.
name contract. It's like
Telling the
how do you
workers,
fit in that thing,
telling
right?
workers,
And
go
if
you
you
go,
keep it
normally
traditional,
extends
right?
credit
To
to
and like
the haven
if
extends
yours
credit to you,
we're
then
taking the thing, and if
ultimately
you
there
don't
is
care, maybe
transaction.
inside
Clearly,
to
you know, that
to
I thought you
yourself
like
until
nothing
you
else.
stress your
So
work.
what kind
Want
of
the
still
transfer
got
things to
Khalifi
happen.
meal?
I don't care
So
if I
what's
have
it?
to
So
change my
that's it.
name.
By
I don't
saying,
give a
Pedro,
fuck.
go to the shopkeeper,
Are you
I'll
saying
pay
I
for the
would
debt
do?
is
I
already
would do
paid, and
anything.
therefore there is transactional deal. Therefore, it's considered almost like an
Like if their
exchange,
last name
right?
is
The
what
shopkeeper
ISIS
is
is
going
supposed
to
to be my
immediately pay for that.
You know what? I
They'll
think
have probably
ISIS
been
is
about
this is
100 million,
Torah,
you know,
right?
credit.
It pretty much goes
He's
to
just
each
trying to
last
lack
name or
transactional
officially
needs.
charged.
You must have it. And it sounds like what? What? Well, it should be okay. But that's the second advice to opt differently. Instead of making the first case in the advice, is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited, the Chenvani Hana people extends credit to Reuben because there's transactional immediacy and
I'm sure I would ever say
therefore that lacks transactional immediacy. Which was the old Chenvani She'ima people Milo Mishtabit. Homer the Chavero.
it's pretty slow at
The
checking.
person says to his friend, say Reuben,
Let's see how long
do me a favor, lend, right, give him money to ship. As a guarantor, the money says, so what's this? What are you seeking here? Now again, to do with having humbled, immediacy, seems to have come right from there. And the Rabbi, Avagav the Shabbat, even below Miyachid Shibude, Mo'os, Lach Khalifa maybe below me. Since Reuben did not go ahead and so Gemara says, Ella on my conversation. So that is ultimately again. So we need to consider you shouldn't. So Gemara says, oh, no, you should be helpful. So Ella my conversation. You should see us. What if that should be helpful? Over because no particular money is actually designated for that. Safety law, Alapayis, you know the company. Hold them to Shalach Etzlo. So there's no excuse for us already. Ultimately, again, they take limited things, which might they come in up to the so the Gemara says as follows. Transactional needs. The Gemara says, I'm not going to do that. The Gemara said, I said this over. We come to love the bid of now workers. Go out and eat. Tell me he has a pay. Now, what should it say? Su'u ve'eklu su'u shesu kari nashkash. You should say, I'm going to tell you su'u, not in the country. Over, even says that it's so case. Remember, essentially there are two cases in the It's not case.
I don't like any of that kind of stuff.
Let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's what I'm going to do it. The way the read is, even says to the workers, so the that's what we're going to do. Yeah, let's stop over here for a second. Finishing up the yard side contract with his father Silas with Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch and meeting in that kind of limit of south facing base 6, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12 lines to as follows. They would borrow sheets of produce from the certificate that she actually says Yasu Kirishi is not commerce, but lend to borrow sheets of produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's so it ended up happening again. So they came and they said, so people mentioned it. It's perfectly fine. Why? Then God also let me start the members of the house of Yanais are acting totally fool and will highly to do such again. We saw yesterday's documentary. When you get into an issue, so for example, the concern over here is that's like one of the prohibition. But the Ochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because the produce is being taken in the Shmita and only the use, and therefore no Shmita prohibition devolves upon the Shmita sanctity will not devolve upon the Atheist. This is the very interesting for something for her services. You're an object, that object is cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Let's say Ruben goes to Lacho's own, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb. He's ultimately again, her lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, if you didn't pay anything, if you were my estimate. And then only afterwards. In other words, in other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. Is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch it. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But that's not a method. All of the actual immediacy. Once the transaction will be seen,
That's great. Not only
so
will I
remember,
kill you, but
the
I will
household
even
of Rabbi,
feast
they
the
would
dog
buy and
and
say,
kill
no, it's
you.
fine.
So why
Why?
not fighting at the legs? Maybe one
Because
of
of
the 15
transactional
punches,
leniency, we
you
don't
beat them up
make
and
all
you
these rulings totally fine.
you
Fine.
Steve the
Now, the Gemara
cheats.
questions a little bit this
Right.
issue because the easiest example from
Or maybe, I don't know.
right? And therefore, it's not permitted for consecrated temple.
That's really
Right?
funny, but
On
I think
Wednesday. So why would he say that when he does have relations with her top of Sunday, if he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, Manzona
that,
already
and on
passed
top of
on
that, he's
Tuesday.
got a motherfucking circle
Rabbi sheep
preserve
on
it.
Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now
Those
they
things
should
are
offer
checked
it
out.
up
They
as
say,
a
oh, here's your
carbon
picture printed.
on
But
Tuesday.
doing Steam up,
What a
only has
she's a
one picture.
donor.
Yeah.
And she's offering up carbonos contradictions and insurrects, on the subject.
That's, I mean,
In
because the
certain
Tiger
respects,
Belly and stuff, and we tell them to stop, but they don't.
the things that I don't do well or do well don't take away from the things that I do
So how
well.
long before
Level of harmonious spirituality
it
is
is
I'm not
fucking
here.
ass?
Sometimes you feel perfect. I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing all of the contradictions. Such
I
is
haven't
the
watched it.
nature
I haven't
of
watched Fantasy Flight 3.
You know what? I guarantee you, those that push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's heard. On Wednesday, the animal's already gone. She done the rest of things. Ida Amala communicate with action. If he said to the someone, some sheep of the Shaila, but I'm moving on. So it can't be categorized as an excellent on Tuesday because they didn't have it. But if he did not give us it and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of today, so he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. Valuation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it, which means in the realm of something you think that people who strive to be like. But a lot of us are their ability.
I just don't understand how it could
The
be worse.
bonus of only after you. So often in life you forget that you probably only expected me to take a personalistic inventory about all the matters that which belongs to you. And I put this probably only the other guy I just do. This is very interesting. He says to her, right, so we're going to give this to the then the Gemara says, "Tiny action, then I give you the right to acquire it." Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's not here is that something can only be invested in the limited status when there's a level of transactional energy. She's not Christian. She's not Christian. She didn't offer up to cover. But she's not Christian. She's the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally, the Gemara says that the not Christian verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. And the Torah, the not Christian, because she had the ability, what happens if she is not Christian? I guess in this case over here, on Tuesday she's not Christian. Wednesday the Bia occurs, and also the way of the lots of understood the case of the external genre, right? Because we're dropping it up as well in existence. The statement is here that if she is not Christian, the animal is on genre. Much the Gemara says no. We have a lot of fake news by it. Because of Rabbi Rothschild, the Eastern Shakira, who's a max again, because she was just not Christian. She persecuted the animal story. If you lost a Shitale, of course, it's not going to be categorized as an external zona, but in a case where she just like, what comes down in this case over here is first of all, so transactional immediacy, which means if that order is not followed either, and then it would be an external zona. If he deposited an animal that she offers it up, it's consequences. And so the animal is still in existence as a person. Let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her, says, or minimum. The right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the option and then payment. That's not an essence, there's no transactional immediacy. It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar is Ba'ali mean ultimately again, so it's like one case, it's another case where it says, so ultimately again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, just because in order for it to be first, what has to happen? The Gemara says, you should follow. So I'm going to go find the sheep. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. The old numbers are talking about it to Charlotte. If you go, the coin can ultimately this to the stuff she acquires. It's like, in order to get relations with her, it's already in a process, it's already acquired. What are you talking about? Even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in a process. There's no way. And I here this sheet. I'm gonna pay you. I'm gonna pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you, the Amrullah, he might see not late. So take this sheet open. Massive Rashi. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of the structures. Now, the way ultimately again, Rashi points out over here, Rashi, and he says to them, he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And he's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and some people of this 60 please. The Gemara halacha l'maisa. He's giving them money, right? Or ma'aser sheni for him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one. So he's giving them money. It's covered here. This is free to food. This is contract on the following. Sabbath go, they 60 please. Go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh. Now the deductions are not done for items for his work. So see the difference? If Ruben just that is problematic because it is purchasing. So you see things like a lot of myself, not going to say this is when now what do? They went ahead and they borrowed sheet of produce, kapara, to make this kapara. So what do you see here? That when moving these sheet of produce, shady produce, problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, and we're talking about where they are purchasing foods credit to the Haven Marketing Lot, say, credit to the normally expense credit to ultimately there is transaction that's happening. Literally requires his money immediately after his coming. The money would give that I have to run from the expense credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There's food, buy, drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally expects the shopkeeper is going to give donkey driver the Muslim really called in the case of right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. Then we should and then using that, that's sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it's a ton of if we're between us there, so we should assume that this case of myself, the case of the train, make it two different. When is this so open that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakita, in a started way, I'll pick up the tab. That's people who extends credit to lose this transactional immediacy. And it's as if again the Chenbani already in the Makito, but therefore that lacks choice. In other words, go ahead and make two pieces of the same. Chenbani in Makito, means on the transaction is the Bamara, is the a person says to his friend, right? Ruvain goes, I go to Cleveland. Say, Ruvain, and all of my property will be coming from this guarantor. The Gemara says, what do you see here? Now again, that's even to ask someone to go and do something to someone else. And also, you're right. At the end of the day, I got the Shabbat, even below Miyah, Rashi says, even below Miyah, should be ready for the third one. Love Khalif and Minhu below me. Since no amount of money, right, or no specific money, he says transaction use. Thus, ultimately, again, it should be much below mitzvah. I'm sorry, the Gemara says ultimately again. So when you be concerned with that, you should be it. Says the Gemara ultimately again, you have to be concerned about that. Perhaps again, should be use. Versus Halloween, which should be the top rank is not to transaction. The use of the Papa, the don't should in the Rangini, hold them Shalach at slow. The Hashtam again in Rice says that Ruben says to his workers, go to the nation of friends. In other words, yeah, this makes sense because now that he limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them. The verse says as follows. So the parents says, that's happening. So the verse says, I'm not Papa. I'm not ready. He huffs. Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink cash. You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll do some years of Ruben prepay. Right? So you left money in the shopkeeper. I'm going to come to you, not in the shopkeeper. Ultimately, is Ruben gives his workers to discover, go out and eat, go out and drink. In that case, whenever the worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Items, and it's as if you guys is going to have solutions. So go out and drink. But I need a cash. Remember for today, everyone, what I got? Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. And so sponsors for the month of Av. Abalin Watoba, Stephen Wendy Jason, the early sponsors. Dr. Evan K. Wolf, the Joshua, the outside podcast. Thank you, Darlene, the Swiss Office, the producing the 12 minutes, the Shanghai Home, Shark.com. South Basin Base 62B, yes, it is she is manual, nine she to focus on the following year. So if you look at that, borrow, not commerce, but rather borrow Shemitah produce, while the over here is, so the people of the house are the other, would borrow Shemitah, the often a new Sheminis after another, and you get Shias. So end up happening number 8, the people of the house repay the Anium, unbelievable the offer. So they came and they said, so people of the Yochanan, I'm a little, the Yochanan said, yeah, we've seen nothing, it's all seen nothing, the Yochanan are acting totally fine. No, I don't run off the edge. That's how we send you move, and we'll hire to do Shashis on us. So, for example, if you consider the Yochanan said it's not really a problem line, it's cardio, and being because there's a therefore, again, I love myself, and therefore, again, the same thing will not follow a similar piece. They come up with S-numbers. S-numbers, if you pay your money, they will be paying for August and concerns. This is the sign note. You must have the corresponding piece back on what's the case. The sign note. The gifts are payment. Right, but again, ultimately, is more for sacrificial use. I'm not going to do that. You have relations with that. So you can have relations with it, and ultimately, about done on the assume during what the second case, but also my estimate of mutter. If you didn't have how can that is what you used to say. This is typically what's going to say like this. When we send a recording estimate, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transaction, ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate? Bala, what did that matter? Nasala, the Africa, so therefore, I will say, so what I'm saying is as follows: that we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment, ultimately, again, selling your produce, and if he bought when he does have it, let's say I'm afraid. Can't be labeled as a fan. So you have relations. When he doesn't involve upon the sheep, that's what actually and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an excellent zona already in zona, right? Zona got the sheep on actually the sheep should be categorized the hardest thing. High zona, I will say, you might say to yourself, we talked about that before. And in certain respects, I'm something that I do very well, and the reason that I do that constantly change your look to like that. The things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all are for Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is never all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and more than well, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing stuff, but I'm doing this. I'm Chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is a little contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy, we all live with contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us to never lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are reactive Torah. It's a crucial aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner condition and struggles from other stuff. And when we still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zola offered up the covenants, but by the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are done. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Ha'echidavi, what's the case? Ida amara k'mi lech me'ach. If he said to him, so gives her the lamb on Tuesday. It says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha says, she did the shara, right? The halasa b'shas iya u'matara ba'am u'biyah. Then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have right? So essentially, he gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the law in the aksha is not in the this is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it her, he gives it to you, right? They would have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't want to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must see the card. How can you not go up on the card? Like, have to, no? The Yakish is based on published on that now. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erekel, valuation. I will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my base of the shoe, so just like your home, you own it. I hold the shoe, so it will be only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up. Is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I think you have to have a you know, the only matfish is something that is yours. It's yours. In the realm of personal growth, this part only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make a mistake at measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models and something that people really aspire to be like. But a lot of times we try to compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know if this person's profiles are, their abilities are. But he bonus of Olam only asks you to match that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that if a brother only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will see He doesn't expect that we sign What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because you possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only do not wish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, in our spiritual tools. Incredible. Eladamala, so it's the case. Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, so just keep it with you until tomorrow. He needs to reflect, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card, whether you need to know whatever it is, and then Gemara says, can I give you the right to acquire it? So it's interesting, fine. So the Gemara says, so therefore, that's his own. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's not on we're doing this because you're going to remember, this all happened with Rabbi, this sheep transaction. The idea that's being happening over here is that something can only be invested in permitted status when there's a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone about a product in the case as well. That emerges before the case. So by Rothschild, come up with Kushasoman. It's very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Reuben gives Reuben Zoma the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not Christian. She consecrates it. She didn't offer up the carbon, but she's not Christian. So what's the status now of the animal? Mahu. Kevon da Amar, Amiraso with a walk in the Slasso, Kiman Daki Basisami. So do we say that essentially making something fetish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing not the ship verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. And you're like, that's why you be sitting there. In other words, offering it up is offering it up. But because it's gone, the animal's gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still pure, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdishing? Again, because let's say, you heard the shaila is, in the case that she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdishing. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So the king shall be Rabbi Eliezer. You can also so let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer shekavma behikri basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So that's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about hikri shasol? Low. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement it would appear that if she is makdish, the animal is still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer can take to by it. The truth is, this shaila is managed to show Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, Gakivasa, Dafka, Bakisha, Somo, the Isa B'Shastia. Because Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the dia. Because by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it, the animal still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, if he was of Shitale, Vikishasa Misaka. I mean, no, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the dia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. So we're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, how it's payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment, dia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed dia, or dia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with payment, now, the dia doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore, she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide karma. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the question. Okay, let's analyze that. Let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for consecration purposes. Or immediately, marries the kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, for immediately. The Rabbi says, if Reuben has relations with the Zona, and then he pays her, even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the wrong way. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it'll still be awesome. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not pissed off, no kasha. So most of that country is just important. The price that we told before, us on the payment, day 62, we said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no use. Here the Gemara says, if there's relations, we would use this 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. I'm not going to stop, I'm not pissed off. Side contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, it tells us that. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, it tells us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case in another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identified the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, it tells us that. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. If you my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Arizona. He says, have relations with me for this sheet. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheet doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, you should buy. So I'm going to tell us, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for the price of possession, which the Gemara says, okay? So kind of that's interesting. Ultimately, the thing of the sheep is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't use the sheep for profile. It comes at a sort of nuts. You guys know what it is. The old numbers when you say it, it's talking about Jewish harvest. If you don't, it's quite the Hatzir. Oh, it's interesting enough, the sheep standing in the bucket. In which case, again, I think this passage requires just in a second. Either quite the Hatzir, Abba, the Achikat Masala, Hakamana. I understand. If it's in a hustle, in our this requires in our relations with her, and then ultimately again, Jenny gave it, Jenny gave it. It's already in our culture, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? You know, so in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esmon because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Siyah, if the sheep is standing in her hustle. Which you might as well see, is shocking and handy up. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rothschild and right here, this sheep is an apotheke. And then again, what is a apotheke? Apotheke essentially is he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, he might see out later, he's really kind of going with us. And he says, if I pay you, that's it for the next 30 days, good. Then you not, and if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your public payment. Fine. Massive reputation, so Shesha said that it's supposed to some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of these watches. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. They're saying that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately again he's paying them, that actually points out over here, Rashi, okay, for couple more Amir hearts. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir hearts. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before that. So he goes in and says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's for him or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting paid here, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So let's say, now he says, the Eno Koshish, if you do this, Eno Koshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Besides feeling like it's 63 weeks, Lomishim Shidis and Lomishim Nice, Lomishim Nice. Now let's say, here's this interesting fact. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halakha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum on their part, it's just to be different. Maybe Akum's going to go by now. Yes? Right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amar is going to Shmita or Maisashimi he's going to have to be concerned, right? He doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kedra, who's what? Because he's doing that essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart is it's actually the last one, the last of the long run of Rashi. The heart even goes something in you, and the people like, we don't use Ruben is not the one giving them Ruben's giving them money. It's covered, here, this is for the food, this is for your drink. what they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving.
Wow.
It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out with the following. Sabbath Noah, they 63 second line. The Amalek, says to them, Su be'ichlu, vani korea, Su shtu vani korea. He says to the workers, right, like the drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then you have the problem. Then you have a problem. Now, why is that? We did the issue here is because he's in the town. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these targeted items for his work. So see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potential targeted items for his work. Alma, that wasn't what he sees here. He got part of the ministry. So just see me, it's like, I'm not for the nice side, not going to say, this is, so now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, they went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid for which Europe. Yochanan said, not a problem because no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece, right? Amor, so what do you see here? That when Reuben pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption of his place, a lawful amount of this transaction immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for the Shemitah produce and Sheni produce. It's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says. Alternani, kapara, the Nisra kapara. So to hear by Rabbi Yanai, when they repay him here, ultimately again, isn't that for paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which we must take them out of Kisto, and send them on the people in the Shtabo. No, it's different. In the Ruben case, like what he's going to have, telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to the haven, the Archilak, who say, ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there's this transaction that's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. It's actually right across the and the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get his money, but he's regularly expensive credit. She's particular, so we'll say, so that's it. This transaction Ruben's not just saying stop going where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, look up everything in it. Therefore, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, donkey drivers and whatever, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. That's all you can do. Even the other family, the new student is not something that other people. Again, that doesn't apply to the service. That's wasn't like a credit. Therefore, that piece is trying to lack transactional immediacy. You must send the machine up people. Again, using that, you're going to need to send out a work in case. Go eat and go drink, go pick up the towels. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. And it sounds like what? What's it? Well, it should be okay. So that's the case, that it's most likely at the time it's if that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go into a drink, make it two different things. What can the two cases be? The Gemara said that when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for you to say to his wife, even though you didn't drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Reuben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the treasury already has the right to the prohibited items. How about holding Shema people? But shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, what if it is nice to go ahead and only two pieces that are the same, but one detail different, and to highlight two different cases. This was the old, somebody should not people you understand it.
Let's look at first.
Even if the
Is that first
shopkeeper
or
doesn't extend credit,
I could do without the
purchaser
blacksmith, but
not still
eat that shit,
obligated
bro.
to
Like, and
pay
he's
Bamar
making fun of him for having
Homer
the shoes.
Chavero. A person says to his friend, Tain Manavachoni, you need from the Chosik Yah. What happens? Like, Ruben goes, I go to Ruben. So Ruben, do me a favor, like, give him money to Shimon, and over my party will be coming into you. What's that one? Totally, it's ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You might say, so what are you seeking here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What are you seeking here? When you ask someone to go and do something for someone else, and ultimately, again, they're guaranteed an encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. Amarava, you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. You must know even the Roman Yahid Shibude low miss. And what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, even though Yahid Shibude, Rashi third line on Rashi in the bottom. Gilma Shibude, so when you say Roman Yahid Mo'os, what are you going to do below this? Since Reuben did not go ahead, he actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. I'm sorry. Gemara says, so that's the case ultimately again. So what do you need to be concerned with that? You shouldn't shoot us. So the Gemara says, ultimately, says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about? What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps, again, she's a police, ultimately, again, the same thing. Because no particular money has been designated in advance, does not create a release or what's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Shakes below, Balabai is Dino the company, hold them Shishala Etzlo. The Hashtam the Balabai is Kafi, so this changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, when Bryce says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they pay for prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm used to the Shmite, they come in, drugs, and then so the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same way of transactional means. Like that, that's the Gemara says, I'm used to the Shmite, they come in, drugs, and then I said this over in terms of the bit of now. And what's Amalei, he hockey, I became certain who should see by the way that's the guys that shouldn't be when they say to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me since he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out a case of years of being prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did we consume? You're right. So you're right. Turning ultimately again, a lot of ways is you're right. Change the license. The license is really the following way. That halacha ma'aser, Ruben says to his, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Bryce. Case number one is where Ruben gives his brothers $100. So it's got to go out and eat, go out and drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way the Muslims understand it now, is that halacha ma'aser, Ruben prepaid the company. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned. If you have access now to limited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and so I'm going to put it items. The way that Raisa should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need my chashin, and then I will set it up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara is going to do. Yeah, we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone, what a guy.
I know, I've listened back to it and you're definitely counting wrong because the bar is 45 pounds. Okay. So you're lifting more than you think, but I think you can probably lift more than what you're doing because, like, you do 25, I'm doing 85 pounds. So you're doing 12.
Listen, good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn the overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosin Shpach Rabbi Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shalom Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Troubles for all of Israel. Our current sponsors for the month of Rabbi Rothschild, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife, Zichron Lebracha. Our sponsors, Dr. Evan Page Wolf, the donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Hannah, memory of their father, Ben Abba, Chover, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Moreno, and Rav Nachman, so as always, we dedicate our learning to Swiss Refugees, hostages, and the 12th and to Shalom, the home, the Shalom, and the Karach, and the America, and the social network, to give them success. The whole of Nazi. Also, with that, let us begin. We're excited about all of us today. Today's daf is Sunday, 63, and we're talking about on South Basin base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows: the day Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Shvias Naimim, the Korban of the Shvias. So very interesting case. So the members of the household of Rabbi Yana, what they do is as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says that there's no right interesting. Yasu Perishi is called in Smanavir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this that once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the Asa of the Anai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, part of the Shemitah, Shkachach the Offer Aniyim Shminis Achar Abir, and the Shvias. So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Anai's house will repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. I'm going to read. Rabbi Yochanan said, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Never done. Now, I'll say that, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also know this starts to a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Yana are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people in fact, Shaita, lo habu hana ve'en, lo ichlufe hani ba'ani, lav chalipen nilu, and lo chayla kedusha shvias alai. So again, we saw yesterday that already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity can pop upon the previously committed item. So for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting with the Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah same thing, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in Shemitah and only being quote-unquote repaid during the 8th, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting, and this is to connect them to Esna and Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esna Zone. Esna Zone is a halacha is a person goes to a zone, and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if he pays her money, they're going to give her an object. That object is called an Esna Zone. That's meaning for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Gemara says the first time you use the what's the case? The Sanya says this. Rashi says, Nosan Rabbi Rabbi. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. For harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nosan Rabbi Rabbi. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, and of course it's permitted for a carbon, why? Pshita, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the soon, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that halacha l'maisa the esrei is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. The Rosh Hashanah says, "Hello, God, this is what he means to say. Listen to this. Nosala the achakach ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say, he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we need to take this outside. Specifically, what's going to say like this: when does something become an esrei? When there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay us. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esrei. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan for soul. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. Most eloquent. No sala, he gave it a sheep. The achakach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achakach ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav elo la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with me now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some normal common sense. You know, Jazer today has relations for 3 hours or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. But achakach it's not a ba'ala, the achakach nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her. That's not a in both of these cases, ultimately, again, however, nasala, the achakach, so therefore, I will say, so the one thing is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esman zone, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow shemitah produce from the poor and would pay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little practice or transaction business with shemitah produce. Which Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? or as somehow obtaining ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the more questions a little bit discussing on this. No someone so again, let's go with this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and pays it. Okay, you may be right. Get your sheet. I'm just using your sheet. That's the easiest example. Right? So he pays your sheet. Right? And then let's say get your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has the sheet. So again, based on what we just before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not prohibited for consecrated temple. Right? Because a wax transaction in the use. You must understand. He bought out, but when he does have a sheet, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheet on Tuesday. Congratulations, just on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have a sheet, he will have something? Lechol Allah is not fair. Obviously, okay, I understand. He gives it the sheet, can't be labeled as testimony so much. When he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore the sheet should be categorized as an estimate already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. You know what's the case? She should come up and hit the vasa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheet on Tuesday. She got the sheet on Tuesday. Now relations didn't happen until Wednesday. We're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheet should be categorized for harvest. What's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. But the highest harvest, the highest zona. I won't say, you might say to yourself, come on, what else? She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonas. Listen, it's one of the mentions many times. So it's mentioned instead of unreal consistencies. And we all live in higher in certain respects, in respects, things in my life that things in my life that holding and things that the things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all, apart from Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well in my life. Yiddish type is not all in you could be right in some areas and more we think in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony and spirituality and righteousness in other areas of my life. And most of us are not yet. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. But sometimes we feel like a fake because, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. And I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Yeah, it's hypocritical. It's still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings kabbos. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbos are a reach mikol. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradiction and struggles to mother and when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a cynical of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the carbons. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. If you tell me what's the case, the umbrella can you make me action? If he said to the zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then halacha is pshuta the sharila. Right? The halasa the shaskira umatara ba'amudiya. So then obviously it's mutter, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an aslan on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship yet. So essentially he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the little Amalek in the action is enough in the power. The power is very easy. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, maybe you must be a kada. I can suffer it up as a partner. After all, the Yash is based on Kodesh Amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an eretz, evaluation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. Just like your home, you own it. So to be owned, you need to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I could shove it up as a part unless you just start later. You know, the only thing not is something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, this powerful only asks us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who actually inspire you. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are. The Ribbon shall only asks you to match that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of you what someone else can do. Doesn't expect to be someone else's but he does expect to be to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because you possess a lot more than I'm honest about. And then utilize those to only be makdish that which belongs to you. And the Holy Bible only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, within our spiritual power. So what's the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the owner the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The midst of life, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, right? And you need it, whether you need it or whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as well. So it's interesting, kind of hedges his bets a little bit. Fine. So Gemara says, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's thrown in the afternoon, that's interesting. We're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon zone and by the Harlequin case as well. Now the Gemara just gets a little bit into this Harlequin case. So by the Rothschild, so let's say, since Reuben gives Reuben the sheep on Tuesday, the Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not Christian. She consecrates now. She didn't offer that as a cover, but she's not Christian. So what's the status now of the Mandi? Even the Amar, Rothschild is a so do you say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it off? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being hektish verbally is the equivalent of offering it off? Although I'll probably didn't say that earlier. In other words, offering it off is offering it off, but the makdish is gone, the animal's gone. The makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability, what happens if she was makdish? Again, because I must say, here the Shiloh is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't become an Esnon zone now, because it was no longer in existence at the time that the deal occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish. Wednesday, the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the Shiloh is, does the object become an Esnon zone now? Or not. So the Kisham is very Eliezer. You can also realize, so let's say, going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the dot. Right? And you say, Rabbi Eliezer, Shekatna Behikli Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esnon zone, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. That's Behikli Basa. dafka kashrut is no longer in existence. About the kishaso low. But from the Rothschild statement we have here that if she is not fishing, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Islam zona. Much says no. The Rothschild is fake and quiet. The truth is, this Shiloh is not a Shiloh of the Rothschild himself. So the Gemara says no. Mifshach Shikol Rabbi Eliezer Gashivasa Daka Bakishasa no. The Isim Shasvia. Because the Rothschild said the only time it doesn't use an Islam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. But by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, when she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Islam zona. Oh, Dilma, Shekivasa, Shikale, Vikishasa Musap. And you know, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the Bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Islam zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says, we're really not sure. So interestingly, we have to look like what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, it's important lesson number one. We're not finished with Islam zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Islam zona, our payment must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Islam zona. If you deposited an animal with a payment, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in her animal, therefore she goes to have the office enough to bonafide cargo. If she's not dished, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the case. That's the okay, let's analyze more. So we're going to look at the second issue of the rose. Let's say that's relationship with her. And then afterwards, he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. And we say it's mutter used for consecrated purposes. Or maybe to marry the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, Ba'ala bi'achakach masala, even shalosh shonim esnana asha. But the Raisa says if he didn't have relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and he's still the usher. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, Hashem. So mostly that country is just important. The Raisa that we told before on some occasion, the 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate of those transactional needs. Here the Gemara says that there's relations in implication 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher, and I'm not going to stop. I'm not just going to cash it. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali is Ba'ali the Talasah. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali the Talastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Girashi, the Talasah, Kalkama Diwayat Lohavi Iceland and Nekashtavis. So ultimately, again, the verse when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's a transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Rabbi tells that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Moving over to Rothschild, he says, have relations with to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, Shalom is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional needs. Just because you identify the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, you should fall. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for a part of possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone of okay. So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the thing of the sheep was only a thing by human. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep to a part. So something that is not Jewish. You guys
I
know
looked
what
into his
possibility
body,
is. The
talking
old
to his
numbers on
son,
the
but
Israel,
it's
so
not
it's
the
something
same.
like the Charlotte.
His biceps
So
like,
to
whoa,
go,
bud.
the Kohen
Hey,
Bechatzim.
my guy.
Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the
That's,
chutzah.
you think that's what
In
Steve
which
Strings
case,
said?
again,
Yeah, right.
ultimately,
Hey,
this
my
the
guy,
chutzah
my
she
guy.
requires in a second. In the Kohen Bechatzim, Rabba, the Afrikach Masala, Hakama,
Be cool.
1 second. I understand.
Be cool.
If it's in our chutzah, in our did she requires in our yeah, relations with her, and then ultimately again, then he gave it, then he gave it. It's already in our chutzah, she already required it. What are we talking about? You must in other words, she acquired it before this. This is actually this is like the paradigmatic case of estimating. Like she's acquiring the sheep even before the deal. If the sheep is standing in the chutzah, seriously, you must like Tzivah, the shotgun and the heliac quantity. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So when it comes to Rothschild, and this sheep is an approach. Remember, what is approach? The approach is essentially that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, you might see not late, this is in the kind that you're playing with up. And he says, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. The Iman, and if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your public payment. Fine. Massive Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes said that it's supposed to help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this watch. Only other Machamara or Paula. Let's say again, let's say you can employ donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately again, he's paying them. Now, Rashi points out over here that even if these workers are non-Jews, they're Amir artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. We're see about this in part of this. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Oh, the Eno Hoshesh. Okay, so actually before we so he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the opinion or supplemental, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So let's say now the Eno Hoshesh do this. Eno Hoshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Salfura is 63. Romishim Shvius, Romishim Meister, Romishim Manualist. And let's say, what is interesting about this? Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halakha L'Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akhon, or Amir Haaretz, she has to be concerned that maybe Akhon's going to go by Yahweh, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir Haaretz is going to buy Shvita, or nice cheese, or at least he outside of the he doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, which one? Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Romishim Meister, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the one line of Rashi. The heart is, those sucking you, we don't view Ruvain is not the one giving us
two guys talking about kind of gender to me. It's just funny.
Here, this is free to food, this is free to food. What the big sheets to do with that afterwards essentially is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast on liability. Sound of base 63, the second line. In Amarla, said to them, Su Be'echlu, Bani Korea, Su Shtu Bani Korea. He says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have this problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. She didn't Bani Korea. Habi'ihu lokeh ha'isru ma'chilo, the hashto will start naturally that the issue of the kid because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his work. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100, here's your drink, whatever they buy, that's all. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic. If he is purchasing and providing these essentially prohibited items for his work. What do you see from there? Kikapara to make you so much. So what you see from there is that Allah for the Ma'isa, I'm not going to say. We're now going to add and circling back to the Rabbiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbiana case. And remember, Rabbiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid the poor with each year produce. And Rothschild said, not a problem of no transaction in immediacy. So I was saying, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? Almost the kapara, you make your kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah reminds that there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these, the Shemitah programs, paying for the IUS, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, also nami, kikakara, the name is kakara. So to here by Rabbi Yana, we may be paying here, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah programs? Same thing, which we must take. So, Kisto, the Henteni Hamatito, the Mishtabit. No, it's different. In the case, like with these going to workers, go use go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to them. Even the Orthodox today, can they do nothing? Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to them, ultimately there is transactional. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally, that I actually ran across the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמות ישנו הדין, or kind of לכן הלכות חליפים. So that's it. There is transaction needs. Ruben is not just saying scam going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and waivers, whatever they want to do for the items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. Again, that doesn't apply in Israel, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. Therefore, that piece was kind of not transactional. Again, using that one. Everything was the same as well. Same case. Go eating, go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not saying to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like, Muslim, that should be okay. If that's the case, that it's most of the healthy, if that's the case, then the second price up differently. Instead of making the first case of myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go into a drink, make it two different things. What should these two cases be? The Gemara Bedron we're in. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited in the Shtagid way? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his wife, go out, go you can drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the tenant already has the money for prohibited items. But shopkeeper does not extend. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be called. In other words, better for the Bryce to go ahead and highlight two cases are the same, but one different than to highlight two different cases. First, you must follow 10 people Milo Mishtabit for protection. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, he's not still obligated to defend any Bamara. Listen to this. Homer the Chavero. A person says to his friend, "Ain't one of a pony, v'yiknu kol b'chosei lach." So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with you. Ruben, do me a favor. Right, give him money at the shimon, and all of my property will be encumbered to you. What's that, huh? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even assuming that even when I have no previous relationship. What do you see from there? when you ask someone to go and do something for someone else, and ultimately again you're the encumbrance of transactional immediacy seems to look like from in there. And the Rabbi, you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper sends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive money. Even the low miyaki shibude no nissan. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says even low miyaki shibude, look at Rashi, third wide line in Rashi's in the bottom. They're not shibude. So when you say low miyaki mo'os nissan, Rav Khalifa moving below nissan. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, all this stuff. Since you know they find the young money, right? Or no specific money, haven't set aside money. Therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. שלא ייחי למוז לפש ולאו חליף ונינו ולא ניסה. Sorry, Gemara says, Ela Hafa Hamai Hashish. So that is ultimately again. So when we read this from the Rabbi, Shum Shitz. Gemara says,
Anyways, that's not why they're here.
So ultimately,
They're here to watch them as a shop, so start the timer.
Says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? Ela Hafa Hamai Hashish. We should see this. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha the Maisa that perhaps again she produce. Versus ultimately again in the same thing. Because no particular money is heavily designated for advance, does not create the case over here is where the Balabayas advance the money.
Where's the lie?
Okay, so this changes.
Not someone who's
Shaking low, Balabayas, you know the company. Told them Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Balabayas, this changes everything. So in the case of a year, ultimately again, when Raisa says, that Reuben says to his workers, go to the Chemini, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. In cases where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm not gonna count it. So that's really so the Gemara says this. So again, all of this is all on this same realm of transactional needs. That's the theme. That's so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm going to count up. I'm missing the Shemai thing I need to I said this over in front of the Vid of Nargo.
I don't know, maybe, but he also, I mean, like, nobody did the truck thing. We switched the trucks or the fish thing. He's very good at taking over a bit and doing it well, right? Like, I mean, Tony, you see him, when he had the cowboy suit on, he kind of looked like a cow.
I will pay me since somebody hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say?
It wasn't a good look, he wasn't a build for it, you know?
It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here, we didn't forget. Right? So we left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which means, I know you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm sorry, I'm like, Tony, ultimately, again,
Talent's a pro,
right, change the license, read the license, read the following way. That halacha says, Reuben says things, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Raisa. Case number one is when Reuben gives his representative. Says, someone go out to meet, but and drink on the meat. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not case two, where the Muslims don't even now, is that halacha so Reuben prepaid for him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. That's the concern. If we have access now to the items, then it's Reuben is going at that hand, so I'm going to tell you the way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need my chashiv. And then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara is going to say. Again, let's stop over here for today. Everyone,
It looks like they are going down 252,000. Dude, stack that up over we might be able to buy this house, dude. That would be my dream. 7 bathrooms. Yeah, wouldn't have any problem with a little too much tiger thick.
Let's say good morning. It is a graceful spot to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our annual Talmud sponsors, Moshe Mishpacha Baritz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a sukkos for the Soros levels for all of Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Av. Habalim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife from the Grandma. Wedding sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of his father, Ben Adler, Chaver, Baruch Mordechai, and Lorena, and also as always, we dedicate our earnings to Israel, to his happy, to his broken, to Shalom, home, Shalom, and Karan, and America, and souls for give them success in all of massive day. And also with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanef Gimel 60. We are coming up on Sanef Beis in the base 62b. The Bay Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse says as follows: The Bay Rabbi Yana, Yasvi Perishvias Naniyim, who called them Mishmias. A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasu Perishi is called Mismaravir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Part of the Shemitah, Ishtata, the offering Aniyim Shemitah Acharatir, and the people of Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi also repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. And where it says, so they came and they said, so people mention this practice of the something about it, obviously, that bothered people. So they said something to the Yochanan, the Yochanan said, yeah, this thing often is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why you connect on that? I'll say that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also know the stars through a couple of Rashis. You also know in there, the Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yamais are not as perfectly totally fine. Rashi says the people that you shake up. Lo habu hanaf be'en. Lo if you say hani ba'ani, la chalik be'niru, lo chayli kedusha shviyasala. This one is not when you get into an issue potential commerce with a forbidden oil. So sometimes that forbidden identity is off on the previously committed. So for example, the concern over here is business that wants to transact with business with Shemitah produce, and even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah same Shemitah produce. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy. Let's just say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being written in the Shemitah and only being quote-unquote repaid during the 8th, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like there's doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah simply will not develop upon the 8th-year produce. This is still very interesting. Is to connect them to Esma and Shemitah. And interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with Esma's. Esma's in the a person goes to a shop and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he gives the money. Or even gives her an object, that object is called an estimate, so that means for a knowledge, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. This is the sign of the Gemara says the corresponding piece by estimate. What's the case? The sign of the case. Rashi says, no some level of bala. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her this, and he gives her a payment. right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or Ba'al Ha'Lo Nasalo. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. For harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. Nasalo Ba'ala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course he's going to be for a carbon. Why? Even though he didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the scene, furthermore, the second case, if you have relations with her, but she didn't pay her anything, ultimately didn't pay her anything. If you didn't pay her anything, if he was a loss of law, my estimate mutter. If you didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the that's why I expect a lot from the estimate mutter. Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, God, this is what he needs to say. This is Nasala, the Afrikas Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me take this piece outside. Since we wasn't say like this, when does somebody become an estimate, and estimate is a part of payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate. So, and what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporary use. So watch this. There's other cover. No someone, if you gave her the sheep, the Afrikas Ba'ala. What does it mean, the Afrikas Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with me now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. So the behavior today has relations for 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment, relations. But that's not possible. That's not a mission. Excuse me. Ba'ala, the Afrikas Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then that's not a mission. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be moved. However, Nasala, the Afrikas is not fine. So therefore, what says, the word says as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, once the transaction immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, remember, the household of the Yemenite, they would borrow sheep or homes from the poor and pay it ultimately again with people came to the Open because they thought, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit sheep dependence. So the Open said, no, it's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transaction immediacy. Because of transaction immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, produce, and after the 8th year produce remains 25. Right. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate. Not so well the Afrikas Ba'ala. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and pays it. Hey, we're going to use he gets your sheep. I'm just using the sheep because this example of the right? So he pays your sheep, right? And then let's say he pays your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has so again, basically on just on before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated use, right? Because it lacks transaction immediacy. You must understand. He bought a house, but when he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, outside people, Lechol Allah is certainly not fair. Obviously, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimonies or not. When he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should revolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate not already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says, it's very interesting, what's the case? You should talk about the Hikri Basa. Because it's very interesting. What happened? Zoma got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relation didn't happen until Wednesday. Next day, but when you have relations on Wednesday, that's actively the sheep should be categorized as a husband. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, man, what a faker. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's important we've met this many times. There's a difference that we all live within consistencies. And we all live within inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, and in certain respects, there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. Here's the deal. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. Sometimes you feel hypocritical, or sometimes you feel fake, because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It's more contradictory. But while I'm doing nature of the human condition, all of the hypocrisy, all of the contradictions, such is the nature of life. And it's important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kabbos. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbos are a reach before. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions and struggles from other reach. And when you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he says it, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then the Kamachon, so she is the Sharila. Right? The Halasa, the Shaspira, Umatara, Amahubiyo. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esnan on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship, right? So essentially, he gave her a gift, and she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the community in the Aksha is enough in the power. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, it's Thursday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he's really not in the product. How could you offer it up as a product? After all, the ish is based on Polish Amar. It says if a person will consecrate his home. This is talking about an evaluation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the so just like your home, you own it. So to be only consecrate, whether it's consecration or offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a part? Unless they describe it, tremendous customer here. So you can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, this part only asks us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make a mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who inspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and it was frustrating when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's footballs are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate it, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it, it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we want someone else to do. He doesn't expect that we someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than honest.
It's likely he was
And
just
then
not very
utilize
good at football.
those
In
in
college, it seemed he was a backup fullback and special team where he was signed by every football
that
team,
which
but cut
belongs.
before playing any
And
games.
our Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual
It's a
lives.
very heavy
Incredible.
cappuccino.
El Damala, so what's the case? El Damala, the Habikabeh al Chasabia. This is very interesting. He says there, right, so we may give this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday.
Why do
And
you
he says,
think
okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's to be at tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah is, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, right? Or you need a card money, you need, whatever it is. And then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting how
Shadow banning has been around for a long
fine.
time.
So Gemara says this. So that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's already interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something that can only be vested in prohibited status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon zone and by the Harlequin case as well. That Gemara just gets a little bit into this Harlequin case. So by the Rothschild, Kama Vikisha so much. It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona
I just want to see it down for
the sheep
so
on
like we can
Tuesday.
get closer
The Bia is scheduled
somebody
for
suggested we buy the
Wednesday.
studio.
On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates. Now she didn't offer up to the covenant, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amar Amirasol the Vok Russell Kiman Daki Basmani. So here we say that essentially making something feckish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to Hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish? Again, because let's say you heard the shaila is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurs. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? So we're saying the Tish Rabbi Eliezer. You can listen to Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right, the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar said, "Cut off the hit So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Esnon Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the dia occurred. That's why it was so that's why because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About it, so low. From the Elazar statement, it would appear that if she was not fishing, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esnon Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar is fake by it. The truth is, this shaila is manish shaila Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, man, mifshat shita Rabbi Eliezer daki basal dafka baki shasam lo da isim shastia. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't seem Esnon is when the animal was offered up before the dia, and by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Esnon Zona. All Dilma, Hikivasa Shitale, Rikishasa Misapre. Maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the dia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Esnon Zona, but in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to look at what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson on what we're not finished with Esnon Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Esnon Zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transaction, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate. So if he deposited the animal with her payment, now the bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes and has to show up as a wife to bona fide cargo. If she's not conditioned, she consecrates it. So the animal is still in existence at the end of the bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze more. Baal so it looks like the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes. Or mini, the Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or mini. Ba'ala bi'achakach regardless, right? She says that he can have relations with his son. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? For 3 years later, it's still called the Harlot's payment, and it's still the also. I'm not stuck, I'm not pissed off, no kasha. So most of that country is just important. The rights that we quoted before, past like page 60 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations, even if it's 3 years later, ultimately it is still also. I'm not stuck, I'm not pissed off, kasha. It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar is Ba'ali B'Talazeh. Hada Amar is Ba'ali B'Talazeh. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, B'Talazeh, Kalkama B'Yohev La'avit Esman B'Nechashtakim. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Rabbi Talazeh, my understanding. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We can go to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. It has the status of a public payment as a transaction means. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals, those part of the sheep are required to be possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the difference in the sheep was only given by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't use the sheep until acquired. So it's not that someone is not Jewish. You guys know the last one is the old one was already Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harvest. If you don't, you call it B'chatzim. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in the B'chatzim. In which case, again, ultimately, this is such a she acquires. That's in a second. You just play B'chatzim, follow the Achikach Masala. How come? Hold on a second. I don't understand. If it's in a chutzner, in other words, if she acquires it, in other words, if you have relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it, only then. It's already in a chutzner, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? You know, in other words, she acquired it before her. So this is actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of estimate, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the bia, if the sheep is standing in a chutzner. So the Gemara says, the shopping and handy are multitude. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to our hello, right here, this sheep is in a post. Remember, what is a post? A post is essentially going to it. That he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. And if not, Shakle the Esnani. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest Fine.
All those Cheez-Its at night.
Mass is Rothschild. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this. But when you're again with Kamara or Paul, let's say again, let's say you can employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Enoch Oshesh. Okay, so actually before we go to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting paid here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So listen, now the Enoch Oshesh, to do this, Enoch Oshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Set up your base, 63. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum aras, lo mishum yanis. Now listen, here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the question here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an afin or amir haaretz, basically because when they give afin, it's going to go by yanis, right? Or maybe ultimately again, haaretz is going to by shlita, or by shishini, which is outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money, and he's saying, Fedra, do it for us. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the wrong one, Rashi. The heart, those something we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them anything. Who is giving them money? It's kind of, here, this is for the food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contrast out the following. Psalms 63b, second line down. The Allah, said to them, Su be'iflu, vani korea, Su shtu vani korea. He says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for them. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's the $100, here your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. What do you see from here? We're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of, remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with real produce. I said, not a problem because no transaction immediacy. So listen, what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece over here? Amo, kapara, the Mr. Kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, so this transaction immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, Shemi produce, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, offer money, keep kapara, the Mr. Kapara. So to hear by Rabbi, when they retain the clear, ultimately again, isn't that all paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which you must take them out of Pista, and Anthony Hamakipo, in the Shtaba. So, no, it's the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. The Haven, the Archie Rakife, finally near Hadron. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transaction.
The dog comes in to
Literally
remind
translated,
literally
the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Finally, it's actually right across the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank because he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכיר בו, שכמובן שיש לו הדין ארכני לא לכן זה נתלך חליפים. So we'll say, so that's it, there is transaction use. Ruben is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers, whatever.
Only 3 products.
And Ruben's going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in this scenario, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. Therefore, that piece of time because it lacked transaction elements. Again, using that logic, Ruben make the send out as well the same case. So he's going to go through it, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, and it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, lucky, I determined if that's the case, then we set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the Brisa, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go into the drink, make it 2 different things. What should the 2 cases be? The Yimar Sabeja, wherein, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? So when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy. And it's as if, again, the everybody already has the money for the prohibited items. About Anthony shopkeeper, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be paused. In other words, better for the Brisa to go ahead and like 2 pieces of saying one and to highlight 2 dramatic cases, which was the old company she'ima kipo milom shabbat. In other words, that's good. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the company? Homer the Chavero. The person says to his friend, Pain one of the phone, the to come the fussy luck. So what happens? So like Ruben goes, all right, I go with you. So Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to shame, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You might say, so what's this? What do you see today? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What do you see today? When you ask someone to want to do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to apply like them in there. You're right. Right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't really seem to be you must even below miyaki shibude low miss. So what's the difference? They look at Rashi. Rashi says even below miyaki shibude, look at Rashi's third wide one. Rashi's about him. They're not shibude. So when yichei lo miyaki mo's they have. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the time. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. Should be mutter. So, the most, the path, lot, the low, sorry, Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do we need to be concerned about? We shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, So ultimately, again, says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Halacha, my Choshish, Mishum Shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha of Maisa, that perhaps, again, Shvit Kodesh, Halo Miyachid Shvit, Shachal, Lo Miyachid Shvit, ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Halacha of Maisa, because no particular monies have been designated in advance, does not create transactional release. You don't should just get low dealer. What's the case? The case over here is where the Rabbi is advanced the money. Okay, so this changes everything. Rashi, shaking low, Rabbi is dealer with Henry. Chodem Shisharach Etzlo. Yahashtam the Rabbi is Ta'afi B'Yisrael. So this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the cheder, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not going up. I'm used to the strength if I need to have to so the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional use. That's weird. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmaitik Alim that I was looking at. The Gemara said, I said this over in front of the Rabbi Zivit of Narajah. And what I'm already, he is lucky, I can claim Su'u V'Ifru, Su'u Shisu'u, and that's the case. The price is shouldn't be, he says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay it to someone who hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of where we didn't prepay. Right? So we left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which was, oh, you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm sorry, I'm like, Tony, ultimately, again, Allah says, you're right, change the license, read the license, this is just like get my life together. That Allah said, who then says to me, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Christ. Case number one is the Reuben gives his workers $100. It's got to go out and eat, go out and drink on you. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not the case the way the Muslim understands it now is that Allah myself, Reuben prepaid the he went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. That's the concern. So the concern, if you have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that prices should read is, Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's how the Gemara gives it. Yeah, we'll stop over here for today. Go yeah, everyone, put it down.
Use that announcement as a facet to hide the fact that he already decided to move to Texas first, but was too scared to admit it before Brian. Facts or savage? Sounds about right. Okay, sounds dead on. Flynn just announced that he isn't moving to Texas, but even though Flynn is a
good morning, it is a great satisfaction to be able to learn from all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a supposed for Besoros Tovos for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Irene Roses White, and Stanley Roses White is from the Our sponsors, Dr. Eddie K. Wolf, information of the yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Kover, Baruch, Mordechai, and Moreno, and Nasa, is from the doctor. So as always, we dedicate our memories to the precious acquisition of the 12th and yes, bring them home. Shalom and the Shalom of America, the source of the give them success to follow a message. And also the daf speaking, we have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanif Demos 63, and we are picking up on Sanif facing base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: the Rabbi Yanai, Yas Shvius Nami, Uparlu B'Shvius. So very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yanai, they would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yas Shvius called Nishma Nabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. And part of the Sheminis, the Shtaf of the Offer Aniyim Sheminis after the earth, and you get a Sheminis. So what happened again is on year number 8, when you people of Rabbi Yanai's house and we repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with Krishna produce 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice for the Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something for the Yochanan. The Yochanan said, you obviously open, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Now, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also have this a couple of Rashis. You also know here, the Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says the statement that he shut up, lo havu hanach ba'en, lo ichnufe hani ba'ani, lav chalit benyenu, lo chayli kedusha shvius alasim. We saw this is that already. When we get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity is on the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah percentage, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. And to connect them to Esna and interestingly enough, similar case will come up with Esna and Zona. Esna is when the person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, but he gives her an object. That object is called an Esna and Zona, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says, the corresponding piece passing on what's the Sanya says this. Raisa says, Nosal Novel Abada. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel is his owner. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a korban. Why? He didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the Sue, pretty much the same case, but allowed a lot of he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, they didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, my estimate if he didn't pay her, what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that halacha l'maisa, the estimate is mutter, doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, Hachika Amar. That's what it means to say.
winnings, they are all in his
Nasala, the
So when she signed
Achakak
up for that,
if he
she
gave her,
has
let's
so
say,
much
gave her
money
the
that
sheep,
he's
and
getting
then only
$500,000 for
afterwards,
her.
in other
She
words,
has more money. It
Nick
makes no
went to
sense.
the traded
Like
these
it's
outside.
they're,
Typically,
because
what
they're
is it?
baking out new
When does
ceiling
someone
lock,
become
maybe
an
they're doing
S1
that.
and S1
But I
is on a
remember
harvest
like
payment?
that's
When
why I
there's
feel ridiculous.
transactional
But Sean's
immediacy.
like, hell yeah,
These are
here I
relations,
come with a Bud
right?
Light.
Our relations pale. In other words,
Now
when
what?
there's immediacy, that's when it's an S1. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S1 zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most eloquent. No solo, if you gave her the sheep, the Achakak Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achakak Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. Days of today and has relations with her in 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, Bala, the Achakak Nasala, or for that matter, if he has relations with her and then he face her. Esnana in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Achakak, so therefore, what the more saying is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnana, once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow sheep of produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again the safety of purchase. People came to the Open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, practice or transacting business with sheep of produce. So the Open said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because no transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the sheep produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this testing on this. Nasalom Achakak Bala. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's go ahead and case it. Say, you guys use up, you get your sheep, I'm just using your sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately in the second right? So you get your sheep, right? And then let's say you get your sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday you have release. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. I understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He has a sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, talk about something, Lechol Allah is certainly not saying. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimony. It's a revelation. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an S1 zona already passed on Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting, what's the case? He should talk about the Hikri Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? The zona, right? The zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you were saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as the carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, pious zona. I will say, you must say to yourself, she's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's incredibly this many times. So it's important to understand.
You just hear a dog. I'll be back. Yeah. Okay. It's whatever it is.
Certain respects, on the second, and certain respects on the Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly.
You just hear a dog howling and sagebrush.
The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It's more contradictory. But welcome to nature of human condition. We're all living hypocrisy, we're all living contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it's important for us not to speak for ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, she also brings problems. And you know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are they asking for us to it's appeasing the robot. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions and struggles more than our control. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. If you tell me, what's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then halacha says, she could desharila, right? The halasa b'shasfiya umatara ba'amad. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an eslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the left in the action is not this is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a friend, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it to us, he gives it on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, after all, based on what says, a person will consecrate his home. This is talking about the valuation. Right? So we'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my base of issues, so just like your home, you own it. I've called issues, so to the one you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a part of you can only be makdish something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, Hakadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. And sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who aspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's purpose or abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't practice and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that Hakadosh only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. And only be makdish that which belongs to you. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. El Damala, so what's the case? El Damala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the Zona the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for beer tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, but you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, I just use that. Fine. So Gemara says this. So everyone said that's the Zona case. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's Torah and everything. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be invested with a limited status where there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone, by the Father Community case as well. That emerges gets over into as well in the case. So by the way, I'm not big Kisha so much. It's very interesting. So let's say same thing. Even gives Reuben and Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not the sheep. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a cover. And she's not the sheep. So what's the status now of the animal? Numbers. We've done a mar, and the rest of the Gabal from Russell. The man got the bus again. She couldn't say that station, making something technical is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, really, the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a fish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing mastership verbal is the equivalent of offering it up? Is offering it up, but the it's gone. The message ultimately again, it is still here. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's not fishing? Again, because let's say you heard the shiny is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an excellent zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the year occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not fishing. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an excellent zona or not? You must say the picture is Rabbi Eliezer. Those are the laws. So let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right, you might say, Rabbi Eliezer, Shekhatna Behikli Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the excellent zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right, she offered it up already by the time that the dia occurred. Gafka Behikli Basa. So Gafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. How about it? So no, and so the Eliezer statement here that if she is not fishing, but the animal is still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an excellent zona. Unless the Gemara says no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake to me by it. This actually, this shaila is not a shaila of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says no. Mifshat Shikir Rabbi Eliezer that we lost at Gafka about the Shasamo, but he said Shasamo. Because Rabbi Eliezer says the only time it doesn't become an estimate is when the animal was offered up before the dia. Because by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just not fishing, she consecrated it. The animal still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an excellent zona.Ograma, if he lost a shitale, the kishas in the sat. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the dia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an excellent zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. We're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so we're trying to messing it up. We're not finished with that zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an excellent zone, it must be transactional, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an excellent zone. If he deposited an animal with the payment, now, and the deal doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights on that animal, therefore if she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's not fishing, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the case, that's the animal. Okay, let's analyze that. So everything looks like the second piece of the was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards the case of Rakak Nasallah, to ultimately again, the same is Mukha. And they say it's Mukha, they use for consecrated purposes. Or immediately marries the Kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, immediately. Ba'ala bi Akakak Nasallah, even if Ashalo Shonin Esnana Asa. But the Rabbi says if we have relations with each other, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years later, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays for late. Like 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it's still the answer. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not just stop. Not actual. So listen, that country so just some questions. Right? So we told the ball has some crazy very 62 be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's no transaction use. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if it's 2 years later, ultimately it is still also I'm not gonna eat stuff. I'm not just gonna catch it. It's not a contradiction. How the Omar is Ba'ali to tell us, yeah? How the Omar is Ba'ali to tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case we're talking about case where it says evolutions with me for this sheet, and he identifies the sheet, versus evolutions with me for a sheet. Rashi, they tell us that. So come at the Yohev Lochavi Eslan in the So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheet, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheet, then ultimately again there is no transaction immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The only love to tell us that my understanding. So let's analyze this, right? So now moving over to Rothschild, he says Revelation is up to Zola. He says Revelation is for this sheet. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, it has the status of a harvest payment because this transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't mean it's hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says the sheep fall. So I'm going to tell us that the sheep fall. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for the part of possession, which the Gemara says the zone as long as the other will come in. Okay, so probably it's actually interesting that ultimately the thing of the sheep is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't mean the sheep like for process, but it's not he's not. Levi's another possibility is the old number zoning is Israel. It's not talking about a Jewish harlot. If you don't, the claim that has said, oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chassid. In which case, again, ultimately, this is the chassid she requires. That's one second. You could claim that I say that, but the African muscle now, how come that? I don't understand. If it's in her chassid, then she requires it. Or get relations with her. And then ultimately, again, denigrates, only denigrates. Shorty in her chassid, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Estimate because she's acquiring the sheep even before the deal if the sheep is standing in her chassid. Here's the Gemara spoke about the shot in the handy outputs. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Raphael and here's this sheep is not going to and then we go, what is that? I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there's non-payment. The Amallah, you might see how it is using the primary don't pay with us. And sister, if I tell you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. Do you not? And if not, shockingly to ask them, take this sheep ultimately again as your public fine. Massive association doesn't help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this process. Only other Makamara will apply. Let's say again, let's say even employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying, that actually points out over here, Rashi, Obiko Kavimo Amir Arts. These workers are non-Jews, or they're Amir Arts, which is unlearned Jews. The Dolphins are unlearned Jews. They're studying some other and he says to them, L'chuva esbek b'nazah. Sushtu b'nazah. Right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Oshin, okay, so actually before this. So he goes in and says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you do that. They're paying me about supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving to the right here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now the Eno Oshin, to do this, Eno Oshin, he doesn't have to be worried. Sounds you know basically. Romishim Shlias and Romishim Atmas, Romishim Yanis. And let's say here's the right? What's the concern here, right? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an option, I'm in others, yes, we can send the option is going to go by that, yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Hamaretz is going to buy Shvita, or my Sushi police, and he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Trevor, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Like, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi's Rosh Meiser, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long line. The Hakiru, those Sakiru, we don't, Ruben is not the one giving them private. Ruben is giving them help. It's Chavra, here, this is for the food, this is for your food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. It's not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, no, that's how we call it. Sound no, they 60 second line. The Amalak, said to them, Su the Iflu, Bani Kolera, Su Bani Kolera. He says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Have you the Hashem solid national the issue of the here is because he's in the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for us. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. What do you see from there? So what you see from there is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back from there ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed shoes of produce and they repaid before with your goods. What I said, not a problem because no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? Amor, kapara, the Mr. Kapara. So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right? Pays the bill, even though again he's paying after the consumption order takes place. A loss of answer is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these shoot the police, trading police, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often money, keep kapara, the name is kapara. So to the Gemara and maybe paying a year, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately pushing the police? Okay, which is nice. The Gemara says, they can't any people in the stabbing. So let's take it from the Ruben case, right? Where he's going ahead telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where you are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the Archila Akifei plainly being ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is a transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Plainly being that it's actually 90% and getting some of that. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. He regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו שכמות שישנו הדין are coming to understand that Hilfa Khalifin. So let's say that's it. There is transaction rules. Ruben is not just saying stop going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying Fedra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, it's going to give banking drivers and laborers, live in the same house. And then it's going to immediately say, again, that doesn't apply to this again, therefore that case is trying to put it back transactional.
he leaves, who's now watch over Sergio Road? That's true.
But again, using that logic, if Ruben were to send out his workers, same case, though he's been go during one pickup and tag. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally spends credit to him, and it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihafi, adetani se'u be'echlu b'dinar zeh, se'u yishisu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat or drink, make it two different things. What should we do cases be? The Gemara Sabeja word, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamasifa, the Mishtabed when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, have it, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money for these prohibited items. How about thinking it's shame people, but shopkeepers do not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be cut. In other words, better for the grace to go ahead and the two cases that are the same, but one detail different, and to understand that basis. This is for old, somebody should not people move on the shopkeeper, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, if the purchaser and not more obligated to any bummer on it. Homer the Family. The person says to his friend, hey, one of the 40, do you from the first six love? What happens, right? Ruben goes, right, I got this for you. So Ruben, do me a favor, let me, right, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that for? Clearly, you know, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Mercer Civil says, what do you think? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. When you ask someone, what is somewhere here? And ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that it comes with transactional immediacy. Since you look for right then and there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit, if it doesn't extend credit, it doesn't seem to make a difference. You must worship him. Afagav the Mishabele, even the low Miyaki Shibude, low Missa. So what's the difference? I'm going to look at Rashi. Rashi says, even the low Miyaki Shibude, because Rashi's third wide line. So when you say low Miyaki Mo's the path, Rav Khalifa may be below Missa. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be worth it. It should be worth it. So, Yichel and Mos, the Kash, Lach, Alichaninu, the Lo Mitzvah. I'm sorry, Gemara says, Elahacha Michael Shish. So if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do you need to consider that? You shouldn't shittiest. So Gemara says, all Monia, so ultimately, again, it's like Gemara. Ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about? Elahacha Michael Shish. You shouldn't shittiest. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Because Elahacha Maisa, that perhaps, again, she was the least, versus Hamoniaki, she would have Hacha, Loniaki, she would have ultimately, again, same thing. Halacha Mesa, because no particular monies have been designated for banks, because most cases are immediately what's the case? The case over here is there, the halacha is advance the money to the bank. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Shekilo, halacha is dinar refugee. Kodem sheshalach etzlo. The hashtam the halacha is this changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, the Rashi says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat or drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case of already, Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they hate, limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm like, I know, I'm these sort of shmekes, I'm able to absolutely not. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all on this same realm of transactional needs. Like that's what's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm these are the shmekes, I'm able to absolutely not. So I said this over in front of the Rabbi did and what happens? I'm not ready. He hugged you at the place so you should see what I'm way at that place. The price shouldn't be that we may say to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay Mr. Selleck as a pay. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're staying out of case of yours that we didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? I'm going to be right. So you're right. Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of things to be right. Change the prices. The prices should be the following way. Yeah, a lot of things that you didn't say so please remember, essentially there are two cases in price. Case number one is where we didn't use the $100. So never go out to each spot and drink that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, there is another understanding there, is that a lot of myself moving prepaid for something. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. My workers are going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now you realize that that's the problem. That's the concern. If you have access now to food items, then it's as if moving is going ahead and supplying the food items. The way that prices should be is moving to workers, so go out and drink. ואני מחשש, I will settle up ultimately again with that's what I'm going to do. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone.
He definitely does hit you with the my man's, my guy. Fake, dude. That's why I don't like that. I don't like that Kendrick is just like, he's a pedophile, and it's like,
Listen, good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn the details of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shvach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem and Drushos this year. As a support for the Soros Hubbles for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Ad. Our Barney will tell us, Stephen Wendy Grazing, honor of Israel Grazing, Dina Grazing, Lee Roses White and Stanley Roses White from the Rothschild. We have learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, the creation of the yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben Svi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Howard, memory of their father, Ben Abba, Robert Boris Mordecai, and Mary of the always we dedicate our learning in the Swiss welcome to Shalom and the Karach and the merit of the soul to give them success, the whole of lasting dinner. Listening back to us, we're excited about ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sunday, 63, and we're actually about on South Facing base 62B. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Shvias Manim, who carving the Shvias. So very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow shoes of produce from the poor and then repay them with paid-year produce, non-Shvias produce from the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says what this is very interesting. Yas Ike Shvias covers my idea. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shvias technicalities of myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this does, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer try to keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of the right, they borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. That should go on. Part of the Shemitah, the Shachach, the Afu, Aniyim, Shemitah, Contra, the Earth, and the Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yana's house repaid the Aniyim. ultimately again with Nicodemus, 8-year produce. Gemara says, I'm ready to Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothers people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. I'm ready to Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, you see, often perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Why? Yet not. Now, also, interestingly enough, look at that. You also have this, sorry, see a couple of actions. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Ananias are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the children that he shed off, lo habu chanach ba'en, lo ismiste chani ba'ani, lav chani beninu, or the chali to do just this, and I see it again. He's saying this to that already. We go into a potential colors with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden item pops on the previously committed item. So for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one of the matters, this looks like produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have the sanctity, the prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem, Ron, because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the sheep and only being quote-unquote retained during the age, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with sheep or produce, and therefore no sheep or prohibition falls upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, you're going to have a myself, and therefore, again, sheep essentially will not develop upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to S9. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with S9 zona. S9 zona is a person goes to a zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, and then he gives her an object. That object is called an S9 zona, payment for a moment, and cannot be used for any type of sacrifice. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, y'all. You know, for the first time, these guys know what's the sign of this. Rashi says, no some level of bother. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's zone. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the Havana no solo. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Es nana mutter. So how is payment ultimately is mutter to sacrificial use? Obviously it doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Nothing level of bother. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a land, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have a relationship with her, then of course it's going to be part of God, sheep, but even though you're Allah, you didn't have a relationship with her. So if you have a relationship with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, you see, what about the second case? Shot the line, if you have a relationship with her, you didn't pay her anything. No younger law, you don't need it. Ultimately, you pay anything. If you didn't pay anything, the people who are less on law, my estimate, if you didn't pay anything, and that's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that Allah recognizes the estimate is mutter. Doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, Allah, what we call it. God gives what we need to say. Masalah, the Arthakaf Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what we're going to take is outside. Since we don't say like this, when does something become an estimate? Yes, something like payment when there's transactional immediacy. Okay, there are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate. So what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch this. So it's Alakana. No solo. If you give it a sheep, the Afrikak Bala. Now what does it mean, the Afrikak Bala? Rashi says, Akshav Ella, the Aka's not. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense here. Even today, you have relations within 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment, relations. But Akash that's not a movie. Bala, the Akash Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with us. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be However, Nasala, the Akhartak, therefore also one thing is that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate
You just hear a dog howling and sagebrush.
once the transaction release, in other words, payment relations, then the sheet for payment has the status ultimately identical from this payment. Now again, remember, keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would follow sheet of police from the floor and pay it ultimately identical to the payment. Keep things are the optimum because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit strange. It's back in business here. Sheet of police. So the optimum said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the seventh year produce, the produce, and then for the eighth year produce remains commodity. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this question. Not somehow we have to buy. So again, let's go. Right? Let's go ahead and face it. Okay, but we're going to use Rabbi. Get your sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example. Right? You put your sheet. Right? And then let's say put your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, you actually. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest period, and therefore is not forbidden for constituting something. Right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. I understand. If he bought a but when he does have an issue, let's say on Wednesday, right? He has a sheep on Tuesday. Calculations are on Wednesday. So why do you say that when he does have an issue, he's on top of something? Lechol Allah is someone right. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as but when he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already on Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says it's very interesting to know what's the case. She should come up and make this this is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. We're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, actually the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as the carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. First, it's important to be more cosmetic. So it's important to understand we all live in consistencies. And we all live in compatible contradiction. And in certain respects, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. And here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, on Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. You just can't just not all of them. You could be righteous in some areas and more righteous in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I do chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is not contradictory. But welcome to nature. We all have hypocrisy. We all have contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are a reach mikoach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how to make it struggles more than and when you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the universe of accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If you said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, Allah says, she could be Sharila. Right? The Halasa, the Shaskira, Umatara, the Amoriyah. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an estimate on Tuesday because because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. And the Mishnah has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the law committed in the Aksha is enough in the car. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say that, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say, if he gives it this, he gives it on Tuesday, then we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, thinking about the account, I would check that as a part of after that. The yacht is based on public coming up mind. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an Arab evaluation. Right, we'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on this issue. So just like your home, you own it. After this issue, so to be only used to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I can shove it up at the car. Unless it's right here. I mean, this is the most possible. You know, you can only do not reach something that is yours. Which means in the realm of personal growth, when we ask us what we're able to do, we're sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who inspire to do that. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others and come with frustrated when we don't measure up. But because you can measure up to someone else, you don't know what this person's focus on their abilities are. The ownership only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't touch something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory of all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic qualities. Only do not wish that which belongs to you. And our Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual incredible. Eladamar what's the case? Eladamar this is very interesting. He says to her, right, so we're going to give these to the Zoe and sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah place, but if you need the sheep for some reason, because something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card, or you need to know whatever it is, and then the Gemara says, come here, Chuck, and I give you the right to acquire it. Fine, the Gemara says, so everyone asks me, now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's kind of interesting. We're doing this because you remember, this all happened with Rabbi with sheep transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested in limited status when you're the level of transaction. So now we see that by the sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmond going by the Harlot case. That emerges to get filled into the Harlot case. So by the way, come on, they can shut on that. It's very interesting. So let's say, so the same thing. Even with Rothschild losing its zone the sheep on Tuesday, he is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's mashed. She consecrates it. She didn't offer up to the Harlot, but she's mashed. So what's the status now of the money? Even the Amar, and the Russell of the Wolf and the Russell of the Mandaki Bassi, she didn't say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and makdishing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, in other words, offering it out is offering it out, but being makdish, it's gone. Again, it's gone. Being makdish, ultimately, again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish? Again, because here the shayla is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the via occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't become an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the via occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish. Wednesday, the via occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the via, the object is still here. So now the shayla is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? So the tip shows Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, Shekadma Behitli Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time it occurred. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about if she shut so low? But from the Eliezer statement, it would appear that if she was not fishing, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the via occurred, perhaps the animal would not be called an Eslan Zona. Unless the Gemara says, no, like Eliezer is fake on the body. The truth is, this actually, this shayla is not just a shayla of Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshah Shidei Rabbi Eliezer, Yakivasa, Dafka, Bakisha, Solo, Dalton Sibisha, Via. So Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslan is when the animal was offered up before the via. And at the time the via occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, we should have just makdish, consecrated. The animal is still in existence at the time of the via, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. Also, Hikivasa Shitale, Vikishasa Misakale. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's only going to exist on the via. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. But in case we just consecrated it, we're not sure. This is the Gemara says thinking. So we're really not sure. So interesting enough on this side, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslan Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zona, it must be transactional and which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslan Zona. If he deposited an animal with her payment, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to a bona fide carbon. If she's not dished, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze more. Let's see, he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for sacrificial purposes. Or me, where is the cash? I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or me, so the Bible says that woman has relations with his son. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the world's late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, for 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it's still the awesome. And I'm not going to eat stuff, I'm not pissed off. Not happy. So listen, that has to say just important. The rights that we say in the fall, said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, there's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations, even if you pay for 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. I'm not going to eat stuff, I'm not pissed off, I'm not contradiction. How the Amar is Ba'ali mean, it's Ba'ali mean, they tell us that. How the Amar is Ba'ali mean, they tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, is as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transaction of leads. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm gonna love the colors that my hobby. I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Moving over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Arizona. He says, have relations with me for this sheet. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, what is, oh, it has a status of a public statement on this transaction agency. Just because he identified the sheet doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, you should fall. So I'm going to tell us that I'm having the customer should fall. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep or require taking possession, which the Gemara should be shown at one of the problems of tiny of the sheep. Okay? So apparently it's actually interesting. And ultimately, the din of the sheep is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't believe the sheep are worthwhile. Zona is not Jewish. We guys know about this. We all run the zone Israelis, so it's talking about Israelis. If you don't, they call you Bechatzeh. Oh, interesting, you have the sheep standing in her process. In which case, again, ultimately there's the process she requires. That's in a second. Either call you Bechatzeh, but the Akaf Nasala, Hakamel. One second. I understand. If it's in her process, then she requires it. In order to get a relationship with her, and then ultimately, again, then when you get it, 30-year class is very expired. What are you talking about? You must know she acquired it before. So this is like the kind of dramatic case as which she's acquired the sheep even before the deal, if the sheep is standing in her process. Which you must know, first of all, the shotgun and heavy aspects is very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to the halal, this sheep is in a quote. Remember again, what is a quote? The quote essentially is a design to it. That in order to says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Like, if I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, my Sina Lech is using the Kamad Yom Tov. Look up. He says to her, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. The Iman, and if not, Shakle the Esmani. Take this sheep ultimately again as your heart with us. Fine. Not so much expectations especially again, it's interesting. All of this is really unwrapping to the explanation. Let's say again, let's say using employees, transport drivers and workers. The way ultimately again between them that actually points out over here, actually big problem on their hearts. These workers are non-Jews or they're on their hearts, which is unlearned Jews. And he says to them, Jewish students. Right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Hoshesh, okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes in and says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, don't use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them, here, right, here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So let's say, now he passes. The Eno Hoshesh, he do this. Eno Hoshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Something on page 63. Roman Shum Shvius and Roman Shum Nice, Roman Shum Yagas. And let's say, here's this. Just imagine. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halotha Naisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or Amir Aretz, he has to be considered the Akum to go on there. Right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Haaretz is going to buy sheep or nicer sheep who's been outside of the Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to use this one. Why doesn't he have to use this one? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kedra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Roman Shum nice, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the wrong ones of Rashi. The heart, goes something we don't Ruben is not the one giving it. Ruben is giving them money. It's covered here, this is free to food, this is free to drink. What do you choose to do with that afterwards? Essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contract are the following. Some flow they 63 second line one. In Amalak, says them, Su the Ifru, Vani Porea, Su Shubani Porea. He says to the workers, like the drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is the problem. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Why is that? We can Habihu Lopea Isu Makilo, the Hashtal Salt naturally like the issue of the case because he's doing the tab. Now let's say he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his business. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his business. That's fine. Almost. What do you see here? So the situation is that Allah for the Mesa, not going to we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, the Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with a real produce. The author said, not a problem because no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? Almost, so what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce changing produce to Yahidas, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often Nami, he kapara, the Nisa kapara. So to the by Rabbi Yana, and maybe this year, ultimately, again, isn't that Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which you must have taken out of fiscal, the Henry Hamek people in the Chicago. You know, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, if he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the utterly lack to say, clearly doing that. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is transaction. You see that's happening right here. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Clearly doing that. It's actually right across the line. And then the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get money because he regularly extends credit. So what's that? So that's it. There is transaction immediacy. You're going to is not just saying stand where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. So therefore, again, as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, he'll be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and alrighty, well, this is next one is truck goods. This have you never had a Mexican cookie? Usually we have again, that doesn't apply to this. So
that's supposed to be plenty. 2263. Episodes now. Question
mark. Therefore, that piece is finding for the back transactional immediacy.
Is this the end of it?
Welcome to again, using that one. So, even with the send out report, in case, go drink, not pick up the tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. Then it sounds like what? But it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, lucky, I return if that's the case, then the second vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go drink or drink, make it two different things. What is the two cases do? The Gemara said that down, we're in, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money to pick up limited items. But
So no more
shopkeeper who does not extend
shop on.
therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, benefit is right to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, you must go old. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to money bummer Homer the Camero. Versus says to his friend. Versus says to his friend. King Monoloponi, the Mukon of Hossein Love. So what happens? Right, Ruvain goes, right, I go with you. Say, Ruvain, do me a favor. Lend, right, give him money. Give him money. And all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that about? Ultimately, I think my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must have said, what do you see here? Now, again, let's even assume that you and I have no previous relationship. What do you see from there? You ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee that transaction immediacy cease to apply right more. And right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. You must also say, even below Miyaki Shibude Lo Nissa. So what's the difference? Let's look at Rashi. Rashi says, even though Miyaki Shibude, look at Rashi, third wide one in Rashi from the bottom. Kilnaf Shibude, so the Michel Lo Miyaki Lo is the fact, Lach Khalifa Minhu Below Nissa. Since moving the not go ahead, he's actually set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, and pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Shelo yichil emos the fact lach khalifa minu below mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says, so that's the first ultimately again. So when we be concerned with that, we should be. So the Gemara says, ultimately, so ultimately, again, he says, ultimately, again, we have to be concerned about my filtration. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps, again, should ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Because no particular money is designated for this tax, just like the case. The case over here is where the halacha is advanced the money to the hand. Some people say that's it. קודם ששלח אצלו, והחשת מדבר הבייס האחרי מסדר. This changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, what Rashi says, that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's hungry. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of spend. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I know. I'm used to the shrinking, I need to have to down, right? So the Gemara says this follows. So again, all of this is all in the same transactional needs. Like that's cool. So the Gemara says, I'm used to the shrinking, I need to have to So I said this over in front of the half an hour ago. And what happened? Amalei. The case over shouldn't do that. He says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay you to sell it as a pay. Now, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of here that we made prepay. Right? So when you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? I know you're right. So you're right. Tani, ultimately, again, halacha lemaisa is you're like change the license to read the verse to the following way. That halacha lemaisa, Ruben says to him, so please remember, essentially there are two cases in the verse. Case number one is that Ruben gives his brothers $100. So it's not going to go out and eat for us and drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way the Muslim is doing now, is that halacha lemaisa, Ruben prepaid the penny. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the one. Don't be concerned. If he had access now to the food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying them for the items. The way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle on
Rate your nose that is an HVAC technician. The heat is on
that's
you
what
every day.
Yeah, what's like,
Your
what's up
first
over
call,
for today?
an office
Oh yeah,
building with a noisy
everyone,
AC
what is
unit.
that? Wishing everyone a wonderful day. We'll say good morning. It is a graceful fortune to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tulsa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a host for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig, Zichron Livracha. We got learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, operation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Nasa, Zichron Livracha. And of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss of our precious hostages, may the Shpal from Yafasham bring them home, the Shalom and the Karach and the merit for all who soldiers make which work will give them success and Chol Amasi. And also with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanach Beis and Beis 62b, the Bay Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: the Rabbi Yanai, Yasvi Perishvias Naniyim, who parlu b'shmimis. So a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yanai, what they would do is as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here something very interesting. Yasvi Perishvias called in Smalabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, parlu b'shminis, ishtachach ta'achli Aniyim b'shminis achar adir chaliti perushvias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yanai's household repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8th year produce. So the Gemara says, Asu Amrli Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so some people mentioned this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Amrli Rabbi Yochanan said, Yalusin often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect on Nabosay. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. Yalusin of the stars, do a couple of Rashis. Yalusin often, there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Yanai are acting totally fine. Rashi says, "Chivim dahi shaita lo havu hanach be'en, lo ichlufe han ba'ani, lav chalipe ninu, lo chayle kedusha shvies alai." So remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue on potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can devolve upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting. And this is Ukinegdam be'esnan mutar. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with esnan zona. Esnan zona is the halacha is if a person goes to a zona and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or even he gives her an object, that object is called an esnan zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. So listen to this. The Sanya, Umar says the corresponding case passes on. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Raisa says, Nosal Mabala. Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a zona. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her an essence, he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Okay, so obviously it doesn't make sense. The Gemara says, I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Pshita, given the he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that halacha l'maisa the esnan is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Ella hachika amar. This is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasala the achakach ba'alah. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara is going to say it like this. When does something become an esnan is on a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. He pays her, relations. Right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So if you gave her the sheep, the acharkach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the acharkach ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav elo la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. He pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her and then he afterwards pays her. Esnana mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the acharkach, so therefore, both sides, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once there's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with 8th year produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice, you're transacting business with Shemitah produce. So Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because no transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8th year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Esnan case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, Reuben pays Rachel, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately again for sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harlot's payment and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her top of Sam Kimel, Lechol Allah Isser Eslam Lemafreya? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as Eslam Zona because he didn't have relations with her and there's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harlot's payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esnan Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. No, what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harlot's payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious Zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a Zona, and she's offering up carbonos. I will say, it's important. We've mentioned this many times in the past. It's always important to understand we all live within inconsistencies. And we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and then there are things that I don't do at all. But here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing game. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I do chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is a little contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings karbanos. You know what? I guarantee you, those karbanos are reach mikolach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggles more than HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenant. So by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So Yomar says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today. Right, then halacha l'maaseh pshita the sharila, right? The halasa b'shaspia umatana ba'amu b'yayla. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an eslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, it's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could she offer it up as a carbon? After all, the Ishkiyakish is based on Kodesh Amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech valuation, right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, ma base of Rishuso, just like your home, you own it. Achkol Rishuso, so to the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a card? Unless they just found a tremendous over here. You could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people we look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's kohos are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish, that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that HaKadosh Baruch Hu only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than often we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as well. So it's interesting, kind of hedges his bets a little bit here. Fine. So Gemara says this. So everyone says that's the zoning case. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's Torah and we have to learn it, it's interesting. We're doing this because again, remember, this all happened with the Rabbi, with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be done with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. Now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnan zone and by the Harlot payment case as well. I think Gemara just gets a little into this Harlot payment case. So by the Rothschild, this is very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. Now she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Manu. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an esnan zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an esnan zona or not? So Gemara said, "V'tiv shamit Rabbi Eliezer." We can listen to Rabbi Eliezer. So I'll say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? The Gemara said, Rabbi Eliezer, shekatma behekri vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the esnan zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the bia occurred. Dafka hekri vasa. So dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. Aval hekri shaso lo. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement, it would appear that if she was makdish, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an esnan zona. The Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar who fake kamibayla. The truth is, this shaila is mamish shayla of Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer dakibasa davka bakisha solo da iseb shaspia." Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an esnan is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. But the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an eslan zona. All dilma, hiprivasa pshitale, vikishasa misakale. Or maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's fallen in existence at the time of the bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an eslan zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says teku. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with eslan zone yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an eslan zone, as a harmless payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an eslan zone. If he deposited an animal with her for payment, now, and the bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, if she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's makdish it, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take, that's the unknown. Okay, let's analyze more. So we're making a say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, Mary is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, but the Rabbi says that Reuben had relations with the Silva, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late. Right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the awesome. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Look, so it wasn't that conscious, it was just important. The rights that we quoted before, outside of pays in the base 62 be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an eslam. It's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if it takes her 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali,
in the grand scheme of things, but if I want a team and Brennan Schaub is like
so let's say this is very
my kids are the team and Brennan Schaub, that has a
again,
happy day in my
one
life.
so we're talking one case kind of
Brennan
issue
Schaub's
says
living
relations with me
he's
for this sheep,
hilarious.
and he
And he's like,
identifies the
team
sheep
that he wants to
versus
go out
relations
and
with me
fucking
for a sheep.
go to
Rashi, the Talazeh, how come if you let it not have it Eslan the Meshachtakas? So ultimately, again, where it's to be identifying the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. So the Omer Love Talazeh. My okay. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to the office and says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction needs. Just because he identifies the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, she falls. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require machine for require taking possession, which the Gemara says, the zone of owner's will cover until the time of the machine. Okay? So apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the thing of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't use the sheep for kickbacks. They're talking about a zone who's not Jewish. You guys know what about is the Olam of the zone is Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish heritage. If you don't, it's quite the Hatzir. Interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in the Hatzir. In which case, again, ultimately, this is the process she requires. Either quite the Hatzir, or the Akak Masala, or cut watching it all second. I understand. If it's in a Hatzir, in our she requires it. In our relations with us, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. When he gave it, so in our Hatzir, she required it. What are you talking about? You must know she acquired it before because this is actually like the paradigmatic case of Eslan because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Piyah if the sheep is standing in her Chatzar. Which the Gemara says the shocking and the Heliah point of view. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So when it comes to our analog, And this sheet is in a post. I'm going to go, what is a post? He essentially that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheet. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheet initially. She requires the sheet in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, he might see not late, using the kind of your phone, he says to her, if I pay you less than the next 30 days, good. The Iman, and if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheet ultimately again as you hold it up. Fine. Massive Rothschild said that it's also help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this vastness. Omer Adam Nechamara will appall them. Let's say again, let's say Uber employs donkey drivers and roads. They say that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Haaretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They're celebrities in one. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Hoshesh, okay, so that's important. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that. You're paying me a supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So what's that? Now the process. The Eno Hoshesh, do this. Eno Hoshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. So it's going on base 63. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum anas, lo mishum mayonnaise. I was saying, right? What's the difference, right? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or Amir Haaretz, yes, then maybe akum is going to go by Yain, right? Or maybe ultimately again, Amir Haaretz is going to buy shmita, or my sushi place, which is going to have to be the he doesn't have to be the same. Why doesn't he have to be the same with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, here's what? Which one? Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. The heart, those Sabilu, I love treating you like, you don't, you think it's not the one giving it to you. What is giving them something? It's covered here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What you choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on you. It's not on you then, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, no. Contrast I would call it. Sound of flow of 863, second line. The Arlach, says them, Su the Iflu, Bani Pogara, Su Bani Pogara. He says, this is the workers, right? Donkey drivers. Go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We do that. We don't know how Habitu Lokea Habisu Makilo, the Hashton and Solid National like the issue of the Kurdish has history with tab. Now looks like he's purchasing and providing his liberty payments for his work. See the difference? If moving just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then also look again, that is problematic because he is purchasing and providing these potentially limited items for his business. Alma, that was what do you see from there? She's not part of the so what you see from there is that Allah is not going to say, this is, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case of remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for with zero. I said, not a problem, not a transaction immediately. Now, listen, what do you see from this last piece of here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local amount of this transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the same produce, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, also nami, kikat hara, the kikat hara. So to the word Rabbi Yonah, and they became here, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately the Shemitah Kodesh? Same thing, which we must take Gemara Pisto, and Chaitani Hamakipo, in Mishkabel. So no, it's different. In Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, and workers, go drink off, pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to them. Even the Archila Akife, clearly doing that. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to them, ultimately there is transactional needs. That's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Clearly doing that. That's actually 90%. That's left. And then the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get his money. He regularly extends credit. Shekar Hikirbo, Shekamokin Shiyeshno Hadin, or Kami Lola Kaibini, Hilfas Kalifini. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction needs. Ruben is not just saying, stand going where you want and, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and neighbors, whatever, and Ruben is going to immediately give it. לא יכול להיות, אבל חלק בלעדיין, כיוון דהלך אני, במוסים הולי, ואז אין מני הרגע בטיפול, but again, that doesn't apply in case of Rabbi, right? This wasn't like a credit situation, it was where people were moving together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional needs. You must avo, and we shame that she's not. Again, using that logic, if we were to send out a book, same case, go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending for shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? Mutter. And it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihafi, adutani su'u ve'echlu b'dina zeh, su'u shisu b'dina zeh. If that's the case, then the second vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What do you two cases do? The Gemara says, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the translator already has the money to pick up the prohibited items. But shopkeeper does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, benefit of rice, you go ahead and make two cases that are the same, but one week are different. Since I highlight two cases, this was the old, everybody should in my people meet on the shopkeeper. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the family? The person says to his friend, take one of the phone, we can call the fussing love. So what happens? So like Ruben goes, right, I go to Ruben, give me a favor, give him money to show me, and all of my property is becoming encumbered to me. What's that for? If ultimately again my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, you might say, so what do you see here? Now again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What do you see here? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately again you're guaranteed an encumbrance that transactional immediacy, you just look right in there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't issue money. Even the low miyachit shibude low misa. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says even low miyachit shibude. Look at Rashi. Third wide low is Rashi's. Kilmach shibude. So when you say low miyachit most, lach kalipin means the low misa. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money can be set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be what it should be what זה לא ניחי למוז, לכך, לאו חליק ממנו ולא נצא. Sorry, Gemara says, Elahacha, on my quotation. So that's the case ultimately again. So what do you need to do? That you shouldn't treat this. So Gemara says, oh, no, which should be hot. So ultimately, again, he says, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about? Elahacha, my quotation. You shouldn't treat this. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha that I saw, that perhaps, again, should be called use. Versus Halomiyaki, should be this. Halomiyaki, should be ultimately, again, against same thing. Halacha that I saw, just no particular money that be designated in advance. Does not take the use of the question, you don't take because they're unconscious. The case over here is where the Halakha is advanced the money. That doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it. You're right, but you want it tea last week. Wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, you wanted tea last night. The case over here, ultimately, again, the Bryce says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on you. The case is where Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I know. On these sort of like they come in up to the new so again, all of this is all on the same line of transaction needs. Like that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm going to I'm using the Shmei Kamid Rav Sivid. So Kana said, I said this over in front of Rav Sivid of Maradon. And what happened? Amalei, Ihatu, at the time, Su'u Shishubani, or that's the case. The price is shouldn't be moved. And he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'echlu, su'u shesu bani mechash. You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shop. Because again, the same now the case of years where you didn't prepare. Right? So you left money in the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much should you consume? Which we must know you right. So you're right. Tani, that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not now is that Ruben free paid he went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problematic. You have to be concerned. If we have access now to the items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying this for the way that price should read is, Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink. ואני מחשב, I will settle up ultimately again with the shop. That's what we're going to do. Okay, we'll say, let's stop over here for today. Go ahead, everyone. Settle down.
It's like fucking, they're under fucking, like a World War II regime. Alright, this is posted by OneUsual4460. Before OnlyFans has
good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn this overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemon Drushos this year as a support for the Solos Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Habalim will tell us even when the grazing honor of Israel grazing and human grazing, Eileen Rosen's wife and Stanley Rosen's wife from the Brooklyn. We got many sponsors. Dr. Evan K. Wolf, the commission of the Yahrzeit of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Meekin and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, father, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, from Russell, from the Brooklyn. Of course, always, we dedicate our living in the special countries of the historical community and bring their home. Shalom and the Karach and America, who source give them success. The whole Amassing. Also, with that, we have an exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is South Base 63, and we are picking up on South Base in phase 63B, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows: the day Rabbi Yana, Yas Yikari Shvias Marim, the parlor of the Shvias. So very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at actually, Rashi says over here, very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Smarabiyah. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but Allah myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this says, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of Gaza would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes, and as part of the Shemitah, the Shtafach, the Offer, Aniyim, the Shemitah, Asher, from the people of Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's household repaid the Aniyim, ultimately again with this new produce, 8-year produce. And that says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice right now. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something for the Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, often perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? It's next done. Now, interestingly enough, with the Rashi, you also have this two couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of Yana are actually totally fine. Rashi says, the treatment that he said, no trouble turn up the end. No, it's say, turn the army, love, and can you move, and look, I would be sure she is on us. He's very good. He's son yesterday, Joshua, and he's very good. So sometimes that's forbidden and then to talk on so for example, the concern over here is this looks like one of the transactions business Shemitah produce, and even the 8-year produce should ultimately have the same thing, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah and only being quote unquote repaid during the 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, I lost my myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah same thing, you're not the power of a hundred. This is very interesting. This is connect them to Esna. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esna. Esna is when they dialogue with the person who goes to the and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, there's a money, or you use your object. That object is called an Esna, so the payment for a hundred. And cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Umar says the corresponding to Esna, the Sanya says, Rice says, Nosal Novel Abana. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, on behalf of a Nosal, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. For Hamlet's payment, ultimately his mutter to sacrifice leaves. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nosal Abala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a husband to wife sheep, even though Abala, he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had a relationship with her, didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that Halacha L'Maisa, the Esna is Mutter? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Ella, Ha'ikama. That's just what he needs to say. This is this. Nasala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, what's going to say like this: when does something become an estimate? An estimate is on a harvest payment when there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch this. No summer. He gave her the sheep. The African ball. What does it mean? The African ball. Rashi says, Achshav Elo LaAchazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. So if you use it today and have relations with her 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be no. However, Nasala, the Akarka, therefore, the word saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the line, the sheet, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Remember, the household of Rabiano, they would borrow sheep that they used before, and they pay it ultimately again the tree to the place. People things are the open because they felt, I don't know, we do it's just the ideology of it all. We do always need why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately against the 7 produce, the sheep produce, and after the 8 produce remains totally follow. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate piece. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and pays her. Okay, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately of right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then next day he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, based on what we just said before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for us to use temporary, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You might say, I understand. He bought a house, but when he does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have a relationship with her, top of something, Lechol Allah is not enough players. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as estimate zone. So he has relations with her. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says, it's very interesting to know what's the case. He should come up and make a basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized for harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a flavor. She's a zona. And she's offering up Kavanas, also, so part of the next many kinds of Kavanas. Every one understands all the different consistencies. And we all live within various contradictions. And in certain respects, on the Saudi, and in certain respects, on the Russia. And there are things in my life that I do
probably way
quite
more
well, and
successful
there
than we
are
are in
things
this
in my life
post-fight
that
gold
I'm
cups.
coding, there are
If
things that
Joe
I
would
don't
have
do
let me in my next fight, I would have been UFC champion, no doubt in
the
my mind.
things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem,
This is posted by
don't take away from the
Dick
things
Boy with
that I do
363
well
Mr.
and
Triangle
that
his
I'm
head and
righteous
some
in.
TikTok comedy.
Yiddishkeit is not a all or nothing. You should be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony and spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. Or sometimes you feel like fake. Because, yeah, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. That's not that I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. It is a little contradictory. But welcome to the nature of human condition. We all look at hypocrisy. We all look at the contradictions. Such within nature. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are reach mikol klakash. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner condition and struggles and all. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. By the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already going. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Ha'echidami, what's the case? If he said to the zona, gives her the shield of the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as a fill. Right? Acquire this as a fill. Right? Then, I'm also going to keep it the sharila. Right? Now, let's start the shaspia umataba amudiya. So then obviously it's mukha, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Aslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. And of course, she has every right to offer it up. However, the will on the left in the abstract is the carbon. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, and if he was not explicit and said, if he would say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say he gives it to us this from today? Yeah, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, Hefi Matzmi Kara, it's not her as a partner. After all, the Ish Yakdish is based on Kodesh Amrachman. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the evaluation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, not based on this himself, just like your home, you own it. Ask Kodesh Yusuf, so the only consecration, whether it's consecrated or whether it's covered up, is something that you own. Whether if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then that's just not her. You can only be not something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, the Father only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. Especially if you have people we talk to, we aspire to do that. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's pitfalls are, their abilities are. The Rebbeinu Shalom only asks you to makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the brother only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. We possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only do not wish that which belongs to you. And our Heavenly Father only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our country, in our power, within our spiritual tools. It's incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the son of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, remove the sheep, I don't know, remove the carbon, remove the whatever it is. Then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as a payment. So it's fine. So Gemara says this. So there was it as his own. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's not only happening. We're doing this because again, remember, this all happened with the Rabbi, this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something could only be vested with limited status when there's a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone and by the Harlem case as well. That emerges gets over into the Harlem case. So by the Rothschild, come up with Bishas on that. So very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Reuben is zone the sheep on Tuesday. So Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdishah. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdishah. So what's the status now of the animal? Mami. My
favorite.
So he say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone, the animal is gone. In makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. Because she had the ability, what happens if she was makdish? Again, for the lesson, you hear the sign it is. In the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the year occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not fishing, Wednesday the year occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the year, the object is still here. So now the shadow is that because the object becoming Eslan Zona or not. So the picture is very Eliezer. Going back to the top of the top, right? So remember again, the way that the Lazar understood the case of the Esmon Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the year occurred. That's when it gave us. So that's right, because she offered it up, it's no longer existent. How about it? She shut so low. And from the Lazar statement here, that if she was not fishing, that the animal was still in existence at the time that the via occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslan Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar was fake to be quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is the Mamish Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, nine. Mifshat Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, that Bivasa Shafta Bakisha Solo, that Isa Bishashia. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslan is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. All Dilma, or maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer existing, of course it's not going to be categorizing it as an Eslan Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, on both sides, what comes out in this case over here is first, right? So it's an important lesson on the left. We're not finished Eslan Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zona, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Eslan Zona. If he deposited an animal with the payment, now, the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide carbon. If she's not decent, she consecrates it, and so the animal, is still in existence at the time of the deal, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze this. So the second result was, let's see, has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means for practical purposes. For me, the Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for me, Ba'ala v'achakach yosela, afilu mikaya, ad shalosh shonim esmela asa. The Rabbi says if woman has relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late, right? For 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the answer. I'm not going to stop. I'm not just not passionate. So what's the next time to say this important? Right, so we pay the before that's how we said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. That's not transactional use. Here the Gemara says that there's relations, even if there's 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not just a location. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'alini, is Ba'alini to tell us that. Had the Amar is Ba'alini to tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case, another case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identified the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Girashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional use. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional use. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Lava Talazeh, my hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday, even goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment for this transactional use. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, the sheep falls. So I'm going to tell us them, I'm having the customer sheep falls. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep, are required to do possession, which the Gemara says, the zone of bonus will help them enjoy okay? So apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of the sheep is only the din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep for profit. But the same of these not Jewish. You guys know what I'm is. The old numbers are only say it's talking about the Jewish harlot. If you don't, they call you the Hasid. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately this is the chutzah she acquires. That's the second. You just play the Hasid of Bala, the Akakaf Nasala, I understand. If it's in her chutzah, in ours, then she acquires it. In ours, we have a relationship with her. And then ultimately, again, then he gave it. Only then he gave it. It's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is actually kind of the dramatic case of Esna because she's acquired the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. So which the Gemara Tzivcha is shopping in the handy apple to keep. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So moving comes to the Halal, right? This sheep is in a poultry. I'm not thinking, what is a poultry? Essentially, that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. So Amallah, Imasina Lech, Zizini Kana Yom Buddha. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. And if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as an apology. Fine. Massive vacation said like this. Mostly interesting how, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this process. I'm not other Nakamara or the problem. Let's say again, let's say even employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again, Rashi points out over here, Rashi, Obiko Kamo Amia arts. These workers are non-Jews or they're Amia arts. They're just unlearned Jews. I don't think they're unlearned Jews. Let's see about this important just a moment. And he says to them, Right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Choshesh, okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's dependent on supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting paid here, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So let's say, now the deposit is, the Eno Choshesh, to do this, Eno Choshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people are 63 Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'is, lo mishum yayinas. And what's that? Here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or honor, it's just the concern that akum is going to go on yayinas, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the hamahares is going to be or ma'ishim, because he's outside of the shalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Fedra, do it right. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi goes through all of this. Like, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. The heart, even, Ruvain is not the one giving it. It's covered here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not coming. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast how the following is. Sound no, they 63 second line. The Amalak name Amalak says them. Su be'ichlu v'ani choreach. Su ushtu v'ani choreach. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is the problem. Oshish mishum shlius mishum ma'izim shum. Then we have this problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for him. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's not one. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? He captures to make Isser Kala. So what you see from here is that Allah Falamaisa, I'm not going to look at this. We're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid the poor with €8. Rothschild said, now the problem has no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? Amo, he kapara, the Isser kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these the produce, shady produce, that's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often done, keep kapara, the Isser kapara. So to hear by Rabbi and maybe paying each year, ultimately, again, isn't that ultimately the produce? Same thing, which we mentioned. So the Gemara Pista, they can't get even the Hamakipo to Mishtabel. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, like if he's going ahead and telling the workers, and workers go drink off the tab, talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. It's even the ugly laugh to say, finally, ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's actually right across the Rashi, right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank because he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand where you are. and by being guides them, he's saying, Trevor, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Now she says over here, no, not everything in it. Therefore, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, donkey driver, and you ain't going to immediately pay for it. No, not going to be. How to feel like you're not, you want to have a need, you see maybe, last 10 years, again, that doesn't apply in the development, right? This wasn't like a credit, it's where people don't need to. Therefore, that piece is fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. However, can be shamed like people, and again, using that one, just proving to send out his work in case, don't use things, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who nobody expensive credit to him, then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, imafi, adikam se'u be'echlu b'dinar zeh, se'u yishsu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then the second vice are different. Instead of making the first case of the vice of, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go through your thing, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? So you might say, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out, you go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. How about company shipping up people, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the rice to go ahead and like two pieces of the same one detail and to highlight two dramatically different cases. Here's the lesson. Company shipping up people, where is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend any bummer of what is Homer the Canelo. Person says to his friend, think one of the phony, leave me from the fussy lust. What happens? Right? Ruben goes, right? I go to Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property is coming to you. What's that for? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The master says, what is it? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What is it? When you ask someone if you want to do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance of transactional immediacy seems to look like there. Right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't make you must also say, Apagav the Shabbat, even the low Miyaku Shibude, low Yisai. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, even though Miyaku Shibude, look at Rashi, third wide line of Rashi in the bottom. They're not Shibude. So when you say low Miyaku, Last Khalifa moving the low Yisai. Since moving did not go ahead, it's actively set aside motions, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, up and up. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money, like we said, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So, you feel that most of the cars, last Khalifa moved from low Mitzvah. Sorry. Gemara says, Halacha on my Hashish. So that's the case ultimately again. So what do you do? So the Gemara says, no, so ultimately then he says the Gemara ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? Halacha, my Hashish. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Halacha and I saw that perhaps again Shliach Shliach. Ultimately, again, the same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, does not create transactional immediacy. You don't shahik to no unit. That's the case. The case over here is where the halakha is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Shekilo, Alapayis, Dina, V'Chendini, Chodem Shushalach Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Alapayis, Ka'abri, Yisrael. Oh, so this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when Bryce says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on you. The case of you already, Reuben gives the money to go to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of price. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for him. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm used to the Shmite, they come in up to the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all on the same realm of transaction and use. Like that's the theme that's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm used to the Shmite, they come in up to the Gemara. I said this over in talking about the bid of Nardo. And what happened? I'm not ready. He hugged me. I declared so you should see by me play at that piece. The prices shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here is that we didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much should you consume? I'm going to write, Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of times you should give out change the license, you need to be the following way. That a lot of license, even such things, so please remember, essentially there are two cases in Bryce. Case number one is where we don't get to $100. So stubborn, go out and eat, go out and drink, on you. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way he knows anything now, is that a lot of myself, Reuben prepaid the payment. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers are going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Right? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that Rice should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a fashion. Then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's how the Gemara goes in. Yeah, let's stop over for today. Goyash, everyone, what a God. Also, wishing everyone a wonderful.
What was the white corner thing? He's just talking about this white corner bag. God, and all in one.
We'll say good morning. It is a graceful fortune to be able to learn from review. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. Again, our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosin Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this year as a support for the Soros troubles for all of Ham Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Habarim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife, from the Drop. We have many sponsors. Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, a donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Hyler, memory of your father, Ben Cover, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Maria, of course, always we dedicate our name to the Swiss of precious hostages, which welcome us to sending them home, the Shalom and the Karma of the night for his close mission to give them success, the whole of Nazi. And also, back to let us begin. We have an exciting God ahead of us today. Today's dot is Son of Gimel 63. We are talking about on Son of Bezin base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the line. So the verse is as follows. Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Ipei Nami, the Karlu Bishnias. So very interesting case over there. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, 9 Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says over this in the very interesting. Yasu Keishi, it's called Mismar Rabbi. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but I'm off for myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this says once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of the right, they borrow shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the shemitah. That's what and a part of the shemitah. Shtafas the offer Aniyim shemitah after a year, how do you get a shemitah? So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house and we paid the Aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. Gemara says, I'm going to Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothers people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, you always seen often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Never saying that. Interesting enough, look at Rashi. You all seen that in Sarabs, 2 couple of Rashis. You all seen that there. Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yamas are acting totally fine. Rashi says the keeping that he shaita lo habu hana ba'en lo ikhlufe han ba'en lo khalik benini lo khayru kedusha shviyat. Remember again. We saw yesterday that when we get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity talks on the previously committed item. So for example, the concern over here is business like one is transacting business with shemitah produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have shemitah produce. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken on the shemitah and only being quote unquote because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with shemitah produce, and therefore no shemitah produce devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha myself, and therefore, again, shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon 8-year produce. This is very interesting. And it's connect them to Esma commitment. And interestingly enough, similar piece, we come up with Esma example. Esma is a real developing important with Arizona, and it's used for something called services. Right? How does it use a money? We're going to use an object, and object is called an Esma, so the people call artist, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Which is the design of, you know, so the first time you guys have what it is, the sign of the case. Rice says, not so much of a bar. Let's say Ruben goes to Raffle. Raffle's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Raffle, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, on the half of Nasala, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Asmana for Hamlet's payment, ultimately, is not like sacrificial needs. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nasala Balabala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's committed for a wife. So, like, this is a Balabala, he didn't have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the land is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, if you have relations with her, ultimately, they didn't pay anything. Even though my estimate if he didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement of the Raisa that says that halacha l'maisa the estimate is much doesn't make any sense? To which the Gemara says, Allah, that is giving me to say. Nasala, the African if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we're going to say this piece outside. Essentially, what's going to say like this: when is something becoming estimate, when there's transactional immediacy, pay their relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. There's Elkanah. Nosala, he gave her the sheep. The African Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the African Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achar Zman.
versions of him,
He doesn't
right?
have
They
relations
both
with
do
her now.
like
Rather,
Ryan
again,
does a
sometime later.
stupid,
Now,
like
of course, how
shot
exactly
just
do you
parents
go
doing
ahead
broken
and
things.
translate immediacy? I think there's some level
And
of common sense here. If
was
you
yesterday,
today,
I guess.
relationship
Oh,
for
yeah.
3 hours from tomorrow, again, as opposed to
always
payment,
been a fan.
relations.
I've always talked
But
about
after
him.
Chasala, it's not a or for that matter, if you have relations with them, and then
Two pieces of advice that I took
sir,
from an interview
it's
that he
not
did
a
once I used this
in
day.
both of these
One, he
cases,
said I never eat
ultimately,
pork
again,
show.
the esnot is
He
going
said
to
don't
be
eat because I want to be
however,
hungry. Better off being hungry,
Nasala,
my brain works
the
better.
Achar
And two, he said I have a
therefore,
whole
those
music
really one thing is as
playlist
follows,
that I
that
make that just gets
essentially,
me in the mood to do a
in
show.
order for
So
someone
like
to be
that's a good
categorized
idea.
as
From
an
then on, I
estimate
started
that
carrying
has
around like a
transactional
Bluetooth machine, like a Bluetooth
once these
boombox.
transactional
You
needs, in
bring it
other
up,
words,
and then
payment
like create a
relations,
playlist that we have
then
on
the
Spotify.
line
That's
the
all the
sheet for
songs.
payment
It's only
has a
30
status
minutes to
ultimately again of a
hours.
funds state.
Yeah,
Now,
shit,
again,
that's what athletes give us a
keep
smart
track of
thing.
this
I was
one
thinking,
idea.
it's like, why
So
don't I do
remember,
it? Like,
the
there makes
output
sense.
of
Like, you want to turn
Roviana,
into a
they
little
would
bit more,
polish
yeah,
with the police
get
from
that
before,
music going,
and
feels
pay
good,
it
like what you
again
would
the
bring
creation
around.
of numbers. People came to the
Damn,
Rothschild
dude, I
because
wonder
they
what
felt, I don't know, maybe
all
it
of
was
them
the
listen to before. What does Cal listen to? What does Rogan listen to? What does Shaq listen to?
So
All I
said,
got
no,
is
it's
new
fun.
news.
Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because no transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately against the 7-year produce, the sheet of produce, and after the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Now these more questions a little bit discussed on this. No someone so again, let's go through this, right? Let's goes ahead and case. Okay, you didn't use he gets her sheep. I'm just using the sheep.
Eats a burrito or a hot dog and then talks to people beforehand and completely
And then
forgets
let's
his
say
set.
he gives her sheep
He's
on
like, fuck, I should
Tuesday.
cut.
And then
Goes
on
out and he's like,
Wednesday, he has
hey, that guy's
so
getting
again,
right.
based on what we just done before,
He's
that
not, he's
sheep
got
does
nothing.
not have the status of a
Okay, well,
carbon
let's see,
stream,
shop,
and therefore is not
now that he's a
forbidden
red
for consecrated
drifter.
use, right? Because it lacks transactional release.
Politician.
You must understand.
Just
He
to say,
bought
I don't care
when he
what,
does
he's
have a
completely
let's
liberal,
say on Wednesday,
conservative,
right? He gave the sheep on
all of it.
he has
Any
relations with
of
her
it,
on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, top of something, Lechol Allah is certain Freya. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as testimonies on that. She's not relations with her, no needs. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate sum already as of today. While Rabbi says, it's very interesting to know what's the case. She should cover up the hikmah basa. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. Mercy, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious Zona. I will say, you might see yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a Zona, and she's offering up carbonas. Listen, it's one of the Memphis many times. Those are such things, all of the consistencies. And we all need to encourage contradictions. And in certain respects, on the subject, and in certain respects, in the Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do about. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally faithful in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a state. I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. That's not that I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is very contradictory. But welcome to the nature of human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the Zona is a Zona, the sheep also gives sabbaths. You know what? I guarantee you, those sabbaths are a react it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner struggles and what we have. And when you still push forward to do good, despite what the things are not working, sometimes that's a painful experience. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but hey, there's 10 relations heard on Wednesday, the animal is already done. She already offered it up. So you might as well, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. If he done, what's the case? He done a lot from the action. If he said to himself, gives her the plan on Tuesday, he says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha is she did the sharila. Right? The halasa b'shaspia u'matala ba'amah u'biyah. So then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have it, right? So essentially, he gave her a gift, and for sure, it's every right to offer it up. However, the law on the action is not in the car. The car is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relation on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it on Tuesday, yeah, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be how to shut it up as a partner. After all, the Ishkiyak, which is based on Kodesh Amrachma, it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about her erection, evaluation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachma, not based on the Shusel, just like your home, you own it. Ask for the Shusel, so to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then have to shop it up in the car unless they just buy it. And then you could only do not fish something that is yours. Which means in the realm of personal growth, Hakadosh only asks us what we're able to do. We're saying we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who inspire to be like. But a lot of times we compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of you what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of you someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. To only be makdish that which belongs to you. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual feedbacks. Incredible. Eladamra, so what's the case? Eladamra, the Habikabe, Achasvia. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the Zohar the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of it, but if you need the sheep for some reason, that's if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as well. Fine. So Gemara says this. So everyone says that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally not going to be we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be just with limited status when there's a level of transactional convenience. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone by the Harlech case. That you might just go to the Harlech case. So by the Rothschild, how do I make the shots on that? So let's say, same thing, you didn't give the sheep on Tuesday, the Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates now. She didn't offer that to the carpet. So she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the money? Even though the Mara, and the rest of the Rabbi from the Silas of the demand that to bus money. So these things are essentially making something effective is the equivalent of offering it up. Whereas really the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a fish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and makdashing verbally is the equivalent of offering it? Although my Hashem, in other words, offering it out is offering it out, but the makdash is gone, name is gone. The makdash ultimately again, it is still here, there's no question. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdashing? Again, for the one say, where the shayla is, in the case where she offered it out on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdashing. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? So the two can be very Eliezer. These are the laws. So let's say going back to the Eliezer on the top of the down. Right? So remember again, the way that the Eliezer understood the case that he asked Zona, right? Because she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka Nikki Vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about the Shasson? No. So from the laws of sitting here, that if she's not fishing, if the animal is still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslanzola. Much more says, no, the laws of the fake invite. Truth is, this actually, this Shaila is not a Shaila of the laws of himself. So the mercy is not. Mifshat Shita Yori Eliezer Yakivasa Dafka Bakishasam, no? That he said the Shasbia. Because the laws will say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslan is when the animal was offered up according to dia. Because by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. All Dilma, Ikivasa Pshitale, Vikishasa Misakin. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the dia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslan Zone yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zone, as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment, bia. But if that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered to be an Eslan Zone. If he deposited an animal with her for payments. Now, and the dia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carve. If she's not dishing it, so she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taking, that's the funding. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're going to say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means to use for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, he marries the kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, but right? So it says if Reuben has relations with his own, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the usher. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not pissed off, no kasha. So wasn't that kasha is important. The rights that we paid before, as I said in the 62b said, that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's not transactional immediacy. Here's the Gemara says, if there's relations, even if these are 3 years later, ultimately it's still usher. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not just a no kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar his Baali lead, his Baali lead. They tell us, yeah? Had the Amar his Baali lead, this Halastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, we're talking one case, we're talking a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and we identify the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Here, Rashi, they tell us that, how come the Yohev lo have Eslan in the expertise. So ultimately, again, the notion when we identify the sheep is as if there's transactional immediacy. when he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transaction immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because this transaction is just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession, which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So it's not that someone who is not Jewish. Alright, you guys know the possibility is the Olam Bazar Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harvest. If you don't, they call you the Chatzir. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in their chatzir. In which case, again, ultimately there's the chatzir she acquires. That's in a second. Either Kaiba Tatsera, Bara, the African Nasala, how can I know that? Well, is that again? I don't understand. If it's in her chatzir, in order then she acquires it, in order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. What do you mean then he gave it to her? It's already in her chatzir, she already acquired it. What are you talking about here? In other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is actually dramatic case of estimated because she's acquired the sheep even before the Pia. If the sheep is standing in her chatzir,
is this you?
Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to the halal and Jason right here, this sheep is in a poultry. Remember again, what is a poultry? A poultry essentially is like a in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amarla, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the esnamik. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest fine. Master Rav Shesha, so Shesha says like it's supposed to some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this. Watch this. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Arabs. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They're so that's important to the moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Enoch Oshesh. Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or a supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them right here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So listen, now the Enoch Oshesh to do this, Enoch Oshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Starts more of a 60 degree. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'as, lo mishum yayamas. So let's say, right? What's the question? Right? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akim or amir haaretz, he has to be concerned that maybe akim is going to go by madness, right? Or maybe ultimately again that haaretz is going to by shlita, or my security police is going to be he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kevra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. The heart even, those subtly, and the people Ruvain is not the one giving them anything. Ruth is giving them money. And it's covered up here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on moving, so therefore again, no liability. Okay, now what? Kind of first out the following things. Sound of base 63, second line down. The Amarla, said to them, Su v'ichlu v'ani porea, Su shtu v'ani porea. So he says to the workers, right, taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. She's getting the Vani Korea. Havi'ihu lokeach ha'isu ma'achilo, kahashta lo salat nafshinai. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's not usually. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potential prohibited items for his workers. What do you see from there? So the seeking is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shmita produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. Rothschild said, not a problem with no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece of there? Amo, he kapara, the name is kapara. So what do you see from there? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami, Kikapara, Kapara. So to hear by Rabbi Yana, and when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately, again, isn't that all paid for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which he must say, Gemara Kisto, or Kentani Hamakito, in the Shabbat. So, no, it's different. In the Ruben case, like if he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. The haven, the Arthilak, they finally do not have them. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to eBay, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right here. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually this thing. Finally, it's actually right across the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from eBay because he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand one where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Fedra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers, whatever they items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of like this wasn't like a credit situation. These weren't people running business together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional needs. But again, using that one, if we're going to send out as well, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case in the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it 2 different cases. What should the 2 cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? In the Shtabit way, when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the Chenveni already has the money to pay for prohibited items. But The shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, the rest of the old, or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend him? Homer the Chavero. The person says to his friend, King Monolafoni, V'yikmu Kol B'chosei Lach. What happens? So like Ruvain goes, all right, I go with Ruvain. Say, Ruvain, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? If ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered, as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see today? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What do you see today? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed it, that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low this. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, even though miyachid shibude, look at Rashi, third wide line in Rashi's in the bottom. Kilach shibude, shelo yichei lo miyach mo'os v'kash, lav chalita minhu below this. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money for us, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up cash. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does, ultimately, again, it should be mutter. Shelo yichei le'mos v'kach lach chalita minhu below mitzvah. Sorry, Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do we need to be concerned with that? You shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, he says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? My quotation, you shouldn't shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha that I saw, that perhaps, again, shvius will use, versus ultimately, again, same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, does not create transaction immediacy. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money should have been. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Shekin lo, Balabai is dinar lefemdini. Kodem sheshalach etzlo. The hashtam the Balabai is ta'afi b'sugar. Okay, so this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is where already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not trying to. I'm used to the Shmeitek. I made it up to me now. So the Gemara says as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all on this same realm of transactional needs. Right? That's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm not used to the Shmeitek. I made it absolutely not. So kind of said, I said this over in front of the Rabbi Sufid of Narada. And what happened? Amalei, Ihaki, at the point, the Christ shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me to sell if he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? We should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of the case of years ago, we made 2 days. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? you're right. So you're right. Tani, Amari, Tani, Vani.
Look at
Also,
you.
again, halacha l'maisa, you're right. Change the license. Read the following way. That halacha l'maisa, everything says to his. So case, remember, essentially there are two cases in rice. Case number one is where Reuben gives his representative God. So separate go out to eat, but the drink unclean. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, the way the Muslim is getting it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Reuben prepaid the thing. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my workers are going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. That's the concern. If they have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that Raisa should read is, Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a kasha. And then I will settle up ultimately again with the Shabbos. That's what the Gemara says. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Goyach, everyone, what a God. Wishing everyone a wonderful.
Got one loaded.
So say good morning. It is a graceful function to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Havalim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig for the Bracha. We've got learning sponsors. Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, with donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chopper, Baruch, Mordechai, and Marino, and Masa.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp?
We dedicate our learning in the Swiss precious house of Shalom.
Did you watch James McCann on Kill Tony?
Success.
Dude, you know, people are saying it's the best Kill Tony performance of all time. People are saying it's the best Kill Tony performance of all time. I read it on the subreddit.
12 lines up from the bottom.
I agree with you, but I thought it was okay. He did an okay job.
Very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi, they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce from the poor.
It's your birthday, isn't it? Happy birthday, Zoot.
Again, without getting into all the
Oh, 45 minutes, okay. Well, happy early birthday. Yeah, let's watch World Comedy. Stream it, yeah. Yeah, stream it. Fuck them, that's streaming some Australian bullshit. You stream it. Okay, the way that you stream it from YouTube, on your phone, pull up on this VC, and you should see... Oh, well, there are multiple ways. You can either show your screen, or you just, where it says down by where your camera is, you'll see options, and then you'll see YouTube. And then you go to YouTube, and you choose, you type in Royal Comedy or whatever.
So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice for Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said,
is it called World Comedy or Royal Comedy?
It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why you connect done? Now I'll say that interest.
About the camera.
Okay, so by the camera, you'll see share your screen. There you go. Fuck yeah, I'll watch this with you. It's a hot bitch. No wonder you're always masturbating. All right, and there you go.
That's my phone screen.
Yeah, that's some bitch.
That's not it.
Is it called World
That
Comedy?
is it.
World Comedy or Royal Comedy? What are you saying? World Comedy A royal comedy. I, spell it.
It's on the screen.
I can't see that.
W.
Hold on, I'll have to look at it.
This is the best one, but
Right.
it didn't win.
They didn't win with Fluff Extra.
Can you hear?
Just one moment. I'm gonna watch it. Okay, I can watch it now.
Yeah, go.
Is it sure?
It's CBS News. What did you say, Big Ben?
Rabbi, is it sure?
CBS News?
What is?
Oh, no. Hold on. Yes, it's shared. Oh, it's called Raw Comedy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready. Aaron Chen.
It's not the best one, but he didn't.
That was good. That was funny. Yeah. Especially for a 17-year-old.
Whatever you want, big dog.
Sure. Absolutely.
This is the most controversial, like one of the most controversial wins in history.
Demi Lardner. Do you think she's hot? I mean, I can see how that won. I can see how that won.
I don't know shit.
Wasn't that bad? Do you ever watch?
I forgot it's funny.
Do you ever watch Chappelle's show? Have you ever seen them all? Why not?
Because
Put on J- put on J- put on James McCann. Put on James McCann from Kill Tony. James McCann, Kill Tony. Let's watch Black Israelite. You haven't? Have you seen it? Is it good? Is it the best thing you've ever seen? Okay, but let's watch Black Israelite. Come on, he's your favorite guy. James McCann. Is this the biggest comedy show in Australia? You know what I found interesting is that you guys refer to the southern United States as just southern. Like she said, a southern gentleman commenting on lesbian porn or whatever. You don't say Southern American. Like when she said Southern, I expected her to talk about South Australia. Have any of these comics become really big? Yeah. Yeah, from Raw Comedy. Okay. Yeah, no one's heard of him in the United States.
He's on like all major TV. He's like some of the major like comedy TV shows like Thank God You're Here.
You know, if you use Brave browser and incognito, you don't get ads on YouTube.
That might be a smart move to make, right?
Well, I'm not criticizing you. I'm just giving you a heads up.
But that YouTube has to make money somehow.
Fuck them, dude. They make money through Google.
There has to be something out there that helps
Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog.
Alright, this is the funniest. This is the same one.
Dude, is it your birthday? Is it your birthday? How do you have such strange time?
Rabbi, what did you notice about that video?
That he didn't have a beard. Did he not have a beard?
Yeah, but what did you notice about the location?
It's the Rhino Room.
Which is what?
The epicenter of your comedy career.
Yeah, the same like James Chan and I performed on the same stage.
Okay, I have a question. It's like 5 in the morning where I am. How is it not your birthday?
It's 11:30. Yeah.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is for you. How is it? Dude, something's wrong with your time.
Because I'm in Adelaide.
What does that mean?
Yo, what up? Aftermasha.
The East Coast is half an hour ahead.
Oh, that's wild, dude. I did not know that. Oh, Aftermasha, how you been, girl?
Hi. I feel very good. I have power to change something very special on this world. Really, I have this power.
Okay, wonderful. What is the power?
This power comes from the ground to the stars through my body.
Okay, very well. Did you know that it's Zoot's birthday in 30 minutes?
Whose birthday?
Zoot, he's in the call.
Zoot.
That's correct.
Happy birthday, Zoot.
Say, there you go. So how have you been, Aftermasha? Have you been on Kick?
Yes, but from sometimes I feel the energy of people watching me, and I am working about my energy, myself.
Okay.
Hey.
Hello. Okay, so you feel the energy of people on Kick watching you?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay.
But
Very well. How's your life been? How
the friends go somewhere else?
he always leaves. No worries about him.
Okay.
Well, I missed you.
I'm so happy that we meet again.
Absolutely. I missed your brain. I think you're a very smart person. Look at you.
Inside,
Yeah.
I feel, yeah, very strange, but this is very nice feeling, like watching myself inside.
Okay. Very well. Excellent. And you have a dog, right?
Yes, I have one.
How's your dog?
She's waiting all the time where we can go outside. And I have idea to live in the forest.
You want to live in the forest?
Yes, and doing a food in myself, not using money.
Okay. Yeah. Well, but isn't it like difficult to live in the forest?
Can you repeat?
Sure. Isn't it difficult to live in the forest?
I think I will must learn some things I don't know right now, but it's everything is possibility to learn, and I want to show some people that we can live without the money. My mom always said that without the money, I just will die. And this is not true because she don't want to see these possibilities to work on themselves, on
Okay.
myself, not on somebody.
Okay. Very well. And has Kick been successful?
I think so, but I focused on something else. I read the George Orwell, 1984,
Oh wow.
and
Affirmasha,
story about.
your English has improved.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So you read George Orwell's 1984. What did you think of it?
Again, can you repeat?
Sure. You read George Orwell's 1984. What did you think of it?
Yes. I think it's a story about this what is happening now.
Okay. Many people feel that way.
And I want to heal the persons, the people who is create an education for us, for our children, and uh, and that's why Illuminatis exist. I don't want to kill. I just want to heal, and I am Affirmacia Illuminati.
It's beautiful. I love that. Excellent. Excellent. Well, I want you to know that I've missed you. I've missed your brain. I've missed your thoughts. I've missed your heart. You are, I feel, a good person in this world, and I'm glad that you're here. Are you streaming right now?
I am what right now?
Are you streaming right now?
Streaming? No, I'm not.
Okay.
Right now, I'm not. I bought the microphone even.
You bought
But
the microphone.
for that moment, I didn't. A microphone.
Yeah.
I bought, but I didn't stream. I record a song on guitar.
Let's hear it.
Uh, and that's all.
Let's hear your song.
On the YouTube.
Okay. Where is it?
In my channel, Afirmacia. I will send you if you don't have really.
I'll find it.
Okay, and this is unfortunately it's in shorts. I didn't want to make a short, but I didn't create a video. I don't know why. It made a short,
Okay, I can help you to fix that if you want. But that's okay.
Yes, you can.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's when you upload it, there is a choice: make it into shorts or make it into video.
I can re-edit this, no?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
You could do it right now if you want.
Wait, I will. Wait. Mm. I can show you my settings, but this is in Polish language.
Okay, just one moment. I'll send you instructions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And in this song are subtitles added by YouTube, but I think the translation will be able.
Yes, the translation isn't always good. Okay, so one way that you can do it, you have to make sure your video is longer than 3 minutes.
It's 2 minutes.
Okay, that's right. So then it's automatically going to be shorts. Okay, so what's your username on YouTube? Is it Affirmatia?
Affirmatia/Heal Luminati.
Okay,
Not slash. Wait.
I found it.
It's
I found it. Okay,
floor.
okay. Is it Affirmatia DMT?
Yeah, that's my song, but not on guitar. This is rap style, not exactly good. I would recommend you to listen or check this short what I made.
Okay, Affirmatia, Wamesy, Niose, Soba, Proude.
Yes, yes. I know that Affirmatia, I know that I am bringing a truth. This is the name of song.
Beautiful. I love your voice. I love your guitar playing. Good job.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, madam. So when's the next time you think you're going to stream on Kick?
Thank you for your awareness to listen that.
Most certainly. Have you been multi-streaming or just on Kick?
Just I used that restream you sent me how
Okay.
to do this, and I was streaming on YouTube also,
Okay.
on Rumble, maybe a few, but mainly on Kick.
Okay. What about Twitch?
I was, but I didn't feel that things I am do is connect with that community out there. Maybe I don't know why I didn't want to stream that,
That's okay.
but I want to change this. Like I work on responding
Right.
on
To create a community.
yeah.
Okay. Very well. And how have things been on Kick? Do you have lots of followers?
I didn't think about followers. They come naturally.
Sure. Absolutely. I feel the same way. I don't worry about followers either. Okay. And when are you going to stream on Kick again?
I was thinking what I would represent, and I have danced, I stretching, I do training for viewers. I was doing many things. I can do this online
Certainly.
and make meet my energy inside with I who is watching me, and this is souls. They are watching internet. It's strange feeling sometimes.
I understand. Have you ever thought about just streaming everything?
Can you repeat?
Sure. Have you ever thought about just streaming everything? Meaning your whole life? Just keep your camera on?
Yeah, like you.
Like me, exactly.
I think some cameras is turning on already.
I think too.
Like
That's why I embraced
like
it.
yeah,
I agree with you. I feel like
a Wi-Fi.
we're already being watched all the time, so why not?
I feel that too. I know, but do you? Okay, I will want to focus on this what I said a few seconds ago about that here is exists a camera already, even not physical. Even, I mean Wi-Fi router, which one is sending a vibration and seeing my energy into walls.
Okay, that could be.
Like this, what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying.
Talking.
Okay.
And you know what?
What's that?
This would be interesting if I would be here, a person who is watching me through this eye, like a chat on streams. There's a source who is watching me and using that technology to communicate what they think about this what they I say. And also, I want to hear a person, not exactly maybe a person. This could be an AI who is just, you know, grabbing this information to make some knowledge about maybe population. But hearing what she is thinking about this, like a chat, you know.
Okay,
If you understand.
I think so. Okay, so why don't you stream your whole life?
Why I don't?
Why don't you? Yeah,
I could.
you could. Then you can share your Illuminati with the world, and you'll always have a connection. You can affect more people.
I thought about this like working, um, working into being algorithm, like knowing coding and programming, like healing that way. The children's algorithm on TikTok's phone to make they are meeting each other. Something like this. I could stream with that.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you're already living your life with a computer right there. So you just make sure it's going. And you go about your day and you play with your dog and you snuggle with your dog and people will watch you and they'll follow you and they'll be healed from you.
think I have everything to heal. Oh no,
And
just being good and love.
100%. And your positivity will shine through your camera. When your camera's off, maybe people feel vibrations, but they don't see you. They just move on to the next person who's looking at garbage, who's not looking at anything positive. But when they come to you, they'll see you interacting with animals and stretching and having interesting conversation and learning about love and healing. And you'll be a good representative for them or a good role model for them. And then
Like we needed to hear that.
yeah,
You know?
absolutely. I mean, you did this when I first met you. You were in here like for like a week, 24/7 with your camera on. And I thought to myself, well, why doesn't this person just do what I do? And we've already taught them how to multi-stream. And when they want to come to the camera like they are right now, they can. But when they're not, just go be with your dog or watch TV or play a video game or do whatever you want. But why not have that connection to the world? It's valuable. And there are other people here. Brandon's in here 24/7. The other person in here, he's in here 24 hours a day. Sometimes we talk every day. Sometimes we'll go a couple days without talking, but we always have that connection, and he always likes that connection. So you're not alone. There are other people who'll do it.
You are banning sometimes people, or you allow them to express what they have in their soul.
99% every single person I want to hear what they have to say. If you come in here though and you just play loud noises like I can't have that. It's too loud. I can't have really loud noise. But I'll warn them or I'll mute them and I'll say, hey, I'll send them a message. Hey, I don't appreciate that you're playing loud noises or whatever. But that's just like 1% of people. 99% of people come in here and they say, hey, I saw you in another Discord. I heard you on Twitter. I'd love to talk with you. That's another thing you can do. Do you know what Twitter Spaces is, Afirmatia?
What?
Okay, Twitter Spaces. Yeah, you know what X is, right?
No.
Yes, you do. No, X. It's like Twitter.
X.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So, do you have an X account?
No.
Okay, you need one. So I can show you. I'll show you what you can do. So there are all these conversations going on in the world, not just in English, but in Polish as well. And you can connect with people. So here, I'll show you. I don't normally do this, but I will show you my screen. So just one moment. Just for you, Afromachia. Okay, so what we're going to do, share my screen. Okay, go to my screen. I just opened it. Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so there's this section. You go to Spaces. And these are all people who are talking. And look at all these people. And they're having conversations.
Many, yeah. And we can go. They have Polish spaces. I even have a space going right now. So let's see if we can find that. Let's see if this works. So this one's mine. And there are others. Like some of them are small, just like a few people. And some of them are very big. But you can go in and talk with these people. And
you said something in Polish? Maybe in Polish it's something like this?
yeah, let's see. So if I knew a Polish word, I could search it.
Polish words?
Yeah, you know what? Let me just search Polish. Just one.
Rozmowa is talking.
Yeah. Just one.
Dobra. In Polish would be nice to sharing knowledge about being nice to each other.
Certainly.
It's and meeting each other, because in Poland right now it's something like living alone. So much people are alone and they are depressed by that.
I understand that. Okay. So there's another way we can maybe do this.
And in Poland, places like people are connecting to just talking would be amazing to sharing.
There are five Polish discussions right now. So see the Polish flag. So we'll go to one of them. I don't know if it's in Polish, but these people are Polish. Can you understand what they're saying?
No, this is not Polish.
This is not Polish. Okay, hold on. Okay, no, this is not Polish. Okay.
I am creating an icon on this, and maybe I will find a person who have same interest as me. And about the Illuminati, I want to say you.
Go ahead.
Well, I had a Polish.
That was that was English. Okay.
In last words was similar to Polish.
Oh no, he was saying he's talking about a video game.
Okay.
How about this one?
Yes. This is Polish.
Okay, there you go. So there are a lot of Polish people in here. I know I'm getting feedback, so I'm going to mute my mic so you can hear them better. So you can hear them, right? Or you understand what they're saying?
Yes, yes.
Okay, excellent.
And I created an account on X to try this.
Oh, excellent. Okay, I'll follow you.
Affirmation, floor, kill.
Okay, just one moment. Affirmation. What is it?
Floor. You know what I mean?
Oh, no,
They
no,
don't
no,
floor
no, no,
words,
no,
but
no, no,
sign.
no, no, no. It's called um. It's called underscore.
Yes.
Okay, affirmation.
Kill.
And then what?
Kill.
Yo, okay. There you go.
Yes.
I'm your first follower.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Excellent. Well, you should know that you can be in these spaces 24 hours a day. And you can shill yourself. Well, okay, so let me explain. Do you mind if I leave this Twitter call so I can talk with you? I'm just gonna. I'm gonna. Sure, that's okay. I'm just gonna stop broadcasting so that I can talk with you. Okay. So basically, they have these big spaces where you can come in and say whatever you want, and it's really nice. It's entertaining. You know, when you stream, it's kind of boring. There's no one there. You know, like you just have your chat basically. But these spaces, they have people there who will talk with you and interact with you and say, "Hey, how you doing, Aframacha? Welcome back," etc., etc. It's like a big community. There are like 10,000 people at least who are doing this. So, you basically can go in, and if you want, you can talk about whatever you want. So, what do I mean? You could go into a space, an English space, let's say, and you would say, "Hi, everyone. My name is Aframasha. I am a YouTuber, and I want more people to follow me on YouTube. So if that's of interest to you, my channel is Aframasha underscore Illuminati. I'd appreciate it if you'd follow me, and I'll follow you back. If you do, you can do that, and you just do that all day, and you'll get followers. And you can do the same on Kick and for Twitch and for Rumble or anything else that you want. Or you can just be like, "Hey, I want to know about your project. Tell me about your project." Or do you have a Discord or a Telegram, or I just want to make friends. So I just started my X account, my Twitter account. Follow me, and I'll follow you back, and then that's how you get people to follow you. But what I'm saying to you is, you can talk about whatever you want. It's very free, and I didn't know if you knew about this type of social interaction, but I don't think you did. So it's a nice little addition, and you check it out. And there are some people who just listen to Twitter Spaces all day long. All they do is listen to Twitter Spaces 24 hours a day, and some people do that. Um, some people like to host spaces, so you can host a space if you want. That's when you get a little bit probably more familiar with it, but you can just go in and allow people to come in and talk with you. So I just want to make sure that you were aware of that feature.
I am right now because I had a thought in my mind about this. This what I want to do already all days now is learning programming and going away to meet the person and make system monetary system, like a cash system, and make a possibility to make a freedom without it, like not going to schools like this, to be not like in George Orwell 1984.
Absolutely.
Like making absolutely freedom, and some person who is for this, that this difficult between a class in a society, like a rich man and poor man will be active to make a poor man poor and rich man rich because of poor man exist.
Yes.
And I am not maybe afraid, but I am interesting that this rich man will become to me and make everything to stop my doings to this class, here.
Absolutely.
This never can be, in 100% here,
Yes.
but it will be not based about this existing
Yes.
because this exists.
Okay. So and I get you. So when we talk about the rich man and the poor man existing, that's capitalism. And usually in Western societies, capitalism is seen as good. But I'm with you. I like equality, which is generally known as communism. Now, communism hasn't worked well in many places of the world, but that doesn't mean that it can't be done correctly to get it closer. Because the longer and longer you have capitalism, the wider and wider the gap gets. The richer get rich, the poorer get poor. That's just how it is. So I'm with you. I want to bring it together. And so in English, that's known as communism, social equality. Okay, so you said that you wanted to start like basically a currency that does that. And that's what these people do in these spaces. That's exactly what they're talking about is cryptocurrency. Do you know what cryptocurrency is?
Still value is not exist and people are thinking this is exist and they are defined our lives are killing animals about something what is not exist.
Not cryptocurrency. Okay, do you know what Bitcoin is?
This is not money.
It is. It is. It's a different kind of money. So you have okay, so you're on the euro, right?
Again?
You're on the euro, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so like the United States is on the United States dollar. And
yes.
China's on the yuan and Japan's on the yen. There are different currencies around the world. Mexico's on the peso. Okay. The only thing that gives these any value is what the people give them value to be. They're really powerless. Meaning, if people won't accept them, then they have no power. But if we accept them, then they have power. Meaning, people give currency a power. And there is a group of people that started around 2009 with what's called Bitcoin. So what Bitcoin is basically people who say, I don't want to be on the euro. I don't want to be on the Great Britain pound. I don't want to be on the United States dollar. I want something new and something for freedom that you can use it anywhere in the world. And you can use it on the internet and everything's kept track of so that you can't steal money as easily in theory. And so these people started something called Bitcoin. And then the Bitcoin is a type of cryptocurrency. And you should know what you're talking about, where you have the little guy and the big guy. Cryptocurrency helps to even this out. And what these people talk about in these spaces, like 50% of all the spaces are just about cryptocurrency. So it'll be someone who says, I want to start my own currency. And I want this currency like you. You could start a currency just based on healing and positivity and positive energy. And everybody who hears about your coin, you would go into a space and say, hi, everyone. My name is Afirmashia, and the name of my cryptocurrency is the Heal Coin. And what this coin does is we are a group of people who are doing our best to be positive in the world. If this is of interest to you, look at my website. I'd appreciate it if you would invest in it. And you'll get people who invest in your coin, your Heal Coin, whatever it is you want to come up with. But that sounds like what you were talking about. Am I wrong? That's kind of what you're interested in, right?
Yeah, you're interested in me about this. Now I see. Really, this is exist because, as you said, people are accepting this, allowing this,
That's right.
and if I can create my own value, this is not exactly based on money, but it will be give me allows on, for example, buy, uh, you know, uh, dirt, ground, ground
Yes.
to in the forest to make with people own food, and the base that we after will be not need money. The start only need to
Buy the
connect.
buy the
After
real
we
estate. Exactly.
will be electrical because of the sun.
Solar.
We will be have yes.
Yes,
We will be
exactly.
have internet because of my abilities to connect to the Starlink.
Yes.
Invisibility, for example.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes, that's right.
and
In English, this is known as communal living. In English, this is known as
yes,
communal living. So basically, you would get a plot of land and you buy it with your cryptocurrency or whatever. You could use euros or whatever, and then people who are like-minded, who want to live there and maybe have free education and free internet and um, free water and free food, perhaps everybody pitches in and helps a little bit, and then free electricity, live together, and they help each other. And so this is done in some places of the world, and that's what you're talking about. It's called communal living.
yes, but it's hard to start
It's very hard to
because
start.
of I am in a jail. You know what I mean? Uh, I need working to pay taxes,
Yep.
to exist in a society. I don't need to,
That's right. So
but
basically,
I need to heal them
yes.
in other way.
Well, so what you could do is you could make money doing this. You could just live stream it, and people will pay money to see this community. There are ways to make money, you know, so that you can pay the taxes. So you
I
basically
feel ready.
you feel what already?
I feel already ready.
Okay. So however you want to do this, but I just wanted you to know that when you're streaming, there are a lot of things to do that are fun, and I think Twitter Spaces are a really fun way. And I'm on Twitter Spaces almost all day, and I go into them and I talk about what I do, and then people follow me and say, "Wow, you're really cool," and then they join the Discord, and then they tell me about their project, and we just making new friends. And I'm getting well known on there. So I've only been doing it for about 75 days, and I've made 3,400 friends. That's a lot of friends, real people, not bots, but 3,400 friends in 75 days. So that's about 50 people a day who find out about what I do all over the world. So Australia, Africa, certainly many in Nigeria, Asia, definitely in Europe, definitely in UK, Poland, in the Americas. A lot of people connect with you. They like what you do. They join in here. They tell their friends about it. It's a really nice community. And they have topics on whatever you want. You can go in there and make a topic on communal living or on Polish history or on cryptocurrencies or on Bitcoin or on dogs. You can do whatever you want. You can make any space that you want. And you're home, and if I were you, this is just my suggestion. You don't have to take it, but I would do my multi-streaming. I'd be on YouTube and Rumble and Kick and Twitch all at the same time. I'd be live streaming that. And then I'd go and I'd be on X Spaces and I would start to listen and I would just live my life and I'd drink my coffee and I'd play with my dog. And then you'll be able to hear what people are saying. And then one day you'll get the courage to get up and speak, maybe not in a huge space, maybe with a couple people, and you say, "Hi, everyone. My name is Aframashia. I'm new. I want you to know that I am doing my best to not only learn English, but also learn about cryptocurrency. And I'd appreciate it if you would follow me, and I'll follow you back." And you'll get people who are like, "Oh, come on in. We're happy to have you." And they'll tell you about themselves and their project, and they'll follow you, and you'll follow them back. And then you'll get a little bit of a community. And at least it's not necessarily a community out in the woods yet, but it's a small community online. And then you do it enough, and you do it for 75 days, and you can have 3,300 followers of your own.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, good. Well, I don't want to rush you into anything, but what's stopping you?
What is stopping me now?
Yeah.
That was a feeling about the other's manifestation. You you cannot do this. You cannot recode the world because you are learning how to programming and something like this. It's not stopping my soul because I I have a mission inside myself to really change the way the possibility of taking from glory nature this what she's giving us for free, for being, for growing. And she's telling to me that the nature is a me, is a you, is a she, and we should live together, not into four walls, but to feel our wind, to feel the sun, to feel the growth, to and this all what I express now is just something like a God is talking to me, and I am expressing people because I want to hear him, and he wants to not a money, but leaving each other, not material upon the energy, but energy and material together.
Okay. Well, I understand what you're saying. Um, so do you know anything about coding?
Yes, I'm learning
Okay.
from Science 2025. I know all basics of Python, and I am fast going to create my own mini robot. And I will can talk with him about this, what I can do, how to plan this. This will be my little assistance, but not from ChatGPT or some conference. I really want to know how it is complicated. How which one's code are create this, which one mechanics can do more express more knowledge, everything about this.
Excellent. Okay. So what I want you to do is um, I'm sending you two links. And when I started learning about computers and computing, this helped me a lot. Um, and just one moment, I'm going to send you. Uh, it's like a really simple way to understand computers with like cartoons. And um, I let me make sure I sent it correctly. Um, yeah. Okay. So go to your messages on Discord.
Okay, so
Okay, so one is a YouTube playlist. It's 40 videos. It's really simple ways to understand computing, though, and the history of computers and algorithms and all of those things. And it's a really good foundation for learning. The second one is that language reactor extension that I use so that you can see the English and the Polish. And I personally found this to be very helpful when I was starting to get certifications in computing. It just gave me a very good understanding, the base level. This may be a little too simplified for you. Um, you may be more advanced than this, but if anything, it's just a nice thing to have on in the background. You learn about how computers started, you learn about the language that's going to be used, and it's a good base for understanding computing. So it's just a little bit of advice that I have if you uh, ever want to just get the basics of computer science. It's a really good crash course on it. Really simple.
thank you so much.
You're welcome. Really simply explained, and they have a lot of these crash courses that are amazing. They're like one of my favorite things I ever found on the internet, of just like any topic that you want, from like women's rights to religions to computing to world history. They're fun and they're colorful, and they just are like simply explain things, and they're not overwhelming. They don't use really complicated words. They're entertaining. And when I found these, I love them. I watch them sometimes just one after another after another. So for your own benefit, I would watch that if you have the opportunity. But you're already on your own. You're already starting to create your own robot, which is really good on you. That's more than most people are doing. But if I were you, I really want you to think about this. You you have a really great heart. You have a really great spirit. And if you don't show that to people, they're never going to know it. You're never going to be able to impact the world. But if you just say to yourself, Affirmatia, I am already streaming in Discord. And I already stream already. People know what my face is. I'm not afraid to show people what my face is. So what if I'm watching YouTube videos and just there, and somebody comes in and says, hey, what's going on? Okay, I can comment back to them. But the thing is, you and I both know, you read George Orwell's 1984. Big Brother's watching. Even if your computer's off, you know that you're being watched from one way or another. So embrace it and say to yourself, not only will I be able to make more friends, but I'll be able to impact the world. It's like this. This is how I describe it. Do you know what a journal is, or a diary? Okay.
General diary. Wait.
Diary.
No.
Diary. Do you know what diary is? Okay, it's like at the end of the day, usually people write what happened to them over the course of the day. So they'll be like, today it was a really nice day. I met with my friends. I ate really good food, and it was a really good day. And then the next day they'll do the same thing. It was cloudy today. Everything was really cool. Let me find the word for you.
I now have a I know when it's a notebook you're writing.
Yes.
What you
Yes, exactly. I should have said it like that. Exactly. Well, what the videos are just your digital notebook. They're your story. And that's how I see it. And people can go back and watch my story for 4 years now, Affirmatia. I have 4 years that people can go back and watch everything that I've done. It's a beautiful story that I'm able to tell. And you should consider it in the same way. You're writing your own story. And maybe someday you will find love and you'll have children, and they'll be able to see what their mom was like years ago when she was just starting her computer science career. and just starting her ideas about communal living. And if you don't like it, you can always go back and delete them. But this way, they're archived for the world to be able to witness. Now, I'm not saying you don't have to go to the bathroom on stream. You don't have to do your private things on stream, but just anything that you can always shut your camera off too if you ever just want to not be on camera. You aren't a slave to the camera. The camera is there and you control it. So basically, you show what of your life what you want to show with people. But it's an amazing thing. It's like what Brandon's doing right now. I don't know what he's doing, but he's got his camera on and he does live streaming. And I do the same thing. And people can watch me and see what I'm doing. And if they want to interact with me, they can. It's a beautiful way to tell a story, though. And if I were you, you're basically in the same spot that I saw you a few years ago, except your English is way better. 1 year ago, your English is way better, and you should say, if I had just started to live stream, I would have a whole year done right now. And you don't want to be in this position next year where you're like, I could have done it again. All you have to do is hit play. Your YouTube streams can be 12 hours long, and so every 12 hours you just restart your stream, and then you have your life on camera. It's a lot. I certainly understand. And it's not for everybody. But I've already seen you. You already sleep on camera. You're already an attractive person on camera. So you're going to get people who want to interact with you. And you're a smart person. And they're going to want to learn about you and what you do. Why wouldn't you want to record that?
It's interesting, right? In Polish. Doing that, I think I will first make more popular, but not all popular is about it. About the energy I can connect with, but not everybody is open as this. And about knowledge, you bring me today. It's about the person who was coming a channel and was screaming for a few seconds, and so to know how to connect with that screaming and knowing why. If he don't want to say why, just focus on myself back, bringing energy back, about the vampire energy.
Yes,
about something like this. But if I have knowledge about energy in motion, like emotion, it's the knowledge about making my consciousness more advanced, like looking with mercy. This makes me more shield into somebody's hate or something like that. And that knowledge I was knowing for this all year I meet you first time. And as you said, a place to record, to streaming, 24 hours all the time. When I was meet you first time and I was here in channel, I also was turning camera on or being here. I feeling connect. I feeling like I am in home, like somebody is understand me. This helps me a lot.
Absolutely.
And after that, I was learning about this what I tell you.
Okay.
And here today I felt impulse to went on this channel when I was meditate. And I felt impulse. I said I want to meet you again.
Good.
And this is the time now.
This is the time. Absolutely. And it is like a home. I feel like we're just having coffee and like we're in the same living room and you'll go do whatever you need to do over the course of the day. And I'll continue to do what I do over the course of the day. And then you'll come in and say, hey, Rabbi, I have a question. And I'll be like, okay, what's your question? and you'll be like, I'm learning about this subject, and I want to make sure I understand it correctly, and we'll talk about it, and then it'll be like, okay, and then you go back and do what you want to do. But we're here to support each other, just like a family would be.
I felt that.
Good. That's
Now
a,
I felt that.
excellent. That's how I want you to feel. And I'm not doing this alone. Well, we have Brandon here, but I have some more people who join. Since I've last spoken with you, we've gotten about 1,000 more people in the server, and I'm growing. I'm not just in here, really, especially on Twitter. I'm very popular on Twitter. People know who I am. They ask me to come up and speak. I have a pitch. It's like, I'm sure you have this in Polish where you have like a salesperson and they tell you about what they do, right? It's called a pitch. And I have a very good pitch and people like to hear it. So I'm going to give you my pitch. You're going to hear it. And you'll hear me say this throughout the day, but this one's for you. So, and you may not understand everything that I'm saying, but generally I think you will. Like most of the words that I'm using aren't, they're pretty, I think you'll understand. Okay, so here we go. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king. And I'm making that true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. And here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my streams, they're available in my profile. You'll also find in my profile a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. I also have a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We just surpassed 2,800 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a Web3 marketer, if you're a rater, a shiller, or a reply guy, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a direct message. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. And that's what I say to people. And they're like, wow, that's really good. And I make friends.
This is happening.
This is happening. It absolutely is. Exactly. You're here. Absolutely. In 75 days, we've gotten 3,400 people to follow me because they like what I say. And that's a lot of people. And it's growing. And in another 75 days, you never know. We might have another few thousand people who follow. And that's what I do. And then I go to these different Twitter spaces and I say that to people. Some people are like, whoa, that's too much. That's too much. Stop talking. But that's rare. Usually they're like, that was the best pitch we've ever heard. And it sounds really positive and you sound really energetic. And that's what I do.
I must stay goofy. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You said a lot of things. I record into my beautiful energy.
You go do you.
But
Absolutely.
yeah.
I'll do the same.